Hello. Today, I will be narrating the book Dune by Frank Herbert. Enjoy your listening. Chapter 1. In the week before their departure to Arrakis, when all the final scurrying about had reached a nearly unbearable frenzy, an old crone came to visit the mother of the boy, Paul. It was a warm night at Castle Caladan, and the ancient pile of stone that had served the Atrides family as home for 26 generations bore that cold sweat feeling it acquired before a change in the weather. The old woman was led in by the side door down the vaulted passage by Paul's room, and she was allowed a moment to peer in at him where he lay in his bed. By the half-light of a suspensor lamp, dimmed and hanging near the floor, the awakened boy could see a bulky female shape at his door, standing one step ahead of his mother. The old woman was a witch shadow, hair like matted spider webs, hooded round darkness of features, eyes like glittering jewels. "Is he not small for his age, Jessica?" the old woman asked. Her voice wheezed and twanged like an untuned balisette. Paul's mother answered in her soft contralto. "The Atrides are known to start late getting their growth, your reverence." So I've heard, wheezed the old woman. "Yet he's already 15. "Yes, your reverence. He's awake and listening to us," said the old woman. "Sly little rascal," she chuckled. "But royalty has need of slyness, and if he's really the Quisitz Hadric, well." Within the shadows of his bed, Paul held his eyes open to mere slits. Two bird-bright ovals, the eyes of the old woman seemed to expand and glow as they stared into his. "Sleep well, you sly little rascal," said the old woman. "Tomorrow you'll need all your faculties to meet my Ganjabar." And she was gone, pushing his mother out, closing the door with a solid thump. Paul lay awake wondering, what's a Ganjabar? In all the upset during this time of change, the old woman was the strangest thing he had seen. "Your reverence." In the way she called his mother Jessica, like a common serving wench instead of what she was, a Bene Gesserit lady, a duke's concubine and mother of the ducal heir. "Is a Ganjabar something of Arrakis I must know before we go there?" he wondered. He mouthed her strange words. Ganjabar, Quisitz Hadric. There had been so many things to learn. Arrakis would be a place so different from Caladan that Paul's mind whirled with the new knowledge. Arrakis, Dune desert planet. The Firhawat, his father's master of assassins, had explained it. Their mortal enemies, the Harkonnens, had been on Arrakis 80 years, holding the planet in quasi-fief under a Chum Company contract to mine a geriatric spice, melange. Now the Harkonnens were leaving to be replaced by the House of Atrides in fief, complete and apparent victory for the Duke Leto. Yet, Hawat had said, this appearance contained the deadliest peril, for the Duke Leto was popular among the great houses of the land's rod. "A popular man arouses the jealousy of the powerful," Hawat had said. Arrakis, Dune desert planet. Paul fell asleep to dream of an Arrakeen cavern, silent people all around him moving in the dim light of glow globes. It was solemn there and like a cathedral as he listened to a faint sound, the drip 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 of water. Even while he remained in the dream, Paul knew he would remember it upon awakening. He always remembered the dreams that were predictions. The dream faded. Paul awoke to feel himself in the warmth of his bed, thinking. This world of Castle Caladan, without play or companions his own age, perhaps did not deserve sadness in farewell. Dr. Yue, his teacher, had hinted that the Faferluch's class system was not rigidly guarded on Arrakis. The planet sheltered people who lived at the desert edge without Qaid or Bashar to command them. Willow the Sand people, called Fremen, marked down on no census of the Imperial Regate. Arrakis, Dune desert planet. Paul sensed his own tensions, decided to practice one of the mind-body lessons his mother had taught him. 3 quick breaths triggered the responses. He fell into the floating awareness, focusing the consciousness, aortal dilation, avoiding the unfocused mechanism of consciousness, to be conscious by choice, blood enriched and swift flooding the overload regions. One does not obtain food safety freedom by instinct alone. Animal consciousness does not extend beyond the given moment nor into the idea that its victims may become extinct. The animal destroys and does not produce. Animal pleasures remain close to sensation levels and avoid the perceptual. The human requires a background grid through which to see his universe. Focused consciousness by choice. This forms your grid. Bodily integrity follows nerve blood flow according to the deepest awareness of cell needs. All things/cells/beings are impermanent. Strive for flow permanence within. Over and over and over within Paul's floating awareness the lesson rolled. When dawn touched Paul's windowsill with yellow light, he sensed it through closed eyelids, opened them, hearing then the renewed bustle and hurry in the castle, seeing the familiar patterned beams of his bedroom ceiling. The hall door opened and his mother peered in, hair like shaded bronze held with black ribbon at the crown, her oval face emotionless and green eyes staring solemnly. "You're awake," she said. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes." He studied the tallness of her, saw the hint of tension in her shoulders as she chose clothing for him from the closet racks. Another might have missed the tension, but she had trained him in the Bene Gesserit way in the minutiae of observation. She turned, holding a semi-formal jacket for him. It carried the red Atride's hawk crest above the breast pocket. "Hurry and dress," she said. "Reverend Mother is waiting." "I dreamed of her once," Paul said. "Who is she?" "She was my teacher at the Bene Gesserit school. Now, she's the Emperor's truth-sayer." "And Paul," she hesitated, "you must tell her about your dreams." "I will." "Is she the reason we got Arrakis?" "We did not get Arrakis." Jessica flicked dust from a pair of trousers, hummed them with the jacket on the dressing stand beside his bed. "Don't keep Reverend Mother waiting." Paul sat up, hugged his knees. "What's a Ganjabar?" Again, the training she had given him exposed her almost invisible hesitation. A nervous betrayal he felt as fear. Jessica crossed to the window, flung wide the draperies, stared across the river orchards toward Mount Subi. "You'll learn about the Ganjabar soon enough," she said. He heard the fear in her voice and wondered at it. Jessica spoke without turning. "Reverend Mother is waiting in my morning room. Please hurry." The Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam sat in a tapestry chair watching mother and son approach. Windows on each side of her overlooked the curving southern bend of the river and the green farmlands of the Atrides family holding. But the Reverend Mother ignored the view. She was feeling her age this morning, more than a little petulant. She blamed it on space travel and association with that abominable spacing guild and its secretive ways. But here was a mission that required personal attention from a Bene Gesserit with the sight. Even the Potish Emperor's truth-sayer couldn't evade that responsibility when the duty call came. Damn that Jessica, the Reverend Mother thought. If only she'd born as a girl as she was ordered to do. Jessica stopped 3 paces from the chair, dropped a small curtsy, a gentle flick of left hand along the line of her skirt. Paul gave the short bow his dancing master had taught, the one used when in doubt of another's station. The nuances of Paul's greeting were not lost on the Reverend Mother. She said, "He's a cautious one, Jessica." Jessica's hand went to Paul's shoulder, tightened there. For a heartbeat, fear pulsed through her palm. Then she had herself under control. "Thus he has been taught, Your Reverence." What does she fear? Paul wondered. The old woman studied Paul in one Gestalten flicker. Face oval like Jessica's, but strong bones. Hair, the Duke's black but with brow line of the maternal grandfather who cannot be named, and that thin, disdainful nose, shape of directly staring green eyes, like the old Duke, the paternal grandfather who is dead. Now, there was a man who appreciated the power of bravura even in death. The Reverend Mother thought. "Teaching is one thing," she said. "The basic ingredient is another. We shall see." The old eyes darted a hard glance at Jessica. "Leave us. I enjoin you to practice the meditation of peace." Jessica took her hand from Paul's shoulder. "Your Reverence, Jessica. You know it must be done." Paul looked up at his mother, puzzled. Jessica straightened. "Yes, of course." Paul looked back at the Reverend Mother. Politeness and his mother's obvious awe of this old woman argued caution. Yet he felt an angry apprehension at the fear he sensed radiating from his mother. "Paul." Jessica took a deep breath. "This test you're about to receive, it's important to me." "Test?" He looked up at her. "Remember that you're a duke's son," Jessica said. She whirled and strode from the room in a dry swishing of skirt. The door closed solidly behind her. Paul faced the old woman, holding anger in check. "Does one dismiss the Lady Jessica as though she were a serving wench?" A smile flicked the corners of the wrinkled old mouth. "The Lady Jessica was my serving wench, lad, for 14 years at school." She nodded, "and a good one, too. Now, you come here." The command whipped out at him. Paul found himself obeying before he could think about it. "Using the voice on me," he thought. He stopped at her gesture, standing beside her knees. "See this?" she asked. From the folds of her gown, she lifted a green metal cube about 15 centimeters on a side. She turned it, and Paul saw that one side was open black and oddly frightening. No light penetrated that open blackness. "Put your right hand in the box," she said. Fear shot through Paul. He started to back away, but the old woman said, "Is this how you obey your mother?" He looked up into bird-bright eyes. Slowly, feeling the compulsions and unable to inhibit them, Paul put his hand into the box. He felt first a sense of cold as the blackness closed around his hand, then slick metal against his fingers and a prickling as though his hand were asleep. A predatory look filled the old woman's features. She lifted her right hand away from the box and poised the hand close to the side of Paul's neck. He saw a glint of metal there and started to turn toward it. "Stop," she snapped. Using the voice again, he swung his attention back to her face. "I hold at your neck the Ganjabar," she said. "The Ganjabar, the high-handed enemy. It's a needle with a drop of poison on its tip. Don't pull away or you'll feel that poison." Paul tried to swallow in a dry throat. He could not take his attention from the seamed old face, the glistening eyes, the pale gums around silvery metal teeth that flashed as she spoke. "A duke's son must know about poisons," she said. "It's the way of our times, at Muskie, to be poisoned in your drink. Amas, to be poisoned in your food. The quick ones and the slow ones and the ones in between. Here's a new one for you, the Ganjabar. It kills only animals." Pride overcame Paul's fear. "You dare suggest a duke's son is an animal?" he demanded. "Let us say I suggest you may be human," she said. "Steady. I warn you not to try jerking away. I am old, but my hand can drive this needle into your neck before you escape me." "Who are you?" he whispered. "How did you trick my mother into leaving me alone with you? Are you from the Harkonnens?" "The Harkonnens? Bless us, no. Now, be silent." A dry finger touched his neck and he stilled the involuntary urge to leap away. "Good," she said. "You passed the first test. Now, here's the way of the rest of it. If you withdraw your hand from the box you die. This is the only rule. Keep your hand in the box and live. Withdraw it and die." Paul took a deep breath to still his trembling. "If I call out there will be servants on you in seconds and you'll die. Servants will not pass your mother, who stands guard outside that door. Depend on it. Your mother survived this test. Now it's your turn. Be honored. We seldom administer this to men children." Curiosity reduced Paul's fear to a manageable level. He heard truth in the old woman's voice. No denying it. If his mother stood guard out there, if this were truly a test. And whatever it was, he knew himself caught in it, trapped by that hand at his neck, the Ganjabar. He recalled the response from the litany against fear as his mother had taught him out of the Bene Gesserit rite. "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain." He felt calmness return, said, "Get on with it, old woman, old woman." She snapped, "You've courage, and that can't be denied. Well, we shall see, Sirrah." She bent close, lowered her voice almost to a whisper. "You will feel pain in this hand within the box. Pain. But withdraw the hand and I'll touch your neck with my Ganjabar, the death so swift it's like the fall of the headsman's axe. Withdraw your hand and the Ganjabar takes you. Understand, what's in the box? Pain." He felt increased tingling in his hand, pressed his lips tightly together. How could this be a test? He wondered. The tingling became an itch. The old woman said, "You've heard of animals chewing off a leg to escape a trap. There's an animal kind of trick. A human would remain in a trap, endure the pain, feigning death that he might kill the trapper and remove a threat to his kind. The itch became the faintest burning. Why are you doing this?" he demanded. "To determine if you are human. Be silent." Paul clenched his left hand into a fist as the burning sensation increased in the other hand. It mounted slowly. Heat upon heat upon heat. Upon heat. He felt the fingernails of his free hand biting the palm. He tried to flex the fingers of the burning hand, but couldn't move them. "It burns," he whispered. Silence. Pain throbbed up his arm. Sweat stood out on his forehead. Every fiber cried out to withdraw the hand from that burning pit. But the Ganjabar, without turning his head, he tried to move his eyes to see that terrible needle poised beside his neck. He sensed that he was breathing in gasps, tried to slow his breaths and couldn't. Pain. His world emptied of everything except that hand immersed in agony. The ancient face inches away staring at him. His lips were so dry he had difficulty separating them. The burning. The burning. He thought he could feel skin curling black on that agonized hand, the flesh crisping and dropping away until only charred bones remained. It stopped, as though a switch had been turned off. The pain stopped. Paul felt his right arm trembling, felt sweat bathing his body. Enough, the old woman muttered. Kul Wahad. No woman-child ever withstood that much. I must have wanted you to fail. She leaned back, withdrawing the Ganjabar from the side of his neck. Take your hand from the box, young human, and look at it. He fought down an aching shiver, stared at the lightless void where his hand seemed to remain of its own volition. Memory of pain inhibited every movement. Reason told him he would withdraw a blackened stump from that box. Do it. She snapped. He jerked his hand from the box, stared at it astonished. Not a mark. No sign of agony on the flesh. He held up the hand, turned it, flexed the fingers. Pain by nerve induction, she said. Can't go around maiming potential humans. There are those who'd give a pretty for the secret of this box, though. She slipped it into the folds of her gown. But the pain, he said. Pain, she sniffed. A human can override any nerve in the body. Paul felt his left hand aching, uncurled the clenched fingers, looked at 4 bloody marks where fingernails had bitten his palm. He dropped the hand to his side, looked at the old woman. You did that to my mother once. Ever sift sand through a screen? She asked. The tangential slash of her question shocked his mind into a higher awareness. Sand through a screen. He nodded. We Bene Gesserit sift people to find the humans. He lifted his right hand, willing the memory of the pain. And that's all there is to it, pain. I observed you in pain, lad. Pain's merely the axis of the test. Your mother's told you about our ways of observing. I see the signs of her teaching in you. Our test is crisis and observation. He heard the confirmation in her voice, said, It's truth. She stared at him. He senses truth. Could he be the one? Could he truly be the one? She extinguished the excitement, reminding herself, Hope clouds observation. You know when people believe what they say, she said. I know it. The harmonics of ability confirmed by repeated tests were in his voice. She heard them, said, Perhaps you are the Quisitz Hedrick. Sit down, little brother. Here at my feet. I prefer to stand. Your mother sat at my feet once. I'm not my mother. You hate us a little, eh? She looked toward the door, called out, Jessica. The door flew open and Jessica stood there staring hard-eyed into the room. Hardness melted from her as she saw Paul. She managed a faint smile. Jessica, have you ever stopped hating me? The old woman asked. I both love and hate you, Jessica said. The hate that's from pains I must never forget. The love that's just the basic fact, the old woman said, but her voice was gentle. You may come in now, but remain silent. Close that door and mind it that no one interrupts us. Jessica stepped into the room, closed the door, and stood with her back to it. My son lives, she thought. My son lives and is human. I knew he was, but he lives. Now, I can go on living. The door felt hard and real against her back. Everything in the room was immediate and pressing against her senses. My son lives. Paul looked at his mother. She told the truth. He wanted to get away alone and think this experience through, but knew he could not leave until he was dismissed. The old woman had gained a power over him. They spoke truth. His mother had undergone this test. There must be terrible purpose in it. The pain and fear had been terrible. He understood terrible purposes. They drove against all odds. They were their own necessity. Paul felt that he had been infected with terrible purpose. He did not know yet what the terrible purpose was. Someday, lad, the old woman said, you, too, may have to stand outside a door like that. It takes a measure of doing. Paul looked down at the hand that had known pain, then up to the Reverend Mother. The sound of her voice had contained a difference then from any other voice in his experience. The words were outlined in brilliance. There was an edge to them. He felt that any question he might ask her would bring an answer that could lift him out of his flesh world into something greater. "Why do you test for humans?" he asked. "To set you free." Free. Once men turned their thinking over to machines in the hope that this would set them free, but that only permitted other men with machines to enslave them. "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a man's mind," Paul quoted. "Right out of the Butlerian Jihad and the Orange Catholic Bible," she said. But what the OC Bible should have said is, "Thou shalt not make a machine to counterfeit a human mind." Have you studied the Mentat in your service? I've studied with Thufir Hawat. The Great Revolt took away a crutch, she said. It forced human minds to develop. Schools were started to train human talents. Bene Gesserit schools, she nodded. We have two chief survivors of those ancient schools, the Bene Gesserit and the Spacing Guild. The Guild, so we think, emphasizes almost pure mathematics. Bene Gesserit performs another function. Politics, he said. Kul Wahad, the old woman said. She sent a hard glance at Jessica. I've not told him, Your Reverence, Jessica said. The Reverend Mother returned her attention to Paul. You did that on remarkably few clues, she said. Politics indeed. The original Bene Gesserit school was directed by those who saw the need of a thread of continuity in human affairs. They saw there could be no such continuity without separating human stock from animal stock for breeding purposes. The old woman's words abruptly lost their special sharpness for Paul. He felt an offense against what his mother called his instinct for rightness. It wasn't that Reverend Mother lied to him. She obviously believed what she said. It was something deeper, something tied to his terrible purpose, he said. But my mother tells me many Bene Gesserit of the schools don't know their ancestry. The genetic lines are always in our records, she said. Your mother knows that either she's of Bene Gesserit descent or her stock was acceptable in itself. Then why couldn't she know who her parents are? Some do. Many don't. We might, for example, have wanted to breed her to a close relative to set up a dominant in some genetic trait. We have many reasons. Again, Paul felt the offense against rightness. He said, You take a lot on yourselves. The Reverend Mother stared at him, wondering, did I hear criticism in his voice? We carry a heavy burden, she said. Paul felt himself coming more and more out of the shock of the test. He leveled a measuring stare at her, said, You say maybe I'm the Quisitz Hedrick. What's that? A human Gomjabar? Paul, Jessica said. You mustn't take that tone with I'll handle this, Jessica. The old woman said. Now, lad, do you know about the truth-sayer drug? You take it to improve your ability to detect falsehood, he said. My mother's told me. Have you ever seen Truth Trance? He shook his head. No, the drug's dangerous, she said, but it gives insight. When a truth-sayer's gifted by the drug, she can look many places in her memory, in her body's memory. We look down so many avenues of the past, but only feminine avenues. Her voice took on a note of sadness. Yet, there's a place where no truth-sayer can see. We are repelled by it, terrorized. It is said a man will come one day and find in the gift of the drug his inward eye. He will look where we cannot into both feminine and masculine pasts. Your Quisitz Hedrick, yes, the one who can be many places at once. The Quisitz Hedrick. Many men have tried the drug. So many, but none has succeeded. They tried and failed, all of them. Oh no, she shook her head. They tried and died. Chapter 2. It was a relief globe of a world, partly in shadows, spinning under the impetus of a fat hand that glittered with rings. The globe sat on a free-form stand at one wall of a windowless room whose other walls presented a patchwork of multicolored scrolls, film books, tapes, and reels. Light glowed in the room from golden balls hanging in mobile suspensor fields. An ellipsoid desk with a top of jade-pink petrified alaka wood stood at the center of the room. Variform suspensor chairs ringed it. Two of them occupied. In one sat a dark-haired youth of about 16 years, round of face and with sullen eyes. The other held a slender, short man with a feminine face. Both youth and man stared at the globe and the man half hidden in shadows spinning it. A chuckle sounded beside the globe. A basso voice rumbled out of the chuckle. There it is. Piter, the biggest man-trap in all history. And the Duke's headed into its jaws. Is it not a magnificent thing that I, the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, Do, assuredly, Baron, said the man. His voice came out tenor with a sweet, musical quality. The fat hand descended onto the globe, stopped the spinning. Now, all eyes in the room could focus on the motionless surface and see that it was the kind of globe made for wealthy collectors or planetary governors of the empire. It had the stamp of imperial handicraft about it. Latitude and longitude lines were laden with hair-fine platinum wire. The polar caps were in sets of finest cloud milk diamonds. The fat hand moved, tracing details on the surface. I invite you to observe, the basso voice rumbled. Observe closely, Piter, and you too, Feyd-Rautha, my darling. From 60 degrees north to 70 degrees south, these exquisite ripples, their coloring. Does it not remind you of sweet caramels? And nowhere do you see blue of lakes or rivers or seas, and these lovely polar caps so small. Could anyone mistake this place? Arrakis. Truly unique. A superb setting for a unique victory. A smile touched Piter's lips. And to think, Baron, the Paddish Emperor believes he's given the Duke your spice planet. How poignant. That's a nonsensical statement, the Baron rumbled. You say this to confuse young Feyd-Rautha, but it is not necessary to confuse my nephew. The sullen-faced youth stirred in his chair, smoothed a wrinkle in the black leotards he wore. He sat upright as a discreet tapping sounded at the door in the wall behind him. Piter unfolded from his chair, crossed to the door, cracked it wide enough to accept a message cylinder. He closed the door, unrolled the cylinder, and scanned it. A chuckle sounded from him. Another. Well, the Baron demanded. The fool answered us, Baron. Whenever did an Atrides refuse the opportunity for a gesture? The Baron asked. Well, what does he say? He's most uncouth, Baron. Addresses you as Harkonnen, no sire at Cherkazin. No title, nothing. It's a good name. The Baron growled, and his voice betrayed his impatience. What does dear Leto say? He says, your offer of a meeting is refused. I have oft times met your treachery, and this all men know. And, the Baron asked, he says, the art of Canley still has admirers in the Empire. He signs it, Duke Leto of Arrakis. Piter began to laugh. Of Arrakis. Oh my, this is almost too rich. Be silent, Piter, the Baron said, and the laughter stopped as though shut off with a switch. Canley, is it? The Baron asked. Vendetta, heh, and he uses the nice old word so rich in tradition. To be sure I know he means it. You made the peace gesture, Piter said. The forms have been obeyed. For a mentat, you talk too much, Piter, the Baron said, and he thought, I must do away with that one soon. He has almost outlived his usefulness. The Baron stared across the room at his mentat assassin, seeing the feature about him that most people noticed first. The eyes, the shaded slits of blue within blue, the eyes without any white in them at all. A grin flashed across Piter's face. It was like a masked grimace beneath those eyes like holes. But Baron, never has revenge been more beautiful. It is to see a plan of the most exquisite treachery. To make Leto exchange Caladan for Dune and without alternative because the Emperor orders it. How waggish of you, in a cold voice, the Baron said. You have a flux of the mouth, Piter. But I am happy, my Baron. Whereas you are touched by jealousy, Piter. Ah, Baron, is it not regrettable you were unable to devise this delicious scheme by yourself? Some day I will have you strangled, Piter. Of a certainty, Baron. Infin. But a kind act is never lost. Have you been chewing Verite or Samuda, Piter? Truth without fear surprises the Baron, Piter said. His face drew down into a caricature of a frowning mask. But you see, Baron, I know as a mentat when you will send the executioner. You will hold back just so long as I am useful. To move sooner would be wasteful, and I'm yet of much use. I know what it is you learned from that lovely Dune planet. Waste not. True, Baron. The Baron continued to stare at Piter. Feyd-Rautha squirmed in his chair. These wrangling fools, he thought. My uncle cannot talk to his mentat without arguing. Do they think I've nothing to do except listen to their arguments? Feyd, the Baron said. I told you to listen and learn when I invited you in here. Are you learning? Yes, uncle. The voice was carefully subservient. Sometimes I wonder about Piter, the Baron said. I cause pain out of necessity, but I swear he takes a positive delight in it. For myself, I can feel pity toward the poor Duke Leto. Dr. Yua will move against him soon, and that'll be the end of all the Atrides. But surely Leto will know whose hand directed the pliant doctor, and knowing that will be a terrible thing. Then why haven't you directed the doctor to slip a kinjal between his ribs quietly and efficiently? Piter asked. You talk of pity, but the Duke must know when I encompass his doom, the Baron said, and the other great houses must learn of it. The knowledge will give them pause. I'll gain a bit more room to maneuver. The necessity is obvious, but I don't have to like it. Room to maneuver, Piter sneered. Already you have the Emperor's eyes on you, Baron. You move too boldly. One day the Emperor will send a legion or two of his Sardaukar down here onto GD Prime, and that'll be an end to the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. You'd like to see that, wouldn't you, Piter? The Baron asked. You'd enjoy seeing the core of Sardaukar pillaged from my cities and sack this castle. You'd truly enjoy that. Does the Baron need to ask? Piter whispered. You should have been a Bashar of the core, the Baron said. You're too interested in blood and pain. Perhaps I was too quick with my promise of the spoils of Arrakis. Piter took 5 curiously mincing steps into the room, stopped directly behind Feyd-Rautha. There was a tight air of tension in the room, and the youth looked up at Piter with a worried frown. Do not toy with Piter, Baron, Piter said. You promised me the Lady Jessica. You promised her to me. For what, Piter? The Baron asked. For pain. Piter stared at him, dragging out the silence. Feyd-Rautha moved his suspensor chair to one side, said, Uncle, do I have to stay? You said you'd. My darling. Feyd-Rautha grows impatient, the Baron said. He moved within the shadows beside the globe. Patience, Feyd. And he turned his attention back to the mentat. What of the dukeling? The child Paul, my dear Piter. The trap will bring him to you, Baron. Piter muttered. That's not my question, the Baron said. You'll recall that you predicted the Bene Gesserit witch would bear a daughter to the Duke. You were wrong, mentat. I'm not often wrong, Baron, Piter said, and for the first time there was fear in his voice. Give me that. I'm not often wrong. And you know yourself, these Bene Gesserit bear mostly daughters. Even the Emperor's consort had produced only females. Uncle, said Feyd-Rautha, you said there'd be something important here for me to listen to my nephew, the Baron said. He aspires to rule my barony, yet he cannot rule himself. The Baron stood beside the globe, a shadow among shadows. Well then, Feyd-Rautha hearken. I summoned you here hoping to teach you a bit of wisdom. Have you observed our good mentat? You should have learned something from this exchange. But Uncle, a most efficient mentat, Piter, wouldn't you say, Feyd? Yes, but indeed but he consumes too much spice, eats it like candy. Look at his eyes. He might have come directly from the Arrakeen labor pool. Efficient, Piter, but he's still emotional and prone to passionate outbursts. Efficient, Piter, but he still can err. Piter spoke in a low, sullen tone. Did you call me in here to impay my efficiency with criticism, Baron? Impay your efficiency. You know me better, Piter. I wish only for my nephew to understand the limitations of a mentat. Are you already training my replacement? Piter demanded. Replace you? Why, Piter, where could I find another mentat with your cunning and venom? The same place you found me, Baron. Perhaps I should at that, the Baron mused. You do seem a bit unstable lately. And the spice you eat. Are my pleasures too expensive, Baron? Do you object to them? My dear Piter, your pleasures are what tie you to me. How could I object to that? I merely wish my nephew to observe this about you. Then I'm on display, Piter said. Shall I dance? Shall I perform my various functions for the eminent Feyd-Rautha? Precisely, the Baron said. You are on display. Now, be silent. He glanced at Feyd-Rautha, noting his nephew's lips, the full and pouting look of them, the Harkonnen genetic marker, now twisted slightly in amusement. This is a mentat, Feyd. It has been trained and conditioned to perform certain duties. The fact that it's encased in a human body, however, must not be overlooked. A serious drawback, that. I sometimes think the ancients with their thinking machines had the right idea. They were toys compared to me. Piter snarled. You yourself, Baron, could outperform those machines. Perhaps, the Baron said. Well. He took a deep breath, belched. Now, Piter, outline for my nephew the salient features of our campaign against the House of Atrides. Function as a mentat for us, if you please, Baron. I've warned you not to trust one so young with this information. My observations of I'll be the judge of this, the Baron said. I give you an order, Mentat. Perform one of your various functions. So be it, Piter said. He straightened, assuming an odd attitude of dignity as though it were another mask, but this time clothing his entire body. In a few days standard, the entire household of the Duke Leto will embark on a spacing guild line for Arrakis. The guild will deposit them at the city of Arrakis rather than at our city of Carthage. The Duke's Mentat, Vifirhawat, will have concluded rightly that Arrakis is easier to defend. Listen carefully, Fade, the Baron said. Observe the plans within plans within plans. Fade Rotha nodded, thinking. This is more like it. The old monster is letting me in on secret things at last. He must really mean for me to be his heir. There are several tangential possibilities, Piter said. I indicate that House Atreides will go to Arrakis. We must not, however, ignore the possibility the Duke has contracted with the Guild to remove him to a place of safety outside the system. Others in like circumstances have become renegade houses, taking family atomics and shields and fleeing beyond the Imperium. The Duke's too proud a man for that, the Baron said. It is a possibility, Piter said. The ultimate effect for us would be the same. However, no, it would not, the Baron growled. I must have him dead and his line ended. That's the high probability, Piter said. There are certain preparations that indicate when a house is going renegade. The Duke appears to be doing none of these things. So, the Baron sighed. Get on with it, Piter. At Arrakis, Piter said, the Duke and his family will occupy the residency, lately the home of Count and Lady Finring. The ambassador to the smugglers, the Baron chuckled. Ambassador to what? Fade Rotha asked. Your uncle makes a joke, Piter said. He calls Count Finring ambassador to the smugglers, indicating the Emperor's interest in smuggling operations on Arrakis. Fade Rotha turned a puzzled stare on his uncle. Why? Don't be dense, Fade, the Baron snapped. As long as the Guild remains effectively outside Imperial control, how could it be otherwise? How else could spies and assassins move about? Fade Rotha's mouth made a soundless ohhh. We've arranged diversions at the residency, Piter said. There'll be an attempt on the life of the Atreides heir, an attempt which could succeed. Piter, the Baron rumbled. You indicated I indicated accidents can happen, Piter said. And the attempt must appear valid. Ah, but the lad has such a sweet young body, the Baron said. Of course, he's potentially more dangerous than a father, with that witch mother training him. Accursed woman. Well, please continue, Piter. Hawat will have divined that we have an agent planted on him, Piter said. The obvious suspect is Dr. Yue, who is indeed our agent. But Hawat has investigated and found that our doctor is a sex school graduate with Imperial conditioning supposedly safe enough to minister even to the Emperor. Great store is set on Imperial conditioning. It's assumed that ultimate conditioning cannot be removed without killing the subject. However, as someone once observed, given the right lever you can move a planet. We found the lever that moved the doctor. How? Fade Rotha asked. He found this a fascinating subject. Everyone knew you couldn't subvert Imperial conditioning. Another time, the Baron said. Continue, Piter. In place of Yue, Piter said, we'll drag a most interesting suspect across Hawat's path. The very audacity of this suspect will recommend her to Hawat's attention. Her? Fade Rotha asked. The Lady Jessica herself, the Baron said. Is it not sublime? Piter asked. Hawat's mind will be so filled with this prospect it'll impede his function as a mentat. He may even try to kill her. Piter frowned, then. But I don't think he'll be able to carry it off. You don't want him to, the Baron asked. Don't distract me, Piter said. While Hawat's occupied with the Lady Jessica, we'll divert him further with uprisings in a few garrison towns and the like. These will be put down. The Duke must believe he's gaining a measure of security. Then, when the moment is ripe, we'll signal you and move in with our major force. Go ahead, tell him all of it, the Baron said. We'll move in strengthened by 2 legions of Sardaukar disguised in Harkonnen livery. Sardaukar, Fade Rotha breathed. His mind focused on the dread Imperial troops, the Kellers without mercy, the soldier fanatics of the Paddish Emperor. You see how I trust you, Fade, the Baron said. No hint of this must ever reach another great house, else the land's Ra might unite against the imperial house and there'd be chaos. The main point, Piter said, is this. Since House Harkonnen is being used to do the imperial dirty work, we've gained a true advantage. It's a dangerous advantage, to be sure, but if used cautiously, will bring House Harkonnen greater wealth than that of any other house in the Imperium. You have no idea how much wealth is involved, Fade, the Baron said. Not in your wildest imaginings. To begin, we'll have an irrevocable directorship in the Chom Company. Fade Rotha nodded. Wealth was the thing. Chom was the key to wealth, each noble house dipping from the company's coffers whatever it could under the power of the directorships. Those Chom directorships, they were the real evidence of political power in the Imperium, passing with the shifts of voting strength within the land's Ra as it balanced itself against the Emperor and his supporters. The Duke Leto, Piter said, may attempt to flee to the new Fremen scum along the desert's edge, or he may try to send his family into that imagined security. But that path is blocked by one of His Majesty's agents, the planetary ecologist. You may remember him, Kynes. Fade remembers him, the Baron said. Get on with it. You do not drool very prettily, Baron, Piter said. Get on with it, I command you, the Baron roared. Piter shrugged. If matters go as planned, he said, House Harkonnen will have a sub-fief on Arrakis within a standard year. Your uncle will have dispensation of that fief. His own personal agent will rule on Arrakis. More profits, Fade Rotha said. Indeed, the Baron said, and he thought, it's only just. We're the ones who tamed Arrakis, except for the few mongrel Fremen hiding in the skirts of the desert, and some tame smugglers bound to the planet almost as tightly as the native labor pool, and the great houses will know that the Baron has destroyed the Atrides, Piter said. They will know, the Baron breathed. Loveliest of all, Piter said, is that the Duke will know, too. He knows now. He can already feel the trap. It's true, the Duke knows, the Baron said, and his voice held a note of sadness. He could not help but know. More's the pity. The Baron moved out and away from the globe of Arrakis. As he emerged from the shadows, his figure took on dimension grossly and immensely fat, and with subtle bulges beneath folds of his dark robes to reveal that all this fat was sustained partly by portable suspensors harnessed to his flesh. He might weigh 200 standard kilos in actuality, but his feet would carry no more than 50 of them. I am hungry, the Baron rumbled, and he rubbed his protruding lips with a beringed hand, stared down at Fade Rotha through fat enfolded eyes. Send for food, my darling. We will eat before we retire. Chapter 3. Well, Jessica, what have you to say for yourself? Asked the Reverend Mother. It was near sunset at Castle Caladan on the day of Paul's ordeal. The two women were alone in Jessica's morning room while Paul waited in the adjoining soundproofed meditation chamber. Jessica stood facing the south windows. She saw and yet did not see the evening's banked colors across meadow and river. She heard and yet did not hear the Reverend Mother's question. There had been another ordeal once so many years ago. A skinny girl, with hair the color of bronze, her body tortured by the winds of puberty, had entered the study of the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, Proctor Superior of the Bene Gesserit School on Wallachaiax. Jessica looked down at her right hand, flexed the fingers, remembering the pain, the terror, the anger. Pua Paul, she whispered. I ask you a question, Jessica. The old woman's voice was snappish, demanding, what? Oh. Jessica tore her attention away from the past, faced the Reverend Mother, who sat with back to the stone wall between the two west windows. What do you want me to say? What do I want you to say? What do I want you to say? The old voice carried a tone of cruel mimicry. So I had a son. Jessica flared, and she knew she was being goaded into this anger deliberately. You were told to bear only daughters to the Atrides. It meant so much to him, Jessica pleaded. And you in your pride thought you could produce the Quisitz Hederic. Jessica lifted her chin. I sensed the possibility. You thought only of your Duke's desire for a son. The old woman snapped. And his desires don't figure in this. An Atride's daughter could have been wed to a Harkonnen heir and sealed the breach. You've hopelessly complicated matters. We may lose both bloodlines now. You're not infallible, Jessica said. She braved the steady stare from the old eyes. Presently, The old woman muttered. What's done is done. I vowed never to regret my decision, Jessica said. How noble, the Reverend Mother sneered. No regrets. We shall see when you're a fugitive with a price on your head and every man's hand turned against you to seek your life and the life of your son. Jessica paled. Is there no alternative? Alternative. A Bene Gesserit should ask that. I ask only what you see in the future with your superior abilities. I see in the future what I've seen in the past. You well know the pattern of our affairs, Jessica. The race knows its own mortality and fears stagnation of its heredity. It's in the bloodstream, the urge to mingle genetic strains without plan. The Imperium, the Chom Company, all the great houses, they are but bits of flotsam in the path of the flood. Chom, Jessica muttered. I suppose it's already decided how they'll redivide the spoils of Arrakis. What is Chom but the weather vane of our times? The old woman said. The Emperor and his friends now command 59.65% of the Chom directorship's votes. Certainly they smell profits, and likely as others smell those same profits, as voting strength will increase. This is the pattern of history, girl. That's certainly what I need right now, Jessica said. A review of history. Don't be facetious, girl. You know as well as I do what forces surround us. We've a three-point civilization. The imperial household balanced against the federated great houses of the land's rod, and between them, the guild with its damnable monopoly on interstellar transport. In politics, the tripod is the most unstable of all structures. It'd be bad enough without the complication of a feudal trade culture which turns its back on most science. Jessica spoke bitterly. Chips in the path of the flood, and this chip here. This is the Duke Leto, and this one's his son, and this one's oh. Shut up, girl. You entered this with full knowledge of the delicate edge you walked. I am Bene Gesserit. I exist only to serve, Jessica quoted. Truth, the old woman said, and all we can hope for now is to prevent this from erupting into general conflagration, to salvage what we can of the key bloodlines. Jessica closed her eyes, feeling tears press out beneath the lids. She fought down the inner trembling, the outer trembling, the uneven breathing, the ragged pulse, the sweating of the palms. Presently, she said, I'll pay for my own mistake, and your son will pay with you. I'll shield him as well as I'm able. Shield. The old woman snapped. You well know the weakness there. Shield your son too much, Jessica, and he'll not grow strong enough to fulfill any destiny. Jessica turned away, looked out the window at the gathering darkness. Is it really that terrible, this planet of Arrakis? Bad enough, but not all bad. The Missionaria Protectiva has been in there and softened it up somewhat. The Reverend Mother heaved herself to her feet, straightened a fold in her gown. Call the boy in here. I must be leaving soon. Must you? The old woman's voice softened. Jessica, girl, I wish I could stand in your place and take your sufferings. But each of us must make her own path. I know. You're as dear to me as any of my own daughters, but I cannot let that interfere with duty. I understand. The necessity, what you did, Jessica, and why you did it we both know. But kindness forces me to tell you there's little chance your lad will be the Bene Gesserit totality. You mustn't let yourself hope too much. Jessica shook tears from the corners of her eyes. It was an angry gesture. You make me feel like a little girl again reciting my first lesson. She forced the words out. Humans must never submit to animals. A dry sob shook her. In a low voice, she said, I've been so lonely. It should be one of the tests. The old woman said, humans are almost always lonely. Now summon the boy. He's had a long, frightening day, but he's had time to think and remember, and I must ask the other questions about these dreams of his. Jessica nodded, went to the door of the meditation chamber, opened it. Paul, come in now, please. Paul emerged with a stubborn slowness. He stared at his mother as though she were a stranger. Weariness veiled his eyes when he glanced at the Reverend Mother, but this time he nodded to her. The nod one gives an equal. He heard his mother close the door behind him. Young man, the old woman said, let's return to this dream business. What do you want? Do you dream every night? Not dreams worth remembering. I can remember every dream, but some are worth remembering and some aren't. How do you know the difference? I just know it. The old woman glanced at Jessica. Back to Paul. What did you dream last night? Was it worth remembering? Yes. Paul closed his eyes. I dreamed a cavern, and water, and a girl there very skinny with big eyes. Her eyes are all blue, no whites in them. I talk to her and tell her about you, about seeing the Reverend Mother on Caladan. Paul opened his eyes. And the thing you tell this strange girl about seeing me, did it happen today? Paul thought about this, then. Yes. I tell the girl you came and put a stamp of strangeness on me. Stamp of strangeness. The old woman breathed, and again she shot a glance at Jessica, returned her attention to Paul. Tell me truly now, Paul, do you often have dreams of things that happen afterward exactly as you dreamed them? Yes. And I've dreamed about that girl before. Oh, you know her. I will know her. Tell me about her. Again, Paul closed his eyes. We're in a little place in some rocks where it's sheltered. It's almost night, but it's hot and I can see patches of sand out of an opening in the rocks. We're waiting for something, for me to go meet some people, and she's frightened but trying to hide it from me, and I'm excited. And she says, tell me about the waters of your home world, you soul. Paul opened his eyes. Isn't that strange? My home world's Caladan. I've never even heard of a planet called Usul. Is there more to this dream? Jessica prompted. Yes. But maybe she was calling me Usul, Paul said. I just thought of that. Again, he closed his eyes. She asks me to tell her about the waters, and I take her hand, and I say I'll tell her a poem, and I tell her the poem, but I have to explain some of the words like beach and surf and seaweed and seagulls. What poem? The Reverend Mother asked. Paul opened his eyes. It's just one of Gurney Halleck's stone poems for sad times. Behind Paul, Jessica began to recite. I remember salt smoke from a beach fire and shadows under the pines, solid, clean, fixed seagulls perched at the tip of land, white upon green. And a wind comes from the pines to sway the shadows. The seagulls spread their wings, lift and fill the sky with screeches. And I hear the wind blowing across our beach, and the surf, and I see that our fire has scorched the seaweed. That's the one, Paul said. The old woman stared at Paul. Then, young man, as a proctor of the Bene Gesserit, I seek the Quisitz Hedrick, the male who truly can become one of us. Your mother sees this possibility in you, but she sees with the eyes of a mother. Possibility I see, too, but no more. She fell silent, and Paul saw that she wanted him to speak. He waited her out. Presently, she said, as you will, then. You've depths in you, that I'll grant. May I go now? He asked. Don't you want to hear what the Reverend Mother can tell you about the Quisitz Hedrick? Jessica asked. She said those who tried for it died, but I can help you with a few hints at why they failed. The Reverend Mother said. She talks of hints, Paul thought. She doesn't really know anything, and he said, hint then, and be damned to me. She smiled wryly, a crisscross of wrinkles in the old face. Very well, that which submits rules. He felt astonishment. She was talking about such elementary things as tension within meaning. Did she think his mother had taught him nothing at all? That's a hint? He asked. We're not here to bandy words or quibble over their meaning, the old woman said. The willow submits to the wind and prospers until one day it is many willows a wall against the wind. This is the willow's purpose. Paul stared at her. She said purpose, and he felt the word buffet him, reinfecting him with terrible purpose. He experienced a sudden anger at her. Fatuous old witch, with her mouth full of platitudes. You think I could be this Quisitz Hedrick? He said. You talk about me, but you haven't said one thing about what we can do to help my father. I've heard you talking to my mother. You talk as though my father were dead. Well, he isn't. If there were a thing to be done for him, we'd have done it. The old woman growled. We may be able to salvage you. Doubtful, but possible. But for your father, nothing. When you've learned to accept that as a fact, you've learned a real Bene Gesserit lesson. Paul saw how the words shook his mother. He glared at the old woman. How could she say such a thing about his father? What made her so sure? His mind seethed with resentment. The Reverend Mother looked at Jessica. You've been training him in the way I've seen the signs of it. I'd have done the same in your shoes, and devil take the rules. Jessica nodded. Now, I caution you, said the old woman, to ignore the regular order of training. His own safety requires the voice. He already has a good start in it, but we both know how much more he needs, and that desperately. She stepped close to Paul, stared down at him. Goodbye, young human. I hope you make it, but if you don't, well, we shall yet succeed. Once more she looked at Jessica. A flicker sign of understanding passed between them. Then the old woman swept from the room, her robes hissing, with not another backward glance. The room and its occupants already were shut from her thoughts, but Jessica had caught one glimpse of the Reverend Mother's face as she turned away. There had been tears on the seamed cheeks. The tears were more unnerving than any other word or sign that had passed between them this day. Chapter 4. Thufir Hawat slipped into the training room of Castle Kaladin, closed the door softly. He stood there a moment, feeling old and tired and storm-leathered. His left leg ached where it had been slashed once in the service of the old Duke. 3 generations of them now, he thought. He stared across the big room bright with the light of noon pouring through the skylights, saw the boy seated with back to the door, intent on papers and charts spread across an L table. How many times must I tell that lad never to settle himself with his back to a door? Hawat cleared his throat. Paul remained bent over his studies. A cloud shadow passed over the skylights. Again, Hawat cleared his throat. Paul straightened, spoke without turning. I know, I'm sitting with my back to a door. Hawat suppressed a smile, strode across the room. Paul looked up at the grizzled old man who stopped at a corner of the table. Hawat's eyes were 2 pools of alertness in a dark and deeply seamed face. I heard you coming down the hall, Paul said, and I heard you open the door. The sounds I make could be imitated. I'd know the difference. He might at that, Hawat thought. That witch mother of his is giving him the deep training. Certainly. I wonder what our precious school thinks of that. Maybe that's why they sent the old proctor here to whip our dear Lady Jessica into line. Hawat pulled up a chair across from Paul, sat down facing the door. He did it pointedly, leaned back and studied the room. It struck him as an odd place suddenly. A stranger place with most of its hardware already gone off to Arrakis. A training table remained, and a fencing mirror with its crystal prisms quiescent, the target dummy beside it patched and padded, looking like an ancient foot soldier maimed and battered in the wars. There stand I, Hawat thought. Thufir, what are you thinking? Paul asked. Hawat looked at the boy. I was thinking we'll all be out of here soon, and likely never see the place again. Those that make you sad. Sad. Nonsense. Parting with friends is a sadness. A place is only a place. He glanced at the charts on the table. And Arrakis is just another place. Did my father send you up to test me? Hawat scowled. The boy had such observing ways about him. He nodded. You're thinking it'd have been nicer if he'd come up himself, but you must know how busy he is. He'll be along later. I've been studying about the storms on Arrakis. The storms, I see. They sound pretty bad. That's too cautious a word. Bad. Those storms build up across 6,000 or 7,000 kilometers of flat lands. Feed on anything that can give them a push, Coriolis force. Other storms, anything that has an ounce of energy in it. They can blow up to 700 kilometers an hour. Loaded with everything loose that's in their waste and dust, everything. They can eat flesh off bones and etch the bones to slivers. Why don't they have weather control? Arrakis has special problems. Costs are higher, and there'd be maintenance and the like. The guild wants a dreadful high price for satellite control, and your father's house isn't one of the big rich ones, lad. You know that. Have you ever seen the Fremen? The lad's mind is darting all over today, Hawat thought. Like as not I have seen them, he said. There's little to tell them from the folk of the Graben and Sink. They all wear those great flowing robes, and they stink to heaven in any closed space. It's from those suits they wear, call them still suits, that reclaim the body's own water. Paul swallowed, suddenly aware of the moisture in his mouth, remembering a dream of thirst. That people could want so for water they had to recycle their body moisture struck him with a feeling of desolation. Water's precious there, he said. Hawat nodded, thinking. Perhaps I'm doing it, getting across to him the importance of this planet as an enemy. It's madness to go in there without that caution in our minds. Paul looked up at the skylight, aware that it had begun to rain. He saw the spreading wetness on the gray metaglass. Water, he said. You'll learn a great concern for water, Hawat said. As the Duke's son you'll never want for it, but you'll see the pressures of thirst all around you. Paul wet his lips with his tongue, thinking back to the day a week ago and the ordeal with the Reverend Mother. She, too, had said something about water starvation. You'll learn about the funeral plains, she'd said. About the wilderness that is empty. the wasteland where nothing lives except the spice and the sandworms. You'll stain your eye pits to reduce the sun glare. Shelter will mean a hollow out of the wind and hidden from view. You'll ride upon your own 2 feet without thopter or ground car or mount. And Paul had been caught more by her tone sing-song and wavering than by her words. When you live upon Arrakis, she had said, Kala, the land is empty. The moons will be your friends, the sun your enemy. Paul had sensed his mother come up beside him away from her post guarding the door. She had looked at the Reverend Mother and asked, Do you see no hope, your reverence? Not for the father. And the old woman had waved Jessica to silence. Look down at Paul. Grave this on your memory, lad. The world is supported by 4 things. She held up 4 big nickeled fingers. The learning of the wise, the justice of the great, the prayers of the righteous, and the valor of the brave. But all of these are as nothing. She closed her fingers into a fist. Without a ruler who knows the art of ruling, make that the science of your tradition. A week had passed since that day with the Reverend Mother. Her words were only now beginning to come into full register. Now, sitting in the training room with Thufir Hawat, Paul felt a sharp pang of fear. He looked across at the Menat's puzzled frown. Where were you wool gathering that time? Hawat asked. Did you meet the Reverend Mother, that truth-sayer witch from the Imperium? Hawat's eyes quickened with interest. I met her. She. Paul hesitated, found that he couldn't tell Hawat about the ordeal. The inhibitions went deep. Yes, what did she? Paul took 2 deep breaths. She said a thing. He closed his eyes, calling up the words, and when he spoke his voice unconsciously took on some of the old woman's tone. You, Paul Atreides, descendant of kings, son of a duke, you must learn to rule. It's something none of your ancestors learned. Paul opened his eyes, said, That made me angry, and I said my father rules an entire planet. And she said, He's losing it. And I said my father was getting a richer planet. And she said, He'll lose that one, too. And I wanted to run and warn my father. But she said he'd already been warned by you, by mother, by many people. True enough, Hawat muttered. Then where are we going? Paul demanded. Because the Emperor ordered it. And because there's hope in spite of what that witch spy said. What else spouted from this ancient fountain of wisdom? Paul looked down at his right hand clenched into a fist beneath the table. Slowly, he willed the muscles to relax. She put some kind of hold on me, he thought. How? She asked me to tell her what it is to rule, Paul said. And I said that one commands, and she said I had some unlearning to do. She hit a mark there right enough, Hawat thought. He nodded for Paul to continue. She said a ruler must learn to persuade and not to compel. She said he must lay the best coffee hearth to attract the finest men. How'd she figure your father attracted men like Duncan and Gurney? Hawat asked. Paul shrugged. Then she said a good ruler has to learn his world's language, that it's different for every world. And I thought she meant they didn't speak Gallic on Arrakis, but she said that wasn't it at all. She said she meant the language of the rocks and growing things, the language you don't hear just with your ears. And I said that's what Dr. Yue calls the mystery of life. Hawat chuckled. How'd that sit with her? I think she got mad. She said the mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. So I quoted the first law of Mentat at her. A process cannot be understood by stopping it. Understanding must move with the flow of the process, must join it and flow with it. That seemed to satisfy her. He seems to be getting over it, Hawat thought, but that old witch frightened him. Why did she do it? The fear. Paul said, Will Arrakis be as bad as she said? Nothing could be that bad, Hawat said and forced a smile. Take those Fremen, for example, the renegade people of the desert. By first approximation analysis, I can tell you there are many, many more of them than the Imperium suspects. People live there, lad, a great many people, and Hawat put a sinewy finger beside his eye. They hate Harkonnens with a bloody passion. You must not breathe a word of this, lad. I tell you only as your father's helper. My father has told me of Seleucus Secundus, Paul said. Do you know Thufir? It sounds much like Arrakis. Perhaps not quite as bad, but much like it. We do not really know of Seleucus Secundus today, Hawat said. Only what it was like long ago, mostly. But what is known you're right on that score. Will the Fremen help us? It's a possibility. Hawat stood up. I leave today for Arrakis. Meanwhile, You take care of yourself for an old man who's fond of you. Heh? Come around here like the good lad and sit facing the door. It's not that I think there's any danger in the castle. It's just a habit I want you to form." Paul got to his feet, moved around the table. "You're going today. Today it is, and you'll be following tomorrow. Next time we meet it'll be on the soil of your new world." He gripped Paul's right arm at the bicep. "Keep your knife arm free, hair and your shield at full charge." He released the arm, patted Paul's shoulder, whirled and strode quickly to the door. "Zufir," Paul called. Hawat turned, standing in the open doorway. "Don't sit with your back to any doors," Paul said. A grin spread across the seamed old face. "That I won't, lad. Depend on it." And he was gone, shutting the door softly behind. Paul sat down where Hawat had been, straightened the papers. One more day here, he thought. He looked around the room. We're leaving. The idea of departure was suddenly more real to him than it had ever been before. He recalled another thing the old woman had said about a world being the sum of many things: the people, the dirt, the growing things, the moons, the tides, the suns, the unknown sum called nature, a vague summation without any sense of the now, and he wondered, what is the now? The door across from Paul bent open, and an ugly lump of a man lurched through it, preceded by a handful of weapons. "Well, Gurney Halleck," Paul called, "are you the new weapons master?" Halleck kicked the door shut with one heel. "You'd rather I came to play games, I know," he said. He glanced around the room, noting that Hawat's men already had been over it, checking, making it safe for Duxer. The subtle code signs were all around. Paul watched the rolling, ugly man set himself back in motion, veer toward the training table with a load of weapons, saw the 9-string balisette slung over Gurney's shoulder, with the multi-pick woven through the strings near the head of the fingerboard. Halleck dropped the weapons on the exercise table, lined them up: the rapiers, the bodkins, the kinjals, the slow pellet stunners, the shield belts. The ink-vine scar along his jawline writhed as he turned, casting a smile across the room. "So you don't even have a good morning for me, you young imp," Halleck said. "And what barb did you sink in old Hawat? He passed me in the hall like a man running to his enemy's funeral." Paul grinned. Of all his father's men, he liked Gurney Halleck best, knew the man's moods and deviltry, his humors, and thought of him more as a friend than as a hired sword. Halleck swung the balisette off his shoulder, began tuning it. "If why won't talk, why won't," he said. Paul stood, advanced across the room, calling out, "Well, Gurney, do we come prepared for music when it's fighting time?" "So it's sass for our elders today," Halleck said. He tried a chord on the instrument, nodded. "Where's Duncan Idaho?" Paul asked. "Isn't he supposed to be teaching me weaponry?" "Duncan's gone to lead the second wave onto Arrakis," Halleck said. "All you have left is poor Gurney, who's fresh out of fight and spoiling for music." He struck another chord, listened to it, smiled, and it was decided in council that you being such a pool fighter, we'd best teach you the music trade so's you won't waste your life entire. "Maybe you'd better sing me a lay then," Paul said. "I want to be sure how not to do it." Hot Gurney laughed, and he swung into Galician Girls, his multi-pick a blur over the strings as he sang. The Galician Girls will do it for pearls, and the Arakeen for water. But if you desire dames like consuming flames, try a Caledonian daughter. Not bad for such a pool hand with the pick," Paul said. "But if my mother heard you singing a body like that in the castle, she'd have your ears on the outer wall for decoration." Gurney pulled at his left ear. "For decoration, too, they having been bruised so much listening at keyholes while a young lad I know practiced some strange ditties on his balisette. So you've forgotten what it's like to find sand in your bed," Paul said. He pulled a shield belt from the table, buckled it fast around his waist. "Then, let's fight." Halleck's eyes went wide in mock surprise. "So, it was your wicked hand did that deed. Guard yourself today, young master, guard yourself." He grabbed up a rapier, laced the air with it. "I'm a hell fiend out for revenge." Paul lifted the companion rapier, bent it in his hands, stood in the aiguille, 1 foot forward. He let his manner go solemn in a comic imitation of Dr. Yue. "What a dolt my father sends me for weaponry," Paul intoned. "This doltish Gurney Halleck has forgotten the first lesson for a fighting man armed and shielded." Paul snapped a force button at his waist, felt the crinkled skin tingling of the defensive field at his forehead and down his back. Her external sounds take on characteristic shield-filtered flatness. in shield fighting. One moves fast on defense, slow on attack. Paul said, attack has the sole purpose of tricking the opponent into a misstep, setting him up for the attack sinister. The shield turns a fast blow, admits the slow Kindle. Paul snapped up the rapier, feinted fast and whipped it back for a slow thrust, timed to enter a shield's mindless defenses. Halleck watched the action, turned at the last minute to let the blunted blade pass his chest. Speed excellent, he said, but you were wide open for an underhanded counter with a slip dip. Paul stepped back, chagrined. I should whap your backside for such carelessness, Halleck said. He lifted a naked Kindle from the table and held it up. This in the hand of an enemy can let out your life's blood. You're an apt pupil, none better, but I've warned you that not even in play do you let a man inside your guard with death in his hand. I guess I'm not in the mood for it today, Paul said. Mood. Halleck's voice betrayed his outrage even through the shield's filtering. What has mood to do with it? You fight when the necessity arises, no matter the mood. Mood's a thing for cattle or making love or playing the balisette. It's not for fighting. I'm sorry, Gurney. You're not sorry enough. Halleck activated his own shield, crouched with Kindle outthrust in left hand, the rapier poised high in his right. Now I say guard yourself for true. He leaped high to one side, then forward, pressing a furious attack. Paul fell back, parrying. He felt the field crackling as shield edges touched and repelled each other, sensed the electric tingling of the contact along his skin. What's gotten into Gurney? He asked himself. He's not faking this. Paul moved his left hand, dropped his bodkin into his palm from its wrist sheath. You see a need for an extra blade, Halleck grunted. Is this betrayal? Paul wondered. Surely not Gurney. Around the room they fought thrust and parry, feint and counterfeint. The air within their shield bubbles grew stale from the demands on it that the slow interchange along barrier edges could not replenish. With each new shield contact, the smell of ozone grew stronger. Paul continued to back, but now he directed his retreat toward the exercise table. If I can turn him beside the table, I'll show him a trick. Paul fought. One more step, Gurney. Halleck took the step. Paul directed a parry downward, turned, saw Halleck's rapier catch against the table's edge. Paul flung himself aside, thrust high with rapier, and came in across Halleck's neckline with the bodkin. He stopped the blade an inch from the jugular. Is this what you seek? Paul whispered. Look down, lad, Gurney panted. Paul obeyed, saw Halleck's Kindle thrust under the table's edge, the tip almost touching Paul's groin. We'd have joined each other in death, Halleck said. But I'll admit you fought some better when pressed to it. You seemed to get the mood. And he grinned wolfishly, the ink-vine scar rippling along his jaw. The way you came at me, Paul said. Would you really have drawn my blood? Halleck withdrew the Kindle, straightened. If you'd fought one whit beneath your abilities, I'd have scratched you a good one. A scar you'd remember. I'll not have my favorite pupil fall to the first Harkonnen tramp who happens along. Paul deactivated his shield, leaned on the table to catch his breath. I deserved that, Gurney, but it would have angered my father if you'd hurt me. I'll not have you punished for my failing. As to that, Halleck said, it was my failing, too, and you needn't worry about a training scar or two. You're lucky you have so few. As to your father, the Duke punished me only if I failed to make a first-class fighting man out of you, and I'd have been failing there if I hadn't explained the fallacy in this mood thing you've suddenly developed. Paul straightened, slipped his bodkin back into its wrist sheath. It's not exactly play we do here, Halleck said. Paul nodded. He felt a sense of wonder at the uncharacteristic seriousness in Halleck's manner, the sobering intensity. He looked at the bead-colored ink-vine scar on the man's jaw, remembering the story of how it had been put there by Beast Rabban in a Harkonnen slave pit on GD Prime, and Paul felt a sudden shame that he had doubted Halleck even for an instant. It occurred to Paul, then, that the making of Halleck's scar had been accompanied by pain, a pain as intense, perhaps, as that inflicted by a reverend mother. He thrust this thought aside. It chilled their world. I guess I'd hoped for some play today, Paul said. Things are so serious around here lately. Halleck turned away to hide his emotions. Something burned in his eyes. There was pain in him like a blister, all that was left of some lost yesterday that time had pruned off him. How soon this child must assume his manhood, Halleck thought. How soon he must read that form within his mind, that contract of brutal caution, to enter the necessary fact on the necessary line. Please list your next of kin. Halleck spoke without turning. I sense the play in you, lad, and I'd like nothing better than to join in it, but this no longer can be play. Tomorrow we go to Arrakis. Arrakis is real. The Harkonnens are real. Paul touched his forehead with his rapier blade held vertical. Halleck turned, saw the salute, and acknowledged it with a nod. He gestured to the practice dummy. Now, we'll work on your timing. Let me see you catch that thing sinister. I'll control it from over here where I can have a full view of the action. And I warn you, I'll be trying new counters today. There's a warning you'd not get from a real enemy. Paul stretched up on his toes to relieve his muscles. He felt solemn with the sudden realization that his life had become filled with swift changes. He crossed to the dummy, slapped the switch on its chest with his rapier tip, and felt the defensive field forcing his blade away. "In guard," Halleck called, and the dummy pressed the attack. Paul activated his shield, parried, and counted. Halleck watched as he manipulated the controls. His mind seemed to be in two parts, one alert to the needs of the training fight, and the other wandering in flybuzz. I'm the well-trained fruit tree, he thought, full of well-trained feelings and abilities, and all of them grafted onto me, all bearing for someone else to pick. For some reason, he recalled his younger sister, her elfin face so clear in his mind, but she was dead now in a pleasure house for Harkonnen troops. She had loved pansies, or was it daisies? He couldn't remember. It bothered him that he couldn't remember. Paul counted a slow swing of the dummy, brought up his left hand intertisser. The clever little devil, Halleck thought, intent now on Paul's interweaving hand motions. He's been practicing and studying on his own. That's not Duncan's style, and it's certainly nothing I've taught him. This thought only added to Halleck's sadness. I'm infected by mood, he thought, and he began to wonder about Paul. If the boar ever listened fearfully to his pillow throbbing in the night. If wishes were fishes, we'd all cast nets, he murmured. It was his mother's expression, and he always used it when he felt the blackness of tomorrow on him. Then he thought what an odd expression that was to be taking to a planet that had never known seas or fishes. Chapter 5. Although he heard Dr. Yu enter the training room, noting the stiff deliberation of the man's pace, Paul remained stretched out face down on the exercise table where the masseuse had left him. He felt deliciously relaxed after the workout with Gurney Halleck. "You do look comfortable," said Yu in his calm, high-pitched voice. Paul raised his head, saw the man's stick figure standing several paces away, took in at a glance the wrinkled black clothing, the square block of a head with purple lips and drooping mustache, the diamond tattoo of imperial conditioning on his forehead, the long black hair caught in the skull's silver ring at the left shoulder. "You'll be happy to hear we haven't time for regular lessons today," U.S. said. "Your father will be along presently." Paul sat up. "However, I've arranged for you to have a filmbook viewer and several lessons during the crossing to Arrakis." "Oh?" Paul began pulling on his clothes. He felt excitement that his father would be coming. They had spent so little time together since the Emperor's command to take over the fief of Arrakis. Yu crossed to the L table, thinking, how the boy has filled out these past few months. Such a waste. Oh, such a sad waste. And he reminded himself, I must not falter. What I do is done to be certain my Wana no longer can be hurt by the Harkonnen beasts. Paul joined him at the table, buttoning his jacket. What'll I be studying on the way across? IHH, the tyrannic lifeforms of Arrakis. The planet seems to have opened its arms to certain tyrannic lifeforms. It's not clear how. I must seek out the planetary ecologist when we arrive at Dr. Kynes and offer my help in the investigation. And Yua thought, what am I saying? I play the hypocrite even with myself. Will there be something on the Fremen? Paul asked. The Fremen, Yua drummed his fingers on the table, caught Paul staring at the nervous motion, withdrew his hand. Maybe you have something on the whole Arrakeen population, Paul said. Yes, to be sure, Yua said. There are two general separations of the people Fremen. They are one group, and the others are the people of the Graben, the Sink, and the Pan. There's some intermarriage, I'm told. The women of Pan and Sink villages prefer Fremen husbands. Their men prefer Fremen wives. They have a saying. Polish comes from the cities, wisdom from the desert. Do you have pictures of them? I'll see what I can get you. The most interesting feature, of course, is their eyes totally blue. No whites in them. Mutation. No, it's linked to saturation of the blood with melange. The Fremen must be brave to live at the edge of that desert. By all accounts, Yua said, they compose poems to their knives. Their women are as fierce as the men. Even Fremen children are violent and dangerous. You'll not be permitted to mingle with them, I dare say. Paul stared at Yua, finding in these few glimpses of the Fremen a power of words that caught his entire attention. What a people to win as allies. And the worms? Paul asked. What? I'd like to study more about the sandworms. IHH, to be sure. I've a film book on a small specimen, only 110 meters long and 22 meters in diameter. It was taken in the northern latitudes. Forms of more than 400 meters in length have been recorded by reliable witnesses, and there's reason to believe even larger ones exist. Paul glanced down at a conical projection chart of the northern Arrakis latitudes spread on the table. The desert belt and south polar regions are marked uninhabitable. Is it the worms and the storms? But any place can be made habitable, if it's economically feasible, Yua said. Arrakis has many costly perils. He smoothed his drooping mustache. Your father will be here soon. Before I go, I've a gift for you, something I came across in packing. He put an object on the table between them, black, oblong, no larger than the end of Paul's thumb. Paul looked at it. Yua noted how the boy did not reach for it, and thought, how cautious he is. It's a very old orange Catholic Bible made for space travelers. Not a film book, but actually printed on filament paper. It has its own magnifier and electrostatic charge system. He picked it up, demonstrated. The book is held closed by the charge, which forces against spring-locked covers. You press the edge thus, and the pages you've selected repel each other, and the book opens. It's so small, but it has 1,800 pages. You press the edge thus, and so, and the charge moves ahead one page at a time as you read. Never touch the actual pages with your fingers. The filament tissue is too delicate. He closed the book, handed it to Paul. Try it. Yua watched Paul work the page adjustment, thought, I salve my own conscience. I give him the surcease of religion before betraying him. Thus may I say to myself that he has gone where I cannot go. This must have been made before film bucks, Paul said. It's quite old. Let it be our secret. Your parents might think it too valuable for one so young. And Yua thought, his mother would surely wonder at my motives. Well, Paul closed the book, held it in his hand. If it's so valuable. Indulge an old man's whim, Yua said. It was given to me when I was very young, and he thought, I must catch his mind as well as his cupidity. Open it to 467 Te Alima where it says, from water does all life begin. There's a slight notch on the edge of the cover to mark the place. Paul felt the cover, detected two notches, one shallower than the other. He pressed the shallower one, and the book spread open on his palm, its magnifier sliding into place. Read it aloud, Yua said. Paul wet his lips with his tongue. Read. Think you of the fact that a deaf person cannot hear. Then, what deafness may we not all possess? What senses do we lack that we cannot see and cannot hear another world all around us? What is there around us that we cannot stop it? Yua barked. Paul broke off, stared at him. Yua closed his eyes, fought to regain composure. What perversity caused the book to open at Maiwana's favorite passage? He opened his eyes, saw Paul staring at him. Is something wrong? Paul asked. I'm sorry, Yua said. That was my dead wife's favorite passage. It's not the one I intended you to read. It brings up memories that are painful. There are two notches, Paul said. Of course, Yua thought. What a marked her passage. His fingers are more sensitive than mine and found her mark. It was an accident, no more. You may find the book interesting, Yua said. It has much historical truth in it, as well as good ethical philosophy. Paul looked down at the tiny book in his palm, such a small thing. Yet, it contained a mystery. Something had happened while he read from it. He had felt something stir his terrible purpose. Your father will be here any minute, Yua said. Put the book away and read it at your leisure. Paul touched the edge of it as Yua had shown him. The book sealed itself. He slipped it into his tunic. For a moment there, when Yua had barked at him, Paul had feared the man would demand the buck's return. I thank you for the gift, Dr. Yua, Paul said, speaking formally. It will be our secret. If there is a gift of favor you wish from me, please do not hesitate to ask. I need for nothing, Yua said, and he thought, why do I stand here torturing myself, and torturing this poor lad? though he does not know it. Oe, damn those Harkonnen beasts! Why did they choose me for their abomination? Chapter 6. Paul watched his father enter the training room, saw the guards take up stations outside. One of them closed the door. As always, Paul experienced a sense of presence in his father, someone totally here. The Duke was tall, olive-skinned. His thin face held harsh angles warmed only by deep gray eyes. He wore a black working uniform with red armorial hawk crest at the breast. A silvered shield belt with the patina of much use girded his narrow waist. The Duke said, "Hard at work, son." He crossed to the L table, glanced at the papers on it, swept his gaze around the room and back to Paul. He felt tired, filled with the ache of not showing his deed. I must use every opportunity to rest during the crossing to Arrakis, he thought. There'll be no rest on Arrakis. Not very hard, Paul said. Everything's so. He shrugged. Yes, well, tomorrow we leave. It'll be good to get settled in our new home. Put all this upset behind. Paul nodded, suddenly overcome by memory of their Reverend Mother's words. For the father, nothing. Father, Paul said, will Arrakis be as dangerous as everyone says? The Duke forced himself to the casual gesture, sat down on a corner of the table, smiled. A whole pattern of conversation welled up in his mind, the kind of thing he might use to dispel the vapors in his men before a battle. The pattern froze before it could be vocalized, confronted by the single thought. This is my son. It'll be dangerous, he admitted. Hawat tells me we have a plan for the Fremen, Paul said, and he wondered, why don't I tell him what that old woman said? How did she seal my tongue? The Duke noted his son's distress, said, as always, Hawat sees the main chance, but there's much more. I see also the combined Honeytober Advancer Mercantiles, the Chom Company. By giving me Arrakis, His Majesty is forced to give us a Chom directorship, a subtle gain. Chom controls the spice, Paul said. And Arrakis with its spice is our avenue into Chom. The Duke said, there's more to Chom than melange. Did the Reverend Mother warn you? Paul blurted. He clenched his fists, feeling his palms slippery with perspiration. The effort it had taken to ask that question. Hawat tells me she frightened you with warnings about Arrakis. The Duke said, don't let a woman's fears cloud your mind. No woman wants her loved ones endangered. The hand behind those warnings was your mother's. Take this as a sign of her love for us. Does she know about the Fremen? Yes, and about much more. What? And the Duke thought, the truth could be worse than he imagines. But even dangerous facts are invaluable if you've been trained to deal with them. And there's one place where nothing has been spared for my son dealing with dangerous facts. This must be leavened, though. He is young. Few products escape the Chom touch, the Duke said. Logs, donkeys, horses, cows, lumber, dung, sharks, whale fur, the most prosaic and the most exotic. Even our pulpunny rice from Caladan. Anything the guild will transport, the art forms of Ikaz, the machines of Riches and Ikes, but all fades before melange. A handful of spice will buy a home on Tupile. It cannot be manufactured, it must be mined on Arrakis. It is unique and it has true geriatric properties, and now we control it, to a certain degree. But the important thing is to consider all the houses that depend on Chom profits. And think of the enormous proportion of those profits dependent upon a single product, the spice. Imagine what would happen if something should reduce spice production. Whoever had stockpiled melange could make a killing, Paul said. Others would be out in the cold. The Duke permitted himself a moment of grim satisfaction, looking at his son and thinking how penetrating, how truly educated that observation had been. He nodded. The Harkonnens have been stockpiling for more than 20 years. They mean spice production to fail and you to be blamed. They wish the Atride's name to become unpopular, the Duke said. Think of the Landsrod houses that look to me for a certain amount of leadership, their unofficial spokesman. Think how they'd react if I were responsible for a serious reduction in their income. After all, one's own profits come first. The great convention be damned. You can't let someone pauperise you. A harsh smile twisted the Duke's mouth. They'd look the other way no matter what was done to me, even if we were attacked with atomics. Nothing that flagrant. No open defiance of the convention, but almost anything else short of that. perhaps even dusting and a bit of soil poisoning. Then why are we walking into this, Paul? The Duke frowned at his son. Knowing where the trap is, that's the first step in evading it. This is like single combat, son, only on a larger scale, a feint within a feint within a feint, seemingly without end. The task is to unravel it. Knowing that the Harkonnens stockpile melange, we ask another question. Who else is stockpiling? That's the list of our enemies. Who? Certain houses we knew were unfriendly, and some we'd thought friendly. We need not consider them for the moment because there is one other much more important. Our beloved Paddish Emperor. Paul tried to swallow in a throat suddenly dry. Couldn't you convene the land's rod? Expose, make our enemy aware we know which hand holds the knife. Now, Paul, we see the knife. Now. Who knows where it might be shifted next? If we put this before the land's rod, it'd only create a great cloud of confusion. The Emperor would deny it. Who could gainsay him? All we'd gain is a little time while risking chaos. And where would the next attack come from? All the houses might start stockpiling spice. This is like single combat, son, only on a larger scale, a feint within a feint within a feint, seemingly without end. The task is to unravel it. Knowing that the Harkonnens stockpile melange, we ask another question. Who else is stockpiling? That's the list of our enemies. Who? Certain houses we knew were unfriendly, and some we'd thought friendly. We need not consider them for the moment because there is one other much more important. Our beloved Paddish Emperor. Paul tried to swallow in a throat suddenly dry. Couldn't you convene the land's rod? Expose, make our enemy aware we know which hand holds the knife. Now, Paul, we see the knife. Now. Who knows where it might be shifted next? If we put this before the land's rod, it'd only create a great cloud of confusion. The Emperor would deny it. Who could gainsay him? All we'd gain is a little time while risking chaos. And where would the next attack come from? All the houses might start stockpiling spice. The Sardaukar remain the Sardaukar, but every report on Seleucia Secundus says SS is a hell world. Undoubtedly. But if you were going to raise tough, strong, ferocious men, what environmental conditions would you impose on them? How could you win the loyalty of such men? There are proven ways. Play on the certain knowledge of their superiority, the mystique of secret covenant, the esprit of shared suffering. It can be done. It has been done on many worlds and many times. Paul nodded, holding his attention on his father's face. He felt some revelation impending. Consider Arrakis, the Duke said. When you get outside the towns and garrison villages, it's every bit as terrible a place as Seleucia Secundus. Paul's eyes went wide. The Fremen. We have there the potential of a chorus strong and deadly as the Sardaukar. It'll require patience to exploit them secretly, and wealth to equip them properly. But the Fremen are there, and the spice wealth is there. You see now why we walk into Arrakis, knowing the trap is there. Don't the Harkonnens know about the Fremen? The Harkonnens sneered at the Fremen, hunted them for sport, never even bothered trying to count them. We know the Harkonnen policy with planetary populations spend as little as possible to maintain them. The metallic threads in the hawk symbol above his father's breast glistened as the Duke shifted his position. You see, we're negotiating with the Fremen right now, Paul said. I sent a mission headed by Duncan Idaho, the Duke said. A proud and ruthless man, Duncan, but fond of the truth. I think the Fremen will admire him. If we're lucky, they may judge us by him. Duncan, the moral. Duncan, the moral, Paul said, and Gurney, the valorous. You name them well, the Duke said, and Paul thought, Gurney's one of those the Reverend Mother meant, a supporter of worlds, the valor of the brave. Gurney tells me you did well in weapons today, the Duke said. That isn't what he told me. The Duke laughed aloud. I figured Gurney to be sparse with his praise. He says you have a nicety of awareness in his own words of the difference between a blade's edge and its tip. Gurney says there's no artistry in killing with the tip, that it should be done with the edge. Gurney's a romantic, the Duke growled. This talk of killing suddenly disturbed him, coming from his son. I'd sooner you never had to kill, but if the need arises, you do it however you can tip or edge. He looked up at the skylight, on which the rain was drumming. Seeing the direction of his father's stare, Paul thought of the wet skies out there, a thing never to be seen on Arrakis from all accounts, and this thought of skies put him in mind of the space beyond. "Are the guild ships really big?" he asked. The Duke looked at him. "This will be your first time off planet," he said. "Yes, they're big. We'll be riding a highliner because it's a long trip." A highliner is truly big. Its hold will tuck all our frigates and transports into a little corner. Will be just a small part of the ship's manifest, and we won't be able to leave our frigates. That's part of the price you pay for guild security. There could be Harkonnen ships right alongside us, and we'd have nothing to fear from them. The Harkonnens know better than to endanger their shipping privileges. I'm going to watch our screens and try to see a guildsman. You won't. Not even their agents ever see a guildsman. The guild's as jealous of its privacy as it is of its monopoly. Don't do anything to endanger our shipping privileges, Paul. Do you think they hide because they've mutated and don't look human anymore? Who knows? The Duke shrugged. It's a mystery we're not likely to solve. We've more immediate problems among them. You, me. Your mother wanted me to be the one to tell you, son. You see, you may have mentat capabilities. Paul stared at his father, unable to speak for a moment. Then, they mentat me. But Hawat agrees, son. It's true. But I thought mentat training had to start during infancy, and the subject couldn't be told because it might inhibit the early. He broke off, all his past circumstances coming to focus in one flashing confrontation. I see, he said. A day comes, the Duke said, when the potential mentat must learn what's being done. It may no longer be done to him. The mentat has to share in the choice of whether to continue or abandon the training. Some can continue, some are incapable of it. Only the potential mentat can tell this for sure about himself. Paul rubbed his chin. All the special training from Hawat and his mother, the mnemonics, the focusing of awareness, the muscle control and sharpening of sensitivities, the study of languages and nuances of voices, all of it clicked into a new kind of understanding in his mind. You'll be the Duke someday, son, his father said. A mentat Duke would be formidable indeed. Can you decide now, or do you need more time? There was no hesitation in his answer. I'll go on with the training. Formidable indeed, the Duke murmured, and Paul saw a proud smile on his father's face. The smile shocked Paul. It had a skull look on the Duke's narrow features. Paul closed his eyes, feeling the terrible purpose reawaken within him. Perhaps being a mentat is terrible purpose, he thought. But even as he focused on this thought, his new awareness denied it. Chapter 7. All around the Lady Jessica, piled in corners of the Arrakis Great Hall, mounted in the open spaces, stood the packaged freight of their lives. Boxes, trunks, cartons, cases, some partly unpacked. She could hear the cargo handlers from the guild shuttle depositing another load in the entry. Jessica stood in the center of the hall. She moved in a slow turn, looking up and around at shadowed carvings, crannies, and deeply recessed windows. This giant anachronism of a room reminded her of the Sisters' Hall at her Bean Gesserit school. But at the school the effect had been of warmth. Here, all was bleak stone. Some architect had reached far back into history for these buttressed walls and dark hangings, she thought. The arched ceiling stood 2 stories above her with great cross beams she felt sure had been shipped here to Arrakis across space at monstrous cost. No planet of this system grew trees to make such beams unless the beams were imitation wood. She thought not. This had been the government mansion in the days of the old empire. Costs had been of less importance then. It had been before the Harkonnens, in their new megalopolis of Karfag, a cheap and brassy place some 200 kilometers northeast across the broken land. Leto had been wise to choose this place for his seat of government. The name Arrakis had a good sound, filled with tradition, and this was a smaller city, easier to sterilize and defend. Again there came the clatter of boxes being unloaded in the entry. Jessica sighed. Against a carton to her right stood the painting of the Duke's father. Wrapping twine hung from it like a frayed decoration. A piece of the twine was still clutched in Jessica's left hand. Beside the painting lay a black bull's head mounted on a polished board. The head was a dark island in a sea of wadded paper. Its plaque lay flat on the floor, and the bull's shiny muzzle pointed at the ceiling as though the beast were ready to bellow a challenge into this echoing room. Jessica wondered what compulsion had brought her to uncover those 2 things, first the head and the painting. She knew there was something symbolic in the action. Not since the day when the Duke's buyers had taken her from the school had she felt this frightened and unsure of herself. The head and the picture. They heightened her feelings of confusion. She shuddered, glanced at the slit windows high overhead. It was still early afternoon here, and in these latitudes the sky looked black and cold, so much darker than the warm blue of Caladan. A pang of homesickness throbbed through her. So far away, Caladan. Here we are. The voice was Duke Leto's. She whirled, saw him striding from the arched passage to the dining hall. His black working uniform with red armorial hawk crest at the breast looked dusty and rumpled. "I thought you might have lost yourself in this hideous place," he said. "It is a cold house," she said. She looked at his tallness, at the dark skin that made her think of olive groves and golden sun on blue waters. There was wood smoke in the gray of his eyes, but the face was predatory, thin, full of sharp angles and planes. A sudden fear of him tightened her breast. He had become such a savage, driving person since the decision to bow to the Emperor's command. "The whole city feels cold," she said. "It's a dirty, dusty little garrison town," he agreed. "But we'll change that." He looked around the hall. "These are public rooms for state occasions. I've just glanced at some of the family apartments in the south wing. They are much nicer." He stepped closer, touched her arm, admiring her stateliness. And again, he wondered at her unknown ancestry, a renegade house, perhaps, some black-barred royalty. She looked more regal than the Emperor's own blood. Under the pressure of his stare, she turned half away, exposing her profile, and he realized there was no single and precise thing that brought her beauty to focus. The face was oval under a cap of hair the color of polished bronze. Her eyes were set wide, as green and clear as the morning skies of Caladan. The nose was small, the mouth wide and generous. Her figure was good but scant, tall and with its curves gone to slimness. He remembered that the lay sisters at the school had called her skinny. So his buyers had told him, but that description oversimplified. She had brought a regal beauty back into the Atrides line. He was glad that Paul favored her. "Where's Paul?" he asked. "Someplace around the house taking his lessons with you, Probably in the south wing," he said. "I thought I heard you's voice, but I couldn't take time to look." He glanced down at her, hesitating. "I came here only to hang the key of Caladan Castle in the dining hall." She caught her breath, stopped the impulse to reach out to him. Handing the key, there was finality in that action. But this was not the time or place for comforting. "I saw our banner over the house as we came in," she said. He glanced at the painting of his father. "Where were you going to hang that?" "Somewhere in here." "No." The word rang flat and final, telling her she could use trickery to persuade, but open argument was useless. Still, she had to try, even if the gesture served only to remind herself that she would not trick him. "My lord," she said, "if you'd only." "The answer remains no. I indulge you shamefully in most things. Not in this. I've just come from the dining hall where there are, my lord. Please. The choice is between your digestion and my ancestral dignity, my dear," he said. "They will hang in the dining hall." She sighed. "Yes, my lord. You may resume your custom of dining in your rooms whenever possible. I shall expect you at your proper position only on formal occasions." "Thank you, my lord. And don't go all cold and formal on me. Be thankful that I never married you, my dear. Then it'd be your duty to join me at table for every meal." She held her face immobile, nodded. "Hawat already has our own poisoned snooper over the dining table," he said. "There's a portable in your room. You anticipated this." "Disagreement," she said. "My dear, I think also of your comfort. I've engaged servants. They're locals, but Hawat has cleared them their Fremen all. They'll do until our own people can be released from their other duties. Can anyone from this place be truly safe? Anyone who hates Harkonnens. You may even want to keep the head housekeeper." "The Shadout Mapes." "Shadout," Jessica said. "A Fremen title. I'm told it means well dipper. A meaning with rather important overtones here. She may not strike you as a servant type, although Hawat speaks highly of her on the basis of Duncan's report. They are convinced she wants to serve specifically, that she wants to serve you, me. The Fremen have learned that you are Bene Gesserit," he said. "There are legends here about the Bene Gesserit. The Missionaria Protectiva," Jessica thought. "No place escapes them." "Does this mean Duncan was successful?" she asked. "Will the Fremen be our allies?" "There's nothing definite," he said. "They wish to observe us for a while, Duncan believes. They did, however, promise to stop raiding our outlying villages during a truce period. That's a more important gain than it might seem." Hawat tells me the Fremen were a deep thorn in the Harkonnen side, that the extent of their ravages was a carefully guarded secret. It wouldn't have helped for the Emperor to learn the ineffectiveness of the Harkonnen military. A Fremen housekeeper, Jessica mused, returning to the subject of the shed-out mapes. She'll have the all-blue eyes. Don't let the appearance of these people deceive you, he said. There's a deep strength and healthy vitality in them. I think they'll be everything we need. It's a dangerous gamble, she said. Let's not go into that again, he said. She forced a smile. We are committed, no doubt of that. She went through the quick regimen of calmness, the 2 deep breaths, the ritual thought. Then, when I assign rooms, is there anything special I should reserve for you? You must teach me someday how you do that, he said. The way you thrust your worries aside and turn to practical matters. It must be a Bene Gesserit thing. It's a female thing, she said. He smiled. Well, assignment of rooms. Make certain I have large office space next to my sleeping quarters. There'll be more paperwork here than on Caladan. A guard room, of course, that should cover it. Don't worry about security of the house. Hawat's men have been over it in depth. I'm sure they have. He glanced at his wristwatch. And you might see that all our timepieces are adjusted for Arrakeen local. I've assigned a tech to take care of it. He'll be along presently. He brushed a strand of her hair back from her forehead. I must return to the landing field now. The second shuttle's due any minute with my staff reserves. Couldn't Hawat meet them, my lord? You look so tired. The good Thufir is even busier than I am. You know this planet's infested with Harkonnen intrigues. Besides, I must try persuading some of the trained spice hunters against leaving. They have the option, you know, with the change of fief and this planetologist, the Emperor and the Land's Rod installed as judge of the change cannot be bought. He's allowing the opt. About 800 trained hands expect to go out on the spice shuttle, and there's a guild cargo ship standing by, my lord. She broke off, hesitating. Yes. He will not be persuaded against trying to make this planet secure for us, she thought. And I cannot use my tricks on him. At what time will you be expecting dinner? She asked. That's not what she was going to say. He thought, my Jessica. Would that we were somewhere else, anywhere away from this terrible place alone, the two of us, without a care. I'll eat in the officer's mess at the field, he said. Don't expect me until very late. And, I'll be sending a guard car for Paul. I want him to attend our strategy conference. He cleared his throat as though to say something else, then, without warning, turned and strode out, headed for the entry where she could hear more boxes being deposited. His voice sounded once from there, commanding and disdainful, the way he always spoke to servants when he was in a hurry. The Lady Jessica's in the great hall. Join her there immediately. The outer door slammed. Jessica turned away, faced the painting of Leto's father. It had been done by the famed artist, Elb. During the old Duke's middle years, he was portrayed in matador costume, with a magenta cape flung over his left arm. The face looked young, hardly older than Leto's now, and with the same hot features, the same gray stare. She clenched her fists at her sides, glared at the painting. Damn you, damn you, damn you, she whispered. What are your orders, noble born? It was a woman's voice, thin and stringy. Jessica whirled, stared down at a knobby, gray-haired woman in a shapeless sack dress of bondsman brown. The woman looked as wrinkled and desiccated as any member of the mob that had greeted them along the way from the landing field that morning. Every native she had seen on this planet, Jessica thought, looked prune-dry and undernourished. Yet, Leto had said they were strong and vital. And there were the eyes, of course, that watch of deepest, darkest blue without any white, secretive, mysterious. Jessica forced herself not to stare. The woman gave a stiff-necked nod, said, I am called the Shed-Out Mapes, noble born. What are your orders? You may refer to me as my lady. Jessica said, I'm not noble born. I'm the bound concubine of the Duke Leto. Again that strange nod, and the woman peered upward at Jessica with a sly questioning. There's a wife, then? There is not, nor has there ever been. I am the Duke's only companion, the mother of his heir designate. Even as she spoke, Jessica laughed inwardly at the pride behind her words. What was it Saint Augustine said? She asked herself. The mind commands the body and it obeys. The mind orders itself and meets resistance. Yes, I am meeting more resistance lately. I could use a quiet retreat by myself, A weird cry sounded from the road outside the house. It was repeated, Sususuk, Sususuk, then, Ikate, Ikate, and again, Sususuk. What is that? Jessica asked. I heard it several times as we drove through the streets this morning. Only a water cellar, my lady. But you've no need to interest yourself in such as they. The cistern here holds 50,000 liters, and it's always kept full. She glanced down at her dress. Why, you know, my lady, I don't even have to wear my stillsuit here, she cackled. And me not even dead. Jessica hesitated, wanting to question this Fremen woman, needing data to guide her, but bringing order of the confusion in the castle was more imperative. Still, she found the thought unsettling that water was a major mark of wealth here. My husband told me of your title, shed out, Jessica said. I recognize the word. It's a very ancient word. You know the ancient tongues then? Mapes asked, and she waited with an odd intensity. Tongues are the Bene Gesserit's first learning, Jessica said. I know the Botani Jib and the Chicopsa, all the hunting languages. Mapes nodded, just as the legend says, and Jessica wondered, why do I play out this sham? But the Bene Gesserit ways were devious and compelling. I know the dark things and the ways of the Great Mother, Jessica said. She read the more obvious signs in Mapes' actions and appearance, the petty betrayals. Missis Praia, she said in the Chicopsa tongue. Andril Terpura. Trata sig busca cre Missis bra cre. Mapes took a backward step, appeared poised to flee. I know many things, Jessica said. I know that you have borne children, that you have lost loved ones, that you have hidden in fear, and that you have done violence and will yet do more violence. I know many things, in a low voice, Mapes said. I meant no offense, my lady. You speak of the legend and seek answers, Jessica said. Beware the answers you may find. I know you came prepared for violence with a weapon in your bodice. My lady, there's a remote possibility you could draw my life's blood, Jessica said, but in so doing you'd bring down more ruin than your wildest fears could imagine. There are worse things than dying, you know, even for an entire people. My lady, Mapes pleaded. She appeared about to fall to her knees. The weapon was sent as a gift to you should you prove to be the one, and as the means of my death should I prove otherwise, Jessica said. She waited in the seeming relaxation that made the Bene Gesserit trained so terrifying in combat. Now we see which way the decision tips, she thought. Slowly, Mapes reached into the neck of her dress, brought out a dark sheath. A black handle with deep finger ridges protruded from it. She took sheath in one hand and handle in the other, withdrew a milk-white blade, held it up. The blade seemed to shine and glitter with a light of its own. It was double-edged like a kindle, and the blade was perhaps 20 centimeters long. Do you know this, my lady? Mapes asked. It could only be one thing. Jessica knew, the fabled crysknife of Arrakis, the blade that had never been taken off the planet, and was known only by rumor and wild gossip. It's a crysknife, she said. Say it not lightly, Mapes said. Do you know its meaning? And Jessica thought, there was an edge to that question. Here's the reason this Fremen has taken service with me, to ask that one question. My answer could precipitate violence or, what? She seeks an answer from me. The meaning of a knife. She's called the shed out in the Chicopsa tongue. Knife, that's Deathmaker in Chicopsa. She's getting restive. I must answer now. Delay is as dangerous as the wrong answer, Jessica said. It's a maker ae. Mapes wailed. It was a sound of both grief and elation. She trembled so hard the knife blade sent glittering shards of reflection shooting around the room. Jessica waited, poised. She had intended to say the knife was a maker of death and then add the ancient word, but every sense warned her now. All the deep training of alertness that exposed meaning in the most casual muscle twitch. The key word was maker, maker, maker. Still, Mapes held the knife as though ready to use it. Jessica said, did you think that I, knowing the mysteries of the Great Mother, would not know the maker? Mapes lowered the knife. My lady, when one has lived with prophecy for so long, the moment of revelation is a shock. Jessica thought about the prophecy the Sharia, and all the Panoplia Propheticus. A Bene Gesserit of the Missionaria Protectiva dropped here long centuries ago, long dead, no doubt, but her purpose accomplished. the protective legends implanted in these people against the day of a Bene Gesserit's need. Well, that day had come. Mapes returned knife to sheath, said, "This is an unfixed blade, my lady. Keep it near you. More than a week away from flesh and it begins to disintegrate. It's yours, a tooth of Shai-Hulud, for as long as you live." Jessica reached out her right hand, risked a gamble. "Mapes, you've sheathed that blade unblooded." With a gasp, Mapes dropped the sheathed knife into Jessica's hand, tore open the brown bodice, wailing, "Take the water of my life." Jessica withdrew the blade from its sheath. How it glittered! She directed the point toward Mapes, saw fear greater than death panic come over the woman. Poison in the point. Jessica wondered. She tipped up the point, drew a delicate scratch with the blade's edge above Mapes' left breast. There was a thick welling of blood that stopped almost immediately. Ultra-fast coagulation, Jessica thought. A moisture-conserving mutation. She sheathed the blade, said, "Button your dress, Mapes." Mapes obeyed, trembling. The eyes without white stared at Jessica. "You are ours," she muttered. "You are the one." There came another sound of unloading in the entry. Swiftly, Mapes grabbed the sheathed knife, concealed it in Jessica's bodice. "Who sees that knife must be cleansed or slain," she snarled. "You know that, my lady." "I know it now," Jessica thought. The cargo handlers left without intruding on the great hall. Mapes composed herself, said, "The uncleansed who have seen a Christ knife may not leave Arrakis alive. Never forget that, my lady. You've been entrusted with a Christ knife." She took a deep breath. Now the thing must take its course. It cannot be hurried. She glanced at the stacked boxes and piled goods around them. "And there's work aplenty too while the time for us here." Jessica hesitated. The thing must take its course. That was a specific catchphrase from the Missionaria Protectiva's stock of incantations, the coming of the Reverend Mother to free you. But I'm not a Reverend Mother, Jessica thought. And then, Great Mother, they planted that one here. This must be a hideous place. In matter-of-fact tones, Mapes said, "What'll you be wanting me to do first, my lady?" Instinct warned Jessica to match that casual tone. She said, "The painting of the old Duke over there, it must be hung on one side of the dining hall. The bull's head must go on the wall opposite the painting." Mapes crossed to the bull's head. "What a great beast it must have been to carry such a head," she said. She stooped. "I'll have to be cleaning this first, won't I, my lady?" "No, but there's dirt caked on its horns." "That's not dirt, Mapes. That's the blood of our Duke's father. Those horns were sprayed with a transparent fixative within hours after this beast killed the old Duke." Mapes stood up. "Ah, now," she said. "It's just blood," Jessica said. "Old blood at that. Get some help hanging these now. The beastly things are heavy." "Did you think the blood bothered me?" Mapes asked. "I'm of the desert and I've seen blood aplenty." "I see that you have," Jessica said. "And some of it my own," Mapes said. "More'n you drew with your puny scratch. You'd rather I'd cut deeper." No, the body's water is scant enough without gushing a wasteful lot of it into the air. You did the thing right." And Jessica, noting the words and manner, caught the deeper implications in the phrase, "the body's water." Again she felt a sense of oppression at the importance of water on Arrakis. "On which side of the dining hall shall I hang which one of these pretties, my lady?" Mapes asked. "Ever the practical one, this Mapes," Jessica thought. She said, "Use your own judgment, Mapes. It makes no real difference." "As you say, my lady." Mapes stooped, began clearing wrappings and twine from the head. "Killed an old Duke, did you?" she crooned. "Shall I summon a handler to help you?" Jessica asked. "I'll manage, my lady." Yes, she'll manage, Jessica thought. There's that about this Fremen creature. The drive to manage. Jessica felt the cold sheath of the Christ knife beneath her bodice. Thought of the long chain of Bene Gesserit scheming that had forged another link here. Because of that scheming, she had survived a deadly crisis. It cannot be hurried, Mapes had said. Yet there was a tempo of headlong rushing to this place that filled Jessica with foreboding. And not all the preparations of the Missionaria Protectiva or Hawat's suspicious inspection of this castellated pile of rocks could dispel the feeling. "When you've finished hanging those, start unpacking the boxes," Jessica said. "One of the cargo men at the entry has all the keys and knows where things should go. Get the keys and the list from him. If there are any questions, I'll be in the south wing." As you will, my lady, Mapes said. Jessica turned away, thinking, Hawat may have passed this residency as safe, but there's something wrong about the place. I can feel it. An urgent need to see her son gripped Jessica. She began walking toward the arched doorway that led into the passage to the dining hall and the family wings. Faster and faster she walked until she was almost running. Behind her, Mapes paused in clearing the wrappings from the bull's head, looked at the retreating back. She's the one all right, she muttered. Poor thing. Chapter 8. The door stood ajar, and Jessica stepped through it into a room with yellow walls. To her left stretched a low city of black hide and 2 empty bookcases, a hanging water flask with dust on its bulging sides. To her right, bracketing another door, stood more empty bookcases, a desk from Caladan and 3 chairs. At the windows directly ahead of her stood Dr. Yue, his back to her, his attention fixed upon the outside world. Jessica took another silent step into the room. She saw that Yu's coat was wrinkled, a white smudge near the left elbow, as though he had leaned against chalk. He looked, from behind, like a fleshless stick figure in Novolage black clothing, a caricature poised for stringy movement at the direction of a puppet master. Only the squarish block of head with long ebony hair caught in its silver suck-skull ring at the shoulder seemed alive, turning slightly to follow some movement outside. Again, she glanced around the room, seeing no sign of her son, but the closed door on her right, she knew, led into a small bedroom for which Paul had expressed a liking. Good afternoon, Dr. Yue, she said. Where's Paul? He nodded as though to something out the window, spoke in an absent manner without turning. Your son grew tired, Jessica. I sent him into the next room to rest. Abruptly, he stiffened, whirled with mustache flopping over his purpled lips. Forgive me, my lady. My thoughts were far away. I did not mean to be familiar. She smiled, held out her right hand. For a moment, she was afraid he might kneel. Wellington, please, to use your name like that. We've known each other 6 years, she said. It's long past time formalities should have been dropped between us in private. Yue ventured a thin smile, thinking, I believe it has worked. Now, she'll think anything unusual in my manner is due to embarrassment. She'll not look for deeper reasons when she believes she already knows the answer. I'm afraid I was wool gathering, he said. Whenever I feel especially sorry for you, I'm afraid I think of you as, well, Jessica. Sorry for me. Whatever for, Yue shrugged. Long ago, he had realized Jessica was not gifted with the full truth say as his Wana had been. Still, he always used the truth with Jessica whenever possible. It was safest. You've seen this place, my Jessica. He stumbled over the name, plunged ahead. So barren after Caladan. And the people, those townswomen we passed on the way here wailing beneath their veils. The way they looked at us. She folded her arms across her breast, hugging herself, feeling the Christ knife there. A blade ground from a sandworm's tooth. If the reports were right, it's just that we're strange to them, different people, different customs. They've known only the Harkonnens. She looked past him out the windows. What were you staring at out there? He turned back to the window. The people. Jessica crossed to his side, looked to the left toward the front of the house where Yu's attention was focused. A line of 20 palm trees grew there. The ground beneath them swept clean, barren. A screen fence separated them from the road upon which robed people were passing. Jessica detected a faint shimmering in the air between her and the people, a house shield, and went on to study the passing throng, wondering why Yue found them so absorbing. The pattern emerged and she put a hand to her cheek. The way the passing people looked at the palm trees. She saw envy, some hate, even a sense of hope. Each person raked those trees with a fixity of expression. Do you know what they're thinking? Yue asked. You profess to read minds, she asked. Those minds, he said. They look at those trees and they think, there are 100 of us. That's what they think. She turned a puzzled frown on him. Why, those are date palms, he said. 1 date palm requires 40 liters of water a day. A man requires but 8 liters. A palm, then, equals 5 men. There are 20 palms out there, 100 men. But some of those people look at the trees hopefully. They but hope some dates will fall, except it's the wrong season. We look at this place with too critical an eye, she said. There's hope as well as danger here. The spice could make us rich. With a fat treasury, We can make this world into whatever we wish. And she laughed silently at herself. Who am I trying to convince? The laugh broke through her restraints, emerging brittle, without humor. But you can't buy security, she said. Yu had turned away to hide his face from her. If only it were possible to hate these people instead of love them. In her manner, in many ways, Jessica was like his Wana. Yet that thought carried its own rigors, hardening him to his purpose. The ways of the Harkonnen cruelty were devious. Wana might not be dead. He had to be certain. Do not worry for us, Wellington, Jessica said. The problem's ours, not yours. She thinks I worry for her. He blinked back tears. And I do, of course, but I must stand before that Black Baron with his deed accomplished, and take my one chance to strike him where he is weakest in his gloating moment. He sighed. Would it disturb Paul if I looked in on him? She asked. Not at all. I gave him a sedative. He's taking the change well. She asked. Except for getting a bit overtired. He's excited. But what 15-year-old wouldn't be under these circumstances? He crossed to the door, opened it. He's in here. Jessica followed, peered into a shadowy room. Paul lay on a narrow cot, one arm beneath a light cover, the other thrown back over his head. Slatted blinds at a window beside the bed wove a loom of shadows across face and blanket. Jessica stared at her son, seeing the oval shape of face so like her own. But the hair was the Duke's coal-colored and tousled. Long lashes concealed the lime-toned eyes. Jessica smiled, feeling her fears retreat. She was suddenly caught by the idea of genetic traces in her son's features, her lines in eyes and facial outline, but sharp touches of the father peering through that outline like maturity emerging from childhood. She thought of the boy's features as an exquisite distillation out of random patterns, endless cues of happenstance meeting at this nexus. The thought made her want to kneel beside the bed and take her son in her arms, but she was inhibited by his presence. She stepped back, closed the door softly. Yu had returned to the window, unable to bear watching the way Jessica stared at her son. Why did Wana never give me children? He asked himself. I know as a doctor there was no physical reason against it. Was there some Bene Gesserit reason? Was she, perhaps, instructed to serve a different purpose? What could it have been? She loved me, certainly. For the first time, he was caught up in the thought that he might be part of a pattern more involuted and complicated than his mind could grasp. Jessica stopped beside him, said, What delicious abandon in the sleep of a child. He spoke mechanically. With only adults could relax like that. Yes. Where do we lose it? He murmured. She glanced at him, catching the odd tone, but her mind was still on Paul, thinking of the new rigors in his training here, thinking of the differences in his life now so very different from the life they once had planned for him. We do indeed lose something, she said. She glanced out to the right at a slope humped with a wind-troubled gray-green of bushes, dusty leaves, and dry claw branches. The too dark sky hung over the slope like a blot, and the milky light of the Arrakis sun gave the scene a silver-cast light like the crysknife concealed in her bodice. The sky's so dark, she said. That's partly the lack of moisture, he said. Water, she snapped. Everywhere you turn here, you're involved with the lack of water. It's the precious mystery of Arrakis, he said. Why is there so little of it? There's volcanic rock here. There are a dozen power sources I could name. There's polar ice. They say you can drill in the desert storms and sand tides destroy equipment faster than it can be installed. If the worms don't get you first. They've never found water traces there, anyway. But the mystery, Wellington, the real mystery, is the wells that have been drilled up here in the sinks and basins. Have you read about those? First a trickle, then nothing, he said. But Wellington, that's the mystery. The water was there. It dries up. And never again is there water. Yet another hole nearby produces the same result. A trickle that stops. Has no one ever been curious about this? It is curious, he said. You suspect some living agency. Wouldn't that have shown in core samples? What would have shown? Alien plant matter. Or animal. Who could recognize it? She turned back to the slope. The water is stopped. Something plugs it. That's my suspicion. Perhaps the reason's known, he said. The Harkonnens sealed off many sources of information about Arrakis. Perhaps there was reason to suppress this. What reason? She asked. And then there's the atmospheric moisture. Little enough of it, certainly, but there's some. It's the major source of water here. caught in wind traps and precipitators. Where does that come from? The polar caps. Cold air takes up little moisture, Wellington. There are things here behind the Harkonnen veil that bear close investigation, and not all of those things are directly involved with the spice. We are indeed behind the Harkonnen veil, he said. Perhaps we'll. He broke off, noting the sudden intense way she was looking at him. Is something wrong? The way you say Harkonnen, she said. Even my Duke's voice doesn't carry that weight of venom when he uses a hated name. I didn't know you had personal reasons to hate them, Wellington. Great mother, he thought. I've aroused her suspicions. Now I must use every trick my Wana taught me. There's only one solution. Tell the truth as far as I can. He said, you didn't know that my wife, my Wana. He shrugged, unable to speak past a sudden constriction in his throat. Then the words would not come out. He felt panic, closed his eyes tightly, experiencing the agony in his chest, and little else until a hand touched his arm gently. Forgive me, Jessica said. I did not mean to open an old wound. And she thought, those animals. His wife was Bene Gesserit. The signs are all over him. And it's obvious the Harkonnens killed her. Here's another poor victim bound to the Atrides by a cherub of hate. I'm sorry, he said. I'm unable to talk about it. He opened his eyes, giving himself up to the internal awareness of grief. That at least was truth. Jessica studied him, seeing the up-angled cheeks, the dark sequins of almond eyes, the butter complexion, and stringy mustache hanging like a curved frame around purpled lips and narrow chin. The creases of his cheeks and forehead, she saw, were as much lines of sorrow as of age. A deep affection for him came over her. Wellington, I'm sorry we brought you into this dangerous place, she said. I came willingly, he said, and that too was true. But this whole planet's a Harkonnen trap. You must know that. It will take more than a trap to catch the Duke Leto, he said, and that too was true. Perhaps I should be more confident of him, she said. He is a brilliant tactician. We've been uprooted, he said. That's why we're uneasy. And how easy it is to kill the uprooted plant, she said, especially when you put it down in hostile soil. Are we certain the soil's hostile? There were water riots when it was learned how many people the Duke was adding to the population, she said. They stopped only when the people learned we were installing new wind traps and condensers to take care of the load. There is only so much water to support human life here, he said. The people know if more come to drink a limited amount of water, the price goes up and the very poor die. But the Duke has solved this. It doesn't follow that the riots mean permanent hostility toward him. And guards, she said. Guards everywhere. And shields. You see the blurring of them everywhere you look. We did not live this way on Caladan. Give this planet a chance, he said. But Jessica continued to stare hard-eyed out the window. I can smell death in this place, she said. Hawad sent advance agents in here by the battalion. Those guards outside are his men. The cargo handlers are his men. There've been unexplained withdrawals of large sums from the treasury. The amounts mean only one thing, bribes in high places. She shook her head. Where Thufir Hawat goes, death and deceit follow. You malign him. Malign. I praise him. Death and deceit are our only hopes now. I just do not fool myself about Thufir's methods. You should. Keep busy, he said. Give yourself no time for such morbid busy. What is it that takes most of my time, Wellington? I'm the Duke's secretary, so busy that each day I learn new things to fear, things even he doesn't suspect I know. She compressed her lips, spoke thinly. Sometimes I wonder how much my Bene Gesserit business training figured in his choice of me. What do you mean? He found himself caught by the cynical tone, the bitterness that he had never seen her expose. Don't you think, Wellington, she asked, that a secretary bound to one by love is so much safer? That is not a worthy thought, Jessica. The rebuke came naturally to his lips. There was no doubt how the Duke felt about his concubine. One had only to watch him as he followed her with his eyes. She sighed. You're right. It's not worthy. Again, she hugged herself, pressing the sheathed crysknife against her flesh and thinking of the unfinished business it represented. There'll be much bloodshed soon, she said. The Harkonnens won't rest until they are dead or my Duke destroyed. The Baron cannot forget that Leto is a cousin of the royal blood no matter what the distance, while the Harkonnen titles came out of the Chom pocket book. But the poison in him, deep in his mind, is the knowledge that an Atreides had a Harkonnen banished for cowardice after the Battle of Corran. The old feud, Ewa muttered, and for a moment he felt an acid touch of hate. The old feud had trapped him in its web, killed his Wana or worse left her for Harkonnen tortures until her husband did their bidding. The old feud had trapped him, and these people were part of that poisonous thing. The irony was that such deadliness should come to flower here on Arrakis, the one source in the universe of melange, the prolonger of life, the giver of health. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "I am thinking that the spice brings 620,000 solaris the decagram on the open market right now. That is wealth to buy many things. Does greed touch even you, Wellington?" "Not greed." "What then?" He shrugged. "Futility." He glanced at her. "Can you remember your first taste of spice? It tasted like cinnamon, but never twice the same," he said. "It's like life, it presents a different face each time you take it. Some hold that the spice produces a learned flavor reaction. The body, learning a thing is good for it, interprets the flavor as pleasurable, slightly euphoric, and like life, never to be truly synthesized. I think it would have been wiser for us to go renegade, to take ourselves beyond the imperial reach," she said. He saw that she hadn't been listening to him, focused on her words, wondering, just why didn't she make him do this? She could make him do virtually anything. He spoke quickly because here was truth and a change of subject. "Would you think it bold of me, Jessica, if I asked a personal question?" She pressed against the window ledge in an unexplainable pang of disquiet. "Of course not. You're my friend. Why haven't you made the Duke marry you?" She whirled, head up, glaring. "Made him marry me, but I should not have asked," he said. "No," she shrugged. "There's good political reason. As long as my Duke remains unmarried, some of the great houses can still hope for alliance. And," she sighed, "motivating people, forcing them to your will, gives you a cynical attitude toward humanity. It degrades everything it touches. If I made him do this, then it would not be his doing. It's a thing my Wana might have said," he murmured. And this, too, was truth. He put a hand to his mouth, swallowing convulsively. He had never been closer to speaking out, confessing his secret role. Jessica spoke, shattering the moment. "Besides, Wellington, the Duke is really two men. One of them I love very much. He's charming, witty, considerate, tender, everything a woman could desire. But the other man is cold, callous, demanding, selfish, as harsh and cruel as a winter wind. That's the man shaped by the father." Her face contorted. "If only that old man had died when my Duke was born." In the silence that came between them, a breeze from a ventilator could be heard fingering the blinds. Presently, she took a deep breath, said, "Leto's right, these rooms are nicer than the ones in the other sections of the house." She turned, sweeping the room with her gaze. "If you'll excuse me, Wellington, I want another look through this wing before I assign quarters." He nodded. "Of course," and he thought, "if only there were some way not to do this thing that I must do." Jessica dropped her arms, crossed to the hall door, and stood there a moment, hesitating, then let herself out. All the time we talked he was hiding something, holding something back, she thought. To save my feelings, no doubt. He's a good man. Again, she hesitated, almost turned back to confront Ewa and drag the hidden thing from him. But that would only shame him, frighten him to learn he's so easily read. I should place more trust in my friends. Chapter 9. Paul lay on the bed feigning sleep. It had been easy to palm Dr. Yu's sleeping tablet, to pretend to swallow it. Paul suppressed a laugh. Even his mother had believed him asleep. He had wanted to jump up and ask her permission to go exploring the house, but had realized she wouldn't approve. Things were too unsettled yet. No, this way was best. If I slip out without asking, I haven't disobeyed orders, and I will stay in the house where it's safe. He heard his mother and Ewa talking in the other room. Their words were indistinct, something about the spice, the Harkonnens. The conversation rose and fell. Paul's attention went to the carved headboard of his bed, a false headboard attached to the wall and concealing the controls for this room's functions. A leaping fish had been shaped on the wood, with thick brown waves beneath it. He knew if he pushed the fish's one visible eye that would turn on the room's dispenser lamps. One of the waves, when twisted, controlled ventilation. Another changed the temperature. Quietly, Paul sat up in bed, A tall bookcase stood against the wall to his left. It could be swung aside to reveal a closet with drawers along one side. The handle on the door into the hall was patterned on an ornithopter thrust bar. It was as though the room had been designed to entice him. The room and this planet. He thought of the film Bakua had shown him Arrakis, His Imperial Majesty's Desert Botanical Testing Station. It was an old film book from before discovery of the spice. Names flitted through Paul's mind, each with its picture imprinted by the buck's mnemonic pulse. Saguaro, Borobush, Date Palm, Sand Verbena, Evening Primrose, Barrel Cactus, Incense Bush, Smoke Tree, Creosote Bush, Cut Fox, Desert Hawk, Kangaroo Mouse. Names and pictures from man's tyrannic past, and many to be found now nowhere else in the universe except here on Arrakis. So many new things to learn about the spice and the sandworms. A door closed in the other room. Paul heard his mother's footsteps retreating down the hall. Dr. Yue, he knew, would find something to read and remain in the other room. Now was the moment to go exploring. Paul slipped out of the bed, headed for the bookcase door that opened into the closet. He stopped at a sound behind him, turned. The carved headboard of the bed was folding down onto the spot where he had been sleeping. Paul froze, and immobility saved his life. From behind the headboard slipped a tiny hunter-seeker no more than 5 centimeters long. Paul recognized it at once, a common assassination weapon that every child of royal blood learned about at an early age. It was a ravening sliver of metal guided by some nearby hand and eye. It could burrow into moving flesh and chew its way up nerve channels to the nearest vital organ. The seeker lifted, swung sideways across the room and back. Through Paul's mind flashed the related knowledge. The hunter-seeker limitations. Its compressed suspensor field distorted the room to reflect his target. The operator would be relying on motion, anything that moved. A shield could slow a hunter, give time to destroy it. But Paul had put aside his shield on the bed. Laskins would knock them down, but Laskins were expensive and notoriously cranky of maintenance, and there was always the peril of explosive pyrotechnics if the laser beam intersected a hot shield. The Atrides relied on their body shields and their wits. Now, Paul held himself in near catatonic immobility, knowing he had only his wits to meet this threat. The hunter-seeker lifted another half-meter. It rippled through the slatted light from the window blinds, back and forth, quartering the room. I must try to grab it, he thought. The suspensor field will make it slippery on the bottom. I must grip tightly. The thing dropped a half-meter, quartered to the left, circled back around the bed. A faint humming could be heard from it. Who is operating that thing? Paul wondered. It has to be someone near. I could shout for Yue, but it would take him the instant the door opened. The hall door behind Paul creaked. A rap sounded there. The door opened. The hunter-seeker arrowed past his head toward the motion. Paul's right hand shot out and down, gripping the deadly thing. It hummed and twisted in his hand, but his muscles were locked on it in desperation. With a violent turn and thrust, he slammed the thing's nose against a metal door plate. He felt the crunch of it as the nose eye smashed and the seeker winked dead in his hand. Still, he held it to be certain. Paul's eyes came up, met the open stare of total blue from the shed-out Mapes. Your father has sent for you, she said. There are men in the hall to escort you. Paul nodded, his eyes and awareness focusing on this odd woman in a sec-like dress of bondsman brown. She was looking now at the thing clutched in his hand. I've heard of such like, she said. It would have killed me. Not so. He had to swallow before he could speak. I was its target. But it was coming for me, because you were moving, and he wondered, who is this creature? Then you saved my life, she said. I saved both our lives. Seems like you could have let it have me, and made your own escape, she said. Who are you? He asked. The shed-out Mapes, housekeeper. How did you know where to find me? Your mother told me. I met her at the stairs to the waiting room down the hall. She pointed to her right. Your father's men are still waiting. Those will be Hawat's men, he thought. We must find the operator of this thing. Go to my father's men, he said. Tell them I've caught a hunter-seeker in the house and they're to spread out and find the operator. Tell them to seal off the house and its grounds immediately. They'll know how to go about it. The operator's sure to be a stranger among us. And he wondered, could it be this creature? But he knew it wasn't. The seeker had been under control when she entered. Before I do your bidding, Manling, Mapes said, I must cleanse the way between us. You've put a water burden on me that I'm not sure I care to support. But we Fremen pay our debts, be they black debts or white debts. And it's known to us that you've a traitor in your midst. Who it is, we cannot say, but we're certain sure of it. Mayhap there's the hand guided that flesh cutter. Paul absorbed this in silence. A traitor. Before he could speak, the odd woman whirled away and ran back toward the entry. He thought to call her back, but there was an air about her that told him she would resent it. She told him what she knew, and now she was going to do his bidding. The house would be swarming with Hawat's men in a minute. His mind went to other parts of that strange conversation. Weirding room. He looked to his left where she had pointed. We Fremen. So that was a Fremen. He paused for the mnemonic blink that would store the pattern of her face in his memory. Prune-wrinkled features, darkly browned, blue-on-blue eyes, without any white in them. He attached the label. The shed-out Mapes. Still gripping the shattered seeker, Paul turned back into his room, scooped up his shield belt from the bed with his left hand, swung it around his waist, and buckled it as he ran back out and down the hall to the left. She'd said his mother was someplace down here stairs. A weirding room. Chapter 10. At the end of the south wing, Jessica found a metal stair spiraling up to an oval door. She glanced back down the hall, again up at the door. Oval, she wondered. What an odd shape for a door in a house. Through the windows beneath the spiral stair she could see the great white sun of Arrakis moving on toward evening. Long shadows stabbed down the hall. She returned her attention to the stairs. Harsh side lighting picked out bits of dried earth on the open metalwork of the steps. Jessica put a hand on the rail, began to climb. The rail felt cold under her sliding palm. She stopped at the door. Sight had no handle, but there was a faint depression on the surface of it where a handle should have been. Surely not a palm lock, she told herself. A palm lock must be keyed to one individual's hand shape and palm lines. But it looked like a palm lock, and there were ways to open any palm lock, as she had learned at school. Jessica glanced back to make certain she was unobserved, placed her palm against the depression in the door. The most gentle of pressures to distort the lines, a turn of the wrist. Another turn, a sliding twist of the palm across the surface. She felt the click, but there were hurrying footsteps in the hall beneath her. Jessica lifted her hand from the door, turned, saw Mapes come to the foot of the stairs. There are men in the great hall say they've been sent by the Duke to get young Master Paul, Mapes said. They've the ducal signet and the guard has identified them. She glanced at the door, back to Jessica. A cautious one. This Mapes, Jessica thought. That's a good sign. He's in the fifth room from this end of the hall, the small bedroom. Jessica said. If you have trouble waking him, call on Dr. Yue in the next room. Paul may require a wake shot. Again. Mapes cast a piercing stare at the oval door, and Jessica thought she detected loathing in the expression. Before Jessica could ask about the door and what it concealed, Mapes had turned away, hurrying back down the hall. Hawat certified this place, Jessica thought. There can't be anything too terrible in here. She pushed the door. It swung inward onto a small room with another oval door opposite. The other door had a wheel handle. An airlock, Jessica thought. She glanced down, saw a door prop fall into the floor of the little room. The prop carried Hawat's personal mark. The door was left propped open, she thought. Someone probably knocked the prop down accidentally, not realizing the outer door would close on a palm lock. She stepped over the lip into the little room. Why an airlock in a house? She asked herself, and she thought suddenly of exotic creatures sealed off in special climates. Special climate. That would make sense on Arrakis, where even the driest of off-planet growing things had to be irrigated. The door behind her began swinging closed. She caught it and propped it open securely with a stick Hawat had left. Again, she faced the wheel-locked inner door, seeing now a faint inscription etched in the metal above the handle. She recognized Gallic words, read, "Oh, man, here is a lovely portion of God's creation. Then, stand before it and learn to love the perfection of thy supreme friend." Jessica put her weight on the wheel. It turned left and the inner door opened. A gentle draft feathered her cheek, stirred her hair. She felt change in the air, a richer taste. She swung the door wide, looked through into massed greenery with yellow sunlight pouring across it. A yellow sun, she asked herself. Then it filled her glass. She stepped over the sill and the door swung closed behind. A wet planet conservatory, she breathed. Potted plants and low prune trees stood all about. She recognized a mimosa, a flowering quince, a sondagi, green-blossomed plenisciner, green and white-striped acarso, roses. Even roses. She bent to breathe the fragrance of a giant pink blossom, straightened to peer around the room. Rhythmic noise invaded her senses. She parted a jungle overlapping of leaves, looked through to the center of the room. A low fountain stood there, small with fluted lips. The rhythmic noise was appealing, spooling arc of water falling thud a gallop onto the metal bowl. Jessica sent herself through the quicksense-clearing regimen, began a methodical inspection of the room's perimeter. It appeared to be about 10 meters square. From its placement above the end of the hall, and from subtle differences in construction, she guessed it had been added onto the roof of this wing long after the original building's completion. She stopped at the south limits of the room in front of a wide reach of filter glass, stared around. Every available space in the room was crowded with exotic wet climate plants. Something rustled in the greenery. She tensed, then glimpsed a simple clock-set cervic with pipe and hose arms. An arm lifted, sent out a fine spray of dampness that misted her cheeks. The arm retracted and she looked at what it had watered. A fern tree. Water everywhere in this room on a planet where water was the most precious juice of life. Water being wasted so conspicuously that it shocked her to inner stillness. She glanced out at the filter-yellowed sun. It hung low on a jagged horizon above cliffs that formed part of the immense rock uplifting known as the shield wall. Filter glass, she thought, to turn a white sun into something softer and more familiar. Who could have built such a place? Leto. It would be like him to surprise me with such a gift. But there hasn't been time, and he's been busy with more serious problems. She recalled the report that many Arrakeen houses were sealed by airlock doors and windows to conserve and reclaim interior moisture. Leto had said it was a deliberate statement of power and wealth for this house to ignore such precautions, its doors and windows being sealed only against the omnipresent dust. But this room embodied a statement far more significant than a lack of water seals on outer doors. She estimated that this pleasure room used water enough to support 1,000 persons on Arrakis, possibly more. Jessica moved along the window, continuing to stare into the room. The move brought into view a metallic surface at table height beside the fountain, and she glimpsed a white notepad and stylus there partly concealed by an overhanging fan leaf. She crossed to the table, noted Hawat's day signs on it, studied a message written on the pad. To the Lady Jessica, may this place give you as much pleasure as it has given me. Please permit the room to convey a lesson we learned from the same teachers. The proximity of a desirable thing tempts one to overindulgence. On that path lies danger. My kindest wishes, Margot. Lady Fenring. Jessica nodded, remembering that Leto had referred to the Emperor's former proxy here as Count Fenring. But the hidden message of the note demanded immediate attention. Couched as it was in a way to inform her the writer was another Bene Gesserit. A bitter thought touched Jessica in passing. The Count married his lady. Even as this thought flicked through her mind, she was bending to seek out the hidden message. It had to be there. The visible note contained a code phrase every Bene Gesserit not bound by a school injunction was required to give another Bene Gesserit when conditions demanded it. On that path lies danger. Jessica felt the back of the note. Rubbed the surface for coded dots. Nothing. The edge of the pad came under her seeking fingers. Nothing. She replaced the pad where she had found it, feeling a sense of urgency. Something in the position of the pad. She wondered. But Hawat had been over this room. Doubtless had moved the pad. She looked at the leaf above the pad. The leaf. She brushed a finger along the undersurface, along the edge, along the stem. It was there. Her fingers detected the subtle coded dots, scanned them in a single passage. Your son and the Duke are in immediate danger. A bedroom has been designed to attract your son. The H loaded it with death traps to be discovered, leaving one that may escape detection. Jessica put down the urge to run back to Paul. The full message had to be learned. Her fingers sped over the dots. I do not know the exact nature of the menace, but it has something to do with a bed. The threat to your Duke involves defection of a trusted companion or lieutenant. The H planned to give you as gift to a minion. To the best of my knowledge, this conservatory is safe. Forgive that I cannot tell more. My sources are few as my count is not in the pay of the H. In haste, MF. Jessica thrust the leaf aside. whirled to dash back to Paul. In that instant, the airlock door slammed open. Paul jumped through it, holding something in his right hand, slammed the door behind him. He saw his mother, pushed through the leaves to her, glanced at the fountain, thrust his hand, and the thing it clutched under the falling water. Paul. She grabbed his shoulder, staring at the hand. What is that? He spoke casually, but she caught the effort behind the tone. Hunter-seeker. Caught it in my room and smashed its nose, but I want to be sure. Water should short it out. Immerse it, she commanded. He obeyed. Presently, she said, withdraw your hand. Leave the thing in the water. He brought out his hand, shook water from it, staring at the quiescent metal in the fountain. Jessica broke off a plant stem, prodded the deadly sliver. It was dead. She dropped the stem into the water, looked at Paul. His eyes studied the room with a searching intensity that she recognized the BG way. This place could conceal anything, he said. I've reason to believe it's safe, she said. My room was supposed to be safe, too. Hawat said it was a hunter-seeker. She reminded him. That means someone inside the house to operate it. Seeker control beams have a limited range. The thing could have been spirited in here after Hawat's investigation, but she thought of the message of the leaf. Defection of a trusted companion or lieutenant. Not Hawat, surely. Oh, surely not Hawat. Hawat's men are searching the house right now, he said. That seeker almost got the old woman who came to wake me. The shed-out mapes, Jessica said, remembering the encounter at the stairs. A summons from your father to that can wait, Paul said. Why do you think this room's safe? She pointed to the note, explained about it. He relaxed slightly, but Jessica remained inwardly tense, thinking, a hunter-seeker. Merciful mother. It took all her training to prevent a fit of hysterical trembling. Paul spoke matter-of-factly. It's the Harkonnens, of course. We shall have to destroy them. A rapping sounded at the airlock door, the code knock of one of Hawat's corps. Come in, Paul called. The door swung wide and a tall man in a tride's uniform with a Hawat insignia on his cap leaned into the room. There you are, sir, he said. The housekeeper said you'd be here. He glanced around the room. We found a cairn in the cellar and caught a man in it. He had a seeker console. I'll want to take part in the interrogation, Jessica said. Sorry, my lady. We messed him up catching him. He died. Nothing to identify him, she asked. We've found nothing yet, my lady. Was he an Arrakis native? Paul asked. Jessica nodded at the astuteness of the question. He has the native look, the man said. Put into that cairn more than a month ago, by the look, and left there to await our coming. Stone and mortar where he came through into the cellar were untouched when we inspected the place yesterday. I'll stake my reputation on it. No one questions your thoroughness, Jessica said. I question it, my lady. We should have used sonic probes down there. I presume that's what you're doing now, Paul said. Yes, sir. Send word to my father that will be delayed. At once, sir. He glanced at Jessica. It's Hawat's order that under such circumstances as these the young master be guarded in a safe place. Again, his eyes swept the room. What of this place? I've reason to believe it's safe, she said. Both Hawat and I have inspected it. Then I'll mount guard outside here, milady, until we've been over the house once more. He bowed, touched his cap to Paul, backed out and swung the door closed behind him. Paul broke the sudden silence, saying, had we better go over the house later ourselves? Your eyes might see things others would miss. This wing was the only place I hadn't examined, she said. I put it off to last because Hawat gave it his personal attention, he said. She darted a quick look at his face, questioning. Do you distrust Hawat? She asked. No, but he's getting old. He's overworked. We could take some of the load from him. That only shame him and impede his efficiency, she said. A stray insect won't be able to wander into this wing after he hears about this. He'll be shamed that. We must take our own measures, he said. Hawat has served 3 generations of Atrides with honor, she said. He deserves every respect and trust we can pay him. Many times over, Paul said. When my father is bothered by something you've done, he says Bean Gesserit. Like a swear word. And what is it about me that bothers your father? When you argue with him, you are not your father, Paul. And Paul thought it'll worry her. But I must tell her what that Mapes woman said about a traitor among us. What are you holding back? Jessica asked. This isn't like you, Paul. He shrugged, recanted the exchange with Mapes, and Jessica thought of the message of the leaf. She came to sudden decision, showed Paul the leaf, told him its message. My father must learn of this at once, he said. I'll radiograph it in code and get it off. No, she said. You will wait until you can see him alone. As few as possible must learn about it. Do you mean we should trust no one? There's another possibility, she said. This message may have been meant to get to us. The people who gave it to us may believe it's true, but it may be that the only purpose was to get this message to us. Paul's face remained sturdily somber. To sow distrust and suspicion in our ranks, to weaken us that way, he said. You must tell your father privately and caution him about this aspect of it, she said. I understand. She turned to the tall reach of filter glass, stared out to the southwest where the sun of Arrakis was sinking a yellowed ball above the cliffs. Paul turned with her, said, I don't think it's Hawat either. Is it possible it's you? He's not a lieutenant or companion, she said. And I can assure you he hates the Harkonnens as bitterly as we do. Paul directed his attention to the cliffs, thinking, and it couldn't be Gurney or Duncan. Could it be one of the sub-lieutenants? Impossible. They're all from families that have been loyal to us for generations for good reason. Jessica rubbed her forehead, sensing her own fatigue. So much peril here. She looked out at the filter-yellowed landscape, studying it. Beyond the ducal grounds stretched a high-fenced storage yard, lines of spice silos in it, with stilt-legged watchtowers standing around it like so many startled spiders. She could see at least 20 storage yards of silos reaching out to the cliffs of the shield wall. Silos repeated, stuttering across the basin. Slowly, the filtered sun buried itself beneath the horizon. Stars leaped out. She saw one bright star solo on the horizon that it twinkled with a clear, precise rhythm, a trembling of light. Blink, 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 blink. Paul stood beside her in the dusky room, but Jessica concentrated on that single bright star, realizing that it was too low, that it must come from the shield wall cliffs, someone signaling. She tried to read the message, but it was in no code she had ever learned. Other lights had come on down on the plain beneath the cliffs, little yellows spaced out against blue darkness, and one light off to their left grew brighter, began to wink back at the cliff very fast. Blink, squirt, glimmer, blink, and it was gone. The false star in the cliff winked out immediately. Signals, and they filled her with premonition. Why were lights used to signal across the basin? She asked herself. Why couldn't they use the communications network? The answer was obvious. The communinet was certain to be tapped now by agents of the Duke Leto. Light signals could only mean that messages were being sent between his enemies, between Harkonnen agents. There came a tapping at the door behind them, and the voice of Hawat's man. All clear, sir. Milady. Time to be getting the young master to his father. Chapter 11. The Duke Leto Atreides leaned against a parapet of the landing control tower outside Arrakis. The night's first moon, an oblate silver coin, hung well above the southern horizon. Beneath it, the jagged cliffs of the shield wall shone like parched icing through a dust haze. To his left, the lights of Arrakis glowed in the haze, yellow, white, blue. He thought of the notices posted now above his signature all through the populous places of the planet. Our sublime Potish Emperor has charged me to take possession of this planet and end all dispute. The ritualistic formality of it touched him with a feeling of loneliness. Who was fooled by that fatuous legalism? Not the Fremen, certainly, nor the houses minor who controlled the interior trade of Arrakis, and were Harkonnen creatures almost to a man. They have tried to take the life of my son. The rage was difficult to suppress. He saw lights of a moving vehicle coming toward the landing field from Arrakis. He hoped it was the guard and troop carrier bringing Paul. The delay was galling, even though he knew it was prompted by caution on the part of Hawat's lieutenant. They have tried to take the life of my son. He shook his head to drive out the angry thoughts, glanced back at the field where 5 of his own frigates were posted around the rim like monolithic sentries. Better a cautious delay then. The lieutenant was a good one, he reminded himself. A man marked for advancement, completely loyal. Our sublime Potish Emperor. If the people of this decadent garrison city could only see the Emperor's private note to his noble duke, the disdainful allusions to veiled men and women. But what else is one to expect of barbarians whose dearest dream is to live outside the ordered security of the Fafreluches? The Duke felt in this moment that his own dearest dream was to end all class distinctions and never again think of deadly order. He looked up and out of the dust at the unwinking stars, thought, around one of those little lights circles Caladan. But I'll never again see my home. The longing for Caladan was a sudden pain in his breast. He felt that it did not come from within himself, but that it reached out to him from Caladan. He could not bring himself to call this dry wasteland of Arrakis his home, and he doubted he ever would. I must mask my feelings, he thought, for the boy's sake. If ever he's to have a home, this must be it. I may think of Arrakis as a hell I've reached before death, but he must find here that which will inspire him. There must be something. A wave of self-pity, immediately despised and rejected, swept through him, and for some reason he found himself recalling 2 lines from a poem Gurney Halleck often repeated: "My lungs taste the air of time blown past falling sands." Well, Gurney would find plenty of falling sands here, the Duke thought. The central wastelands beyond those moon-frosted cliffs were desert, barren rock, dunes, and blowing dust. An uncharted dry wilderness with here and there along its rim and perhaps scattered through it, knots of Fremen. If anything could buy a future for the Atrides line, the Fremen just might do it. Provided the Harkonnens hadn't managed to infect even the Fremen with their poisonous schemes. They have tried to take the life of my son. A scraping metal racket vibrated through the tower, shook the parapet beneath his arms. Blast shitters dropped in front of him, blocking the view. Shuttles coming in, he thought. Time to go down and get to work. He turned to the stairs behind him, headed down to the big assembly room, trying to remain calm as he descended, to prepare his face for the coming encounter. They have tried to take the life of my son. The men were already boiling in from the field when he reached the yellow-domed room. They carried their space bags over their shoulders, shouting and roistering like students returning from vacation. Hey, feel that under your dogs. That's gravity, man. How many G's does this place pull? Feels heavy. 9/10 of a G by the book. The crossfire of thrown words filled the big room. Did you get a good look at this hole on the way down? Where's all the loot this place is supposed to have? The Harkonnens took it with them. Me for a hot shower and a soft bed. Haven't you heard, stupid? No showers down here. You scrub your ass with sand. Hey, can it? The Duke stepped out of the stair entry into a suddenly silent room. Gurney Halleck strode along at the point of the crowd, bag over one shoulder, the neck of his 9-string balisette clutched in the other hand. They were long-fingered hands with big thumbs, full of tiny movements that drew such delicate music from the balisette. The Duke watched Halleck, admiring the ugly lump of a man, noting the glass splinter eyes with their gleam of savage understanding. Here was a man who lived outside the Faferluches while obeying their every precept. What was it Paul had called him? Gurney, the valorous. Halleck's wispy blonde hair trailed across barren spots on his head. His wide mouth was twisted into a pleasant sneer, and the scar of the ink-vine whip slashed across his jawline seemed to move with a life of its own. His whole air was of casual, shoulder-set capability. He came up to the Duke, bowed. Gurney, Leto said. My lord. He gestured with the balisette toward the men in the room. This is the last of them. I'd have preferred coming in with the first wave, but there are still some Harkonnens for you, the Duke said. Step aside with me, Gurney, where we may talk. Yours to command, my lord. They moved into an alcove beside a coil slot water machine while the men stirred restlessly in the big room. Halleck dropped his bag into a corner, kept his grip on the balisette. How many men can you let Hawat have? The Duke asked. Is Thufir in trouble, sire? He's lost only 2 agents. But his advance men gave us an excellent line on the entire Harkonnen setup here. If we move fast we may gain a measure of security, the breathing space we require. He wants as many men as you can spare, men who won't balk at a little knife work. I could let him have 300 of my best. Halleck said. Where shall I send them? To the main gate. Hawat has an agent there waiting to take them. Shall I get about it at once, sire? In a moment. We have another problem. The field commandant will hold the shuttle here until dawn on a pretext. The Guild Highliner that brought us is going on about its business, and the shuttle's supposed to make contact with a cargo ship taking up a load of spice. Our spice, Malad. Our spice. But the shuttle also will carry some of the spice hunters from the old regime. They've opted to leave with the change of fief, and the judge of the change is allowing it. These are valuable workers, Gurney, about 800 of them. Before the shuttle leaves, you must persuade some of those men to enlist with us. How strong a persuasion, sire? I want their willing cooperation, Gurney. Those men have experience and skills we need. The fact that they're leaving suggests they are not part of the Harkonnen machine. Hawat believes there could be some bad ones planted in the group, but he sees assassins in every shadow. Thufir has found some very productive shadows in his time, Malad, and there are some he hasn't found. But I think planting sleepers in this outgoing crowd would show too much imagination for the Harkonnens. Possibly, sire. Where are these men? Down on the lower level, in a waiting room. I suggest you go down and play a tune or two to soften their minds. Then turn on the pressure. You may offer positions of authority to those who qualify. Offer 20% higher wages than they received under the Harkonnens. No more than that, sire. I know the Harkonnen pay scales, and to men with their determination pay in their pockets and the wanderlust on them. Well, sire, 20% would hardly seem proper inducement to stay. Leto spoke impatiently. Then use your own discretion in particular cases. Just remember that the treasury isn't bottomless. Hold it to 20% whenever you can. We particularly need spice drivers, weather scanners, Dune men, any with open and experience. I understand, sire. They shall come all for violence. Their faces shall sup up as the east wind, and they shall gather the captivity of the sand. A very moving quotation. The Duke said, turn your crew over to a lieutenant. Have him give a short drill on water discipline. Then bed the men down for the night in the barracks adjoining the field. Field personnel will direct them. And don't forget the men for Hawat. 300 of the best, sire. He took up his space bag. Where shall I report to you when I've completed my chores? I've taken over a council room topside here. We'll hold staff there. I want to arrange a new planetary dispersal order, with armored squads going out first. Halleck stopped in the act of turning away, caught Leto's eye. Are you anticipating that kind of trouble, sire? I thought there was a judge of the change here, both open battle and secret. The Duke said, there'll be blood aplenty spilled here before we're through, and the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. Halleck quoted. The Duke sighed. Hurry back, Gurney. Very good, Malad. The whip-scar rippled to his grin. Behold, as a wild ass in the desert, go I forth to my work. He turned, strode to the center of the room, paused to relay his orders, hurried on through the men. Leto shook his head at the retreating back. Halleck was a continual amazement, a head full of songs, quotations, and flowery phrases, and the heart of an assassin when it came to dealing with the Harkonnens. Presently, Leto took a leisurely diagonal course across to the lift, acknowledging salutes with a casual hand wave. He recognized a propaganda corpsman, stopped to give him a message that could be relayed to the men through channels. Those who had brought their women would want to know the women were safe and where they could be found. The others would wish to know that the population here appeared to boast more women than men. The Duke slapped the propaganda man on the arm, a signal that the message had top priority to be put out immediately, then continued across the room. He nodded to the men, smiled, traded pleasantries with a subaltern. Command must always look confident, he thought. All that faith riding on your shoulders while you sit in the critical seat and never show it. He breathed a sigh of relief when the lift swallowed him and he could turn and face the impersonal doors. They have tried to take the life of my son. Chapter 12. The whole theory of warfare is calculated risk, the Duke said, but when it comes to risking your own family, the element of calculation gets submerged in other things. He knew he wasn't holding in his anger as well as he should, and he turned, strode down the length of the long table and back. The Duke and Paul were alone in the conference room at the landing field. It was an empty-sounding room, furnished only with a long table, old-fashioned three-legged chairs around it, and a map board and projector at one end. Paul sat at the table near the map board. He had told his father the experience with the hunter-seeker and given the reports that a traitor threatened him. The Duke stopped across from Paul, pounded the table. Hawat told me that house was secure. Paul spoke hesitantly. I was angry, too, at first, and I blamed Hawat, but the threat came from outside the house. It was simple, clever, and direct. And it would have succeeded were it not for the training given me by you and many others including Hawat. Are you defending him? The Duke demanded. Yes. He's getting old. That's it. He's wise with much experience. Paul said. How many of Hawat's mistakes can you recall? I should be the one defending him, the Duke said. Not you. Paul smiled. Leto sat down at the head of the table, put a hand over his sins. You've matured lately, son. He lifted his hand. It gladdens me. He matched his sin smile. Hawat will punish himself. He'll direct more anger against himself over this than both of us together could pour on him. Paul glanced toward the darkened windows beyond the mapboard, looked at the night's blackness. Room lights reflected from a balcony railing out there. He saw movement and recognized the shape of a guard in a tride's uniform. Paul looked back at the white wall behind his father, then down to the shiny surface of the table, seeing his own hands clenched into fists there. The door opposite the Duke banged open. Thufir Hawat strode through it, looking older and more leathery than ever. He paced down the length of the table, stopped at attention facing Leto. My lord, he said, speaking to a point over Leto's head. I have just learned how I failed you. It becomes necessary that I tender my resigo. Sit down and stop acting the fool, the Duke said. He waved to the chair across from Paul. If you made a mistake, it was in overestimating the Harkonnens. Their simple minds came up with a simple trick. We didn't count on simple tricks, and my son has been at great pains to point out to me that he came through this largely because of your training. You didn't fail there. He tapped the back of the empty chair. Sit down, I say. Hawat sank into the chair. But I'll hear no more of it, the Duke said. The incident is past. We have more pressing business. Where are the others? I asked them to wait outside while I call them in. Hawat looked into Leto's eyes. Sire, I know who my true friends are. Thufir, the Duke said. Call in the men. Hawat swallowed. At once, my lord. He swiveled in the chair, called to the open door. Gurney, bring them in. Halleck led the file of men into the room, the staff officers looking grimly serious, followed by the young grades and specialists, an air of eagerness among them. Brief scuffing sounds echoed around the room as the men took seats. A faint smell of Ratchik stimulant wafted down the table. There's coffee for those who want it, the Duke said. He looked over his men, thinking, they're a good crew. A man could do far worse for this kind of war. He waited while coffee was brought in from the adjoining room and served, noting the tiredness in some of the faces. Presently, he put on his mask of quiet efficiency, stood up, and commanded their attention with a knuckle rap against the table. Well, gentlemen, he said, our civilization appears to have fallen so deeply into the habit of invasion that we cannot even obey a simple order of the Imperium without the old ways cropping up. Dry chuckles sounded around the table, and Paul realized that his father had said the precisely correct thing in precisely the correct tone to lift the mood here. Even the hint of fatigue in his voice was right. I think first we'd better learn if Thufir has anything to add to his report on the Fremen, the Duke said. Thufir's Hawat glanced up. I've some economic matters to go into after my general report, sire, but I can say now that the Fremen appear more and more to be the allies we need. They're waiting now to see if they can trust us, but they appear to be dealing openly. They've sent us a gift still suits of their own manufacture. Maps of certain desert areas surrounding strong points the Harkonnens left behind. He glanced down at the table. Their intelligence reports have proved completely reliable and have helped us considerably in our dealings with the Judge of the Change. They've also sent some incidental things, jewelry for the Lady Jessica, spice liquor, candy, medicinals. My men are processing the lot right now. There appears to be no trickery. You like these people, Thufir? Asked a man down the table. Hawat turned to face his questioner. Duncan Idaho says they're to be admired. Paul glanced at his father. Back to Hawat, ventured a question. Have you any new information on how many Fremen there are? Hawat looked at Paul. From food processing and other evidence, Idaho estimates the cave complex he visited consisted of some 10,000 people, all told. Their leader said he ruled a siege of 2,000 hearts. We've reason to believe there are a great many such siege communities. All seem to give their allegiance to someone called Leet. That's something new, Leto said. It could be an error on my part, sire. There are things to suggest this Leet may be a local deity. Another man down the table cleared his throat, asked, is it certain they deal with the smugglers? A smuggler caravan left this siege while Idaho was there, carrying a heavy load of spice. They used pack beasts and indicated they faced an 18-day journey. It appears, the Duke said, that the smugglers have redoubled their operations during this period of unrest. This deserves some careful thought. We shouldn't worry too much about unlicensed frigates working off our planet, it's always done. But to have them completely outside our observation, that's not good. You have a plan, sire? Hawat asked. The Duke looked at Halleck. Gurney, I want you to head a delegation, an embassy if you will, to contact these romantic businessmen. Tell them I'll ignore their operations as long as they give me a ducal tithe. Hawat here estimates that graft and extra fighting men heretofore required in their operations have been costing them 4 times that amount. What if the Emperor gets wind of this? Halleck asked. He's very jealous of his chum profits, Malad. Leto smiled. We'll bank the entire tithe openly in the name of Shaddam IV and deduct it legally from our levy support costs. Let the Harkonnens fight that, and we'll be ruining a few more of the locals who grew fat under the Harkonnen system. No more graft. A grin twisted Halleck's face. Malad, a beautiful low blow. Would that I could see the Baron's face when he learns of this. The Duke turned to Hawat. The fear. Did you get those account books you said you could buy? Yes, my lord. They are being examined in detail even now. I've skimmed them, though, and can give a first approximation. Give it, then. The Harkonnens took 10 billion Solaris out of here every 330 standard days. A muted gasp ran around the table. Even the young grades, who had been betraying some boredom, sat up straighter and exchanged wide-eyed looks. Halleck murmured, "For they shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of the treasure hid in the sand." You see, gentlemen, Leto said. Is there anyone here so naive he believes the Harkonnens have quietly packed up and walked away from all this merely because the Emperor ordered it? There was a general shaking of heads, murmurous agreement. We will have to take it at the point of the sword, Leto said. He turned to Hawat. This be a good point to report on equipment. How many sand crawlers, harvesters, spice factories, and supporting equipment have they left us? A full complement, as it says in the Imperial Inventory audited by the Judge of the Change, my lord, Hawat said. He gestured for an aide to pass him a folder, opened the folder on the table in front of him. They neglect to mention that less than half the crawlers are operable, that only about a third have carry-alls to fly them to spice sands, that everything the Harkonnens left us is ready to break down and fall apart. We'll be lucky to get half the equipment into operation, and luckier yet if a fourth of it's still working 6 months from now. Pretty much as we expected, Leto said. What's the firm estimate on basic equipment? Hawat glanced at his folder. About 930 harvester factories that can be sent out in a few days. About 6,250 ornithopters for survey, scouting, and weather observation. Carry-alls, a little under 1,000. Halleck said. Wouldn't it be cheaper to reopen negotiations with the Guild for permission to orbit a frigate as a weather satellite? The Duke looked at Hawat. Nothing new there, Thafir. We must pursue other avenues for now, Hawat said. The Guild agent wasn't really negotiating with us. He was merely making it plain one meant to another that the price was out of our reach and would remain so no matter how long a reach we develop. Our task is to find out why before we approach him again. One of Halleck's aides down the table swiveled in his chair, snapped. There's no justice in this. Justice. The Duke looked at the man. Who asks for justice? We make our own justice. We make it here on Arrakis, win or die. Do you regret casting your lot with us, sir? The man stared at the Duke, then. Note, sire. You couldn't turn, and I could do naught but follow you. Forgive the outburst, but, he shrugged. We must all feel bitter at times. Bitterness I understand, the Duke said, but let us not rail about justice as long as we have arms and the freedom to use them. Do any of the rest of you harbor bitterness, with so, let it out. This is friendly counsel where any man may speak his mind. Halleck stirred, said, I think what rankles, sire, is that we've had no volunteers from the other great houses. They address you as Leto the Just and promise eternal friendship, but only as long as it doesn't cost them anything. They don't know yet who's going to win this exchange, the Duke said. Most of the houses have grown fat by taking few risks. One cannot truly blame them for this. One can only despise them. He looked at Hawat. We were discussing equipment. Would you care to project a few examples to familiarize the men with this machinery? Hawat nodded. gestured to an aide at the projector. A Solido 3D projection appeared on the table surface about a third of the way down from the Duke. Some of the men farther along the table stood up to get a better look at it. Paul leaned forward, staring at the machine. Scaled against the tiny projected human figures around it, the thing was about 120 meters long and about 40 meters wide. It was basically a long, bug-like body moving on independent sets of wide tracks. "This is a harvester factory," Hawat said. "We chose one in good repair for this projection. There's one dragline outfit that came in with the first team of Imperial ecologists, though, and it's still running. Although I don't know how, or why, if that's the one they call Old Maria. It belongs in a museum," an aide said. "I think the Harkonnens kept it as a punishment job, a threat hanging over their workers' heads. Be good or you'll be assigned to Old Maria." Chickles sounded around the table. Paul held himself apart from the humor, his attention focused on the projection and the question that filled his mind. He pointed to the image on the table, said, "Thufir, are there sandworms big enough to swallow that whole?" Quick silence settled on the table. The Duke cursed under his breath, then thought, "No, they have Tophaceth realities here. Their worms in the deep desert could take this entire factory in one gulp." Hawat said, "Up here closer to the shield wall where most of the spicing's done, there are plenty of worms that could cripple this factory and devour it at their leisure. Why don't we shield them?" Paul asked. "According to Idaho's report," Hawat said, "shields are dangerous in the desert. A body-sized shield will call every worm for hundreds of meters around. It appears to drive them into a killing frenzy. We've the Fremen word on this and no reason to doubt it." Idaho saw no evidence of shield equipment at the siege. "None at all?" Paul asked. "It'd be pretty hard to conceal that kind of thing among several thousand people," Hawat said. "Idaho had free access to every part of the siege. He saw no shields or any indication of their use." "It's a puzzle," the Duke said. "The Harkonnens certainly used plenty of shields here," Hawat said. "They had repair depots in every garrison village, and their accounts show a heavy expenditure for shield replacements and parts." "Could the Fremen have a way of nullifying shields?" Paul asked. "It doesn't seem likely," Hawat said. "It's theoretically possible. Of course a Shire-sized static countercharge is supposed to do the trick, but no one's ever been able to put it to the test." "We'd have heard about it before now," Halleck said. "The smugglers have close contact with the Fremen and would have acquired such a device if it were available, and they'd have had no inhibitions against marketing it off-planet." "I don't like an unanswered question of this importance," Leto said. "Thufir, I want you to give top priority to solution of this problem. We're already working on it, my lord." He cleared his throat. Idaho did say one thing. He said you couldn't mistake the Fremen attitude toward shields. He said they were mostly amused by them. The Duke frowned. "Then, the subject under discussion is spicing equipment." Hawat gestured to his aide at the projector. The Solido image of the harvester factory was replaced by a projection of a wing device that dwarfed the images of human figures around it. "This is a carry-all," Hawat said. "It's essentially a large thopter, whose sole function is to deliver a factory to spice rich sands, then to rescue the factory when a sandworm appears. They always appear. Harvesting the spice is a process of getting in and getting out with as much as possible. Admirably suited to Harkonnen morality," the Duke said. Laughter was abrupt and too loud. An ornithopter replaced the carry-all in the projection focus. "These thopters are fairly conventional," Hawat said. "Major modifications give them extended range. Extra care has been used in sealing essential areas against sand and dust. Only about 1 in 30 is shielded, possibly discarding the shield generator's weight for greater range." "I don't like this de-emphasis on shields," the Duke muttered, and he thought, "Is this the Harkonnen secret? Does it mean we won't even be able to escape unshielded frigates if all goes against us?" He shook his head sharply to drive out such thoughts, said, "Let's get to the working estimate. What'll our profit figure be?" Hawat turned 2 pages in his notebook. "After assessing the repairs and operable equipment, we've worked out a first estimate on operating costs. It's based naturally on a depreciated figure for a clear safety margin." He closed his eyes and meant at semi-trance, said, "Under the Harkonnens, maintenance and salaries were held to 14%. We'll be lucky to make it at 30% at first. With reinvestment and growth factors accounted for, including the chum percentage and military costs, our profit margin will be reduced to a very narrow 6 or 7% until we can replace worn-out equipment. We then should be able to beast it up to 12 or 15% where it belongs. He opened his eyes. Unless my lord wishes to adopt Harkonnen methods, we're working for a solid and permanent planetary base, the Duke said. We have to keep a large percentage of the people happy, especially the Fremen. Most especially the Fremen. Hawat agreed. Our supremacy on Caladan, the Duke said, depended on sea and air power. Here, we must develop something I choose to call desert power. This may include air power, but it's possible it may not. I call your attention to the lack of thopter shields. He shook his head. The Harkonnens relied on turnover from off-planet for some of their key personnel. We don't dare. Each new lot would have its quota of provocateurs. Then we'll have to be content with far less profit and a reduced harvest. Hawat said. Our output the first 2 seasons should be down a third from the Harkonnen average. There it is, the Duke said. Exactly as we expected. We'll have to move fast with the Fremen. I'd like 5 full battalions of Fremen troops before the first Chom audit. That's not much time, sire. Hawat said. We don't have much time, as you well know. They'll be here with Sardaukar disguised as Harkonnens at the first opportunity. How many do you think they'll ship in? Thufir. 4 or 5 battalions all told, sire. No more. Guild troop transport costs being what they are. Then 5 battalions of Fremen plus our own forces ought to do it. Let us have a few captive Sardaukar to parade in front of the Landsraad Council, and matters will be much different, profits or no profits. We'll do our best, sire. Paul looked at his father, back to Hawat, suddenly conscious of the Menat's great age, aware that the old man had served 3 generations of Atrides. Aged. It showed in the rheumy shine of the brown eyes, in the cheeks cracked and burned by exotic weathers, in the rounded curve of the shoulders and the thin set of his lips with the cranberry-colored stain of sappho juice. So much depends on one aged man, Paul thought. We're presently in a war of assassins, the Duke said. But it is not achieved full scale. Thufir, what's the condition of the Harkonnen machine here? We've eliminated 259 of their key people, my lord. No more than 3 Harkonnen cells remain, perhaps 100 people in all. These Harkonnen creatures you eliminated, the Duke said, were they propertied? Most were well situated, my lord, in the entrepreneur class. I want you to forge certificates of allegiance over the signatures of each of them, the Duke said. File copies with the judge of the change. We'll take the legal position that they stayed under false allegiance. Confiscate their property. Take everything. Turn out their families. Strip them, and make sure the crown gets its 10%. It must be entirely legal. Thufir smiled, revealing red-stained teeth beneath the carmine lips. A move worthy of your grandsire, my lord. It shames me I didn't think of it first. Halleck frowned across the table, noticing a deep scowl on Paul's face. The others were smiling and nodding. It's wrong, Paul thought. This'll only make the others fight all the harder. They've nothing to gain by surrendering. He knew the actual no-holds-barred convention that ruled in Cali, but this was the sort of move that could destroy them even as it gave them victory. I have been a stranger in a strange land, Halleck quoted. Paul stared at him, recognizing the quotation from the OC Bible, wondering, does Gurney, too, wish an end to devious plots? The Duke glanced at the darkness out the windows, looked back at Halleck. Gurney, how many of those sand workers did you persuade to stay with us? 286 in all, sire. I think we should take them and consider ourselves lucky. They are all in useful categories. No more. The Duke pursed his lips, then, well, pass the word along to a disturbance at the door interrupted him. Duncan Idaho came through the guard there, hurried down the length of the table and bent over the Duke's ear. Leto waved him back, said, speak out, Duncan. You can see this as strategy staff. Paul studied Idaho, marking the feline movements, the swiftness of reflex that made him such a difficult weapons teacher to emulate. Idaho's dark round face turned toward Paul, the cave-sitter eyes giving no hint of recognition, but Paul recognized the mask of serenity over excitement. Idaho looked down the length of the table, said, we've taken a force of Harkonnen mercenaries disguised as Fremen. The Fremen themselves sent us a courier to warn of the false band. In the attack, however, we found the Harkonnens had waylaid the Fremen courier, badly wounded him. We were bringing him here for treatment by our medics when he died. I'd seen how badly off the man was and stopped to do what I could. I surprised him in the attempt to throw something away. Idaho glanced down at Leto. A knife, Malad. A knife the like of which you've never seen. Christ's knife, someone asked. No doubt of it, Idaho said. Milky white and glowing with a light of its own like. He reached into his tunic, brought out a sheath with a black-ridged handle protruding from it. Keep that blade in its sheath. The voice came from the open door at the end of the room, a vibrant and penetrating voice that brought them all up, staring. A tall, robed figure stood in the door, barred by the crossed swords of the guard. A light tan robe completely enveloped the man except for a gap in the hood and black veil that exposed eyes of total blue, no white in them at all. Let him enter, Idaho whispered. Pass that man, the Duke said. The guards hesitated, then lowered their swords. The man swept into the room, stood across from the Duke. This is Stilgar, chief of the siege I visited, leader of those who warned us of the false band, Idaho said. Welcome, sir, Leto said. And why shouldn't we unsheath this blade? Stilgar glanced at Idaho, said. You observe the customs of cleanliness and honor among us. I would permit you to see the blade of the man you befriended. His gaze swept the others in the room. But I do not know these others. Would you have them defile an honorable weapon? I am the Duke, Leto, the Duke said. Would you permit me to see this blade? I'll permit you to earn the right to unsheath it, Stilgar said, and as a mutter of protest sounded around the table, he raised a thin, darkly veined hand. I remind you this is the blade of one who befriended you. In the waiting silence, Paul studied the man, sensing the aura of power that radiated from him. He was a leader, a Fremen leader. A man near the center of the table across from Paul muttered, Who's he to tell us what rights we have on Arrakis? It is said that the Duke Leto Atreides rules with the consent of the governed. The Fremen said, Thus I must tell you the way it is with us. A certain responsibility falls on those who have seen a Christ knife. He passed a dark glance across Idaho. They are ours. They may never leave Arrakis without our consent. Halleck and several of the others started to rise, angry expressions on their faces. Halleck said, The Duke Leto determines whether one moment, please, Leto said, and the very mildness of his voice held them. This must not get out of hand, he thought. He addressed himself to the Fremen. Sir, I honor and respect the personal dignity of any man who respects my dignity. I am indeed indebted to you, and I always pay my debts. If it is your custom that this knife remain sheathed here, then it is so ordered by me. And if there is any other way we may honor the man who died in our service, you have but to name it. The Fremen stared at the Duke, then slowly pulled aside his veil, revealing a thin nose and full-lipped mouth and a glistening black beard. Deliberately he bent over the end of the table, spat on its polished surface. As the men around the table started to surge to their feet, Idaho's voice boomed across the room. Hold. Into the sudden charged stillness, Idaho said, We thank you, Stilgar, for the gift of your body's moisture. We accept it in the spirit with which it is given. And Idaho spat on the table in front of the Duke. Aside to the Duke, he said, Remember how precious water is here, sire. That was a token of respect. Leto sank back into his own chair, caught Paul's eye, a rueful grin on his son's face, sensed the slow relaxation of tension around the table as understanding came to his men. The Fremen looked at Idaho, said, You measured well in my siege, Duncan Idaho. Is there a bond on your allegiance to your Duke? He's asking me to enlist with him, sire, Idaho said. Would he accept a dual allegiance? Leto asked. You wish me to go with him, sire. I wish you to make your own decision in the matter, Leto said, and he could not keep the urgency out of his voice. Idaho studied the Fremen. Would you have me under these conditions, Stilgar? There'd be times when I'd have to return to serve my Duke. You fight well and you did your best for our friend, Stilgar said. He looked at Leto. Let it be thus. The man Idaho keeps the Christ knife he holds as a mark of his allegiance to us. He must be cleansed, of course, and the rites observed, but this can be done. He will be Fremen and soldier of the Atreides. There is precedent for this. Lead serves two masters. Duncan Leto asked. I understand, sire, Idaho said. It is agreed then, Leto said. Your water is ours, Duncan Idaho, Stilgar said. The body of our friend remains with your duke. His water is Atride's water. It is a bond between us. Leto sighed, glanced at Hawat, catching the old Mentat's sigh. Hawat nodded, his expression pleased. I will await below, Stilgar said, while Idaho makes farewell with his friends. Turok was the name of our dead friend. Remember that when it comes time to release his spirit. You are friends of Turok. Stilgar started to turn away. Will you not stay a while? Leto asked. The Fremen turned back, whipping his veil into place with a casual gesture, adjusting something beneath it. Paul glimpsed what looked like a thin tube before the veil settled into place. Is there reason to stay? The Fremen asked. We would honor you, the Duke said. Honor requires that I be elsewhere soon, the Fremen said. He shot another glance at Idaho, whirled, and strode out past the door guards. If the other Fremen match him, we'll serve each other well, Leto said. Idaho spoke in a dry voice. He's a fair sample, sire. You understand what you're to do, Duncan. I'm your ambassador to the Fremen, sire. Much depends on you, Duncan. We're going to need at least 5 battalions of those people before the Sardaukar descend on us. This is going to take some doing, sire. The Fremen are a pretty independent bunch. Idaho hesitated. Then, and sire, there's one other thing. One of the mercenaries we knocked over was trying to get this blade from our dead Fremen friend. The mercenary says there's a Harkonnen reward of 1,000,000 Solaris for anyone who'll bring in a single Christ knife. Leto's chin came up in a movement of obvious surprise. Why do they want one of those blades so badly? The knife is ground from a sandworm's tooth. It's the mark of the Fremen, sire. With it, a blue-eyed man could penetrate any siege in the land. They'd question me unless I were known. I don't look Fremen, but Peter de Vries, the Duke said. A man of devilish cunning, my lord, Hawat said. Idaho slipped the sheathed knife beneath his tunic. Guard that knife, the Duke said. I understand, my lord. He patted the transceiver on his belt kit. I'll report soon as possible. Thufir has my call code. Use battle language. He saluted, spun about, and hurried after the Fremen. They heard his footsteps drumming down the corridor. A look of understanding passed between Leto and Hawat. They smiled. We've much to do, sire. Halleck said. And I keep you from your work, Leto said. I have the report on the advance bases, Hawat said. Shall I give it another time, sire? Will it take long? Not for a briefing. It's said among the Fremen that there were more than 200 of these advance bases built here on Arrakis during the Desert Botanical Testing Station period. All supposedly have been abandoned, but there are reports they were sealed off before being abandoned. Equipment in them, the Duke asked. According to the reports I have from Duncan, where are they located? Halleck asked. The answer to that question, Hawat said, is invariably, Leto knows. God knows, Leto muttered. Perhaps not, sire, Hawat said. You heard this Stilgar use the name. Could he have been referring to a real person, serving 2 masters? Halleck said. It sounds like a religious quotation, and you should know, the Duke said. Halleck smiled. This judge of the change, Leto said. The imperial ecologist kinds. Wouldn't he know where those bases are? Sire, Hawat cautioned. This Kynes is an imperial servant, and he's a long way from the emperor, Leto said. I want those bases. They'd be loaded with materials we could salvage and use for repair of our working equipment. Sire, Hawat said. Those bases are still legally His Majesty's fief. The weather here's savage enough to destroy anything, the Duke said. We can always blame the weather. Get this Kynes and at least find out if the bases exist. 'Twere dangerous to commandeer them, Hawat said. Duncan was clear on one thing. Those bases or the idea of them hold some deep significance for the Fremen. We might alienate the Fremen if we took those bases. Paul looked at the faces of the men around them, saw the intensity of the way they followed every word. They appeared deeply disturbed by his father's attitude. Listen to him, father, Paul said in a low voice. He speaks truth, sire, Hawat said. Those bases could give us material to repair every piece of equipment left us, yet be beyond reach for strategic reasons. It'd be rash to move without greater knowledge. This Kynes has arbiter authority from the Imperium. We mustn't forget that, and the Fremen defer to him. Do it gently, then, the Duke said. I wish to know only if those bases exist. As you will, sire. Hawat sat back, lowered his eyes. All right, then, the Duke said. We know what we have ahead of us work. We've been trained for it. We've some experience in it. We know what the rewards are and the alternatives are clear enough. You all have your assignments. He looked at Halleck. Gurney, take care of that smuggler situation first. I shall go unto the rebellious that dwell in the dry land. Halleck intoned. Some day I'll catch that man without a quotation, and he'll look undressed. The Duke said. Chuckles echoed around the table, but Paul heard the effort in them. The Duke turned to Hawat. Set up another command post for intelligence and communications on this floor, Thufir. When you have them ready, I'll want to see you. Hawat arose, glancing around the room as though seeking support. He turned away, led the procession out of the room. The others moved hurriedly, scraping their chairs on the floor, balling up in little knots of confusion. It ended up in confusion, Paul thought, staring at the backs of the last men to leave. Always before, staff had ended on an incisive air. This meeting had just seemed to trickle out, worn down by its own inadequacies, and with an argument to top it off. For the first time, Paul allowed himself to think about the real possibility of defeat, not thinking about it out of fear or because of warnings such as that of the old Reverend Mother, but facing up to it because of his own assessment of the situation. My father is desperate, he thought. Things aren't going well for us at all. And Paul recalled how the old Mentat had acted during the conference city hesitations, signs of unrest. Hawat was deeply troubled by something. Best you remain here the rest of the night, son, the Duke said. It'll be dawn soon. Anyway, I'll inform your mother. He got to his feet, slowly, stiffly. Why don't you pull a few of these chairs together and stretch out on them for some rest? I'm not very tired, sir. As you will. The Duke folded his hands behind him, began pacing up and down the length of the table. Like a caged animal, Paul thought. Are you going to discuss the traitor possibility with Hawat? Paul asked. The Duke stopped across from his son, spoke to the dark windows. We've discussed the possibility many times. The old woman seemed so sure of herself. Paul said. And the message mother precautions have been taken, the Duke said. He looked around the room, and Paul marked the hunted wildness in his father's eyes. Remain here. There are some things about the command posts I want to discuss with Thufir. He turned, strode out of the room, nodding shortly to the door guards. Paul stared at the place where his father had stood. The space had been empty even before the Duke left the room, and he recalled the old woman's warning. For the father, nothing. Chapter 13. The Duke found Thufir Hawat alone in the corner room to which a guard directed him. There was the sound of men setting up communications equipment in an adjoining room, but this place was fairly quiet. The Duke glanced around as Hawat arose from a paper-cluttered table. It was a green-walled enclosure with, in addition to the table, 3 suspensor chairs from which the Harkonnen H had been hastily removed, leaving an imperfect color patch. The chairs are liberated but quite safe, Hawat said. Where is Paul, sire? I left him in the conference room. I'm hoping he'll get some rest without me there to distract him. Hawat nodded, crossed to the door to the adjoining room, closed it, shutting off the noise of static and electronic sparking. Thufir, Leto said. The Imperial and Harkonnen stockpiles of spice attract my attention. Malad. The Duke pursed his lips. Storehouses are susceptible to destruction. He raised a hand as Hawat started to speak. Ignore the Emperor's horde. He'd secretly enjoy it if the Harkonnens were embarrassed. And can the Baron object if something is destroyed, which he cannot openly admit that he has? Hawat shook his head. We've few men to spare, sire. Use some of Idaho's men, and perhaps some of the Fremen would enjoy a trip half-planet. A raid on GD Prime. There are tactical advantages to such a diversion. Thufir. As you say, my lord. Hawat turned away, and the Duke saw evidence of nervousness in the old man, thought. Perhaps he suspects I distrust him. He must know I've private reports of traitors. Well, best quiet his fears immediately. Thufir, he said, since you're one of the few I can trust completely, there's another matter bears discussion. We both know how constant a watch we must keep to prevent traitors from infiltrating our forces. But I have 2 new reports. Hawat turned, stared at him, and Leto repeated the stories Paul had brought. Instead of bringing on the intense Mentat concentration, the reports only increased Hawat's agitation. Leto studied the old man and presently said, You've been holding something back, old friend. I should have suspected when you were so nervous during staff. What is it that was too hot to dump in front of a full conference? Hawat's sappho-stained lips were pulled into a prim, straight line with tiny wrinkles radiating into them. They maintained their wrinkled stiffness as he said, "My lord, I don't quite know how to broach this. We've suffered many a scar for each other." "The fear," the Duke said. "You know you can broach any subject with me." Hawat continued to stare at him, thinking, "This is how I like him best. This is the man of honor who deserves every bit of my loyalty and service. Why must I hurt him?" "Well," Leto demanded. Hawat shrugged. "It's a scrap of a note. We took it from a Harkonnen courier. The note was intended for an agent named Party. We've good reason to believe Party was top man in the Harkonnen underground here. The note, it's a thing that could have great consequence or no consequence. It's susceptible to various interpretations. What's the delicate content of this note?" "Scrap of a note, my lord. Incomplete. It was on minimic film, with the usual destruction capsule attached. We stopped the acid action just short of full erasure, leaving only a fragment. The fragment, however, is extremely suggestive." "Yes." Hawat rubbed at his lips. "It says, Ito will never suspect, and when the blow falls on him from a beloved hand, its source alone should be enough to destroy him." The note was under the Baron's own seal, and have authenticated the seal. "Your suspicion is obvious," the Duke said, and his voice was suddenly cold. "I'd sooner cut off my arms than hurt you," Hawat said. "My lord, what if?" "The Lady Jessica," Leto said, and he felt anger consuming him. "Couldn't you wring the facts out of this Party?" "Unfortunately, Party no longer was among the living when we intercepted the courier. The courier, I'm certain, did not know what he carried." "I see." Leto shook his head, thinking, "What a slimy piece of business. There can't be anything in it. I know my woman." "My lord, if no," the Duke barked. "There's a mistake here that we cannot ignore it, my lord. She's been with me for 16 years. There've been countless opportunities for you yourself investigated the school and the woman." Hawat spoke bitterly. "Things have been known to escape me. It's impossible, I tell you. The Harkonnens want to destroy the Atrides line, meaning Paul, too. They've already tried once. Could a woman conspire against her own son? Perhaps she doesn't conspire against her son. And yesterday's attempt could have been a clever sham. It couldn't have been a sham. Sire, she isn't supposed to know her parentage, but what if she does know? What if she were an orphan, say, orphaned by an Atrides? She'd have moved long before now. Poison in my drink. A stiletto at night. Who has had better opportunity? The Harkonnens mean to destroy you, my lord. Their intent is not just to kill. There's a range of fine distinctions in Cali. This could be a work of art among vendettas." The Duke's shoulders slumped. He closed his eyes, looking old and tired. "It cannot be," he thought. "The woman has opened her heart to me. What better way to destroy me than to sow suspicion of the woman I love?" he asked. "An interpretation I've considered," Hawat said. Still, the Duke opened his eyes, stared at Hawat, thinking, "Let him be suspicious. Suspicion is his trade, not mine. Perhaps if I appear to believe this, that will make another man careless. What do you suggest?" the Duke whispered. "For now, constant surveillance, my lord. She should be watched at all times. I will see it's done unobtrusively. Idaho would be the ideal choice for the job. Perhaps in a week or so we can bring him back. There's a young man we've been training in Idaho's troop, who might be ideal to send to the Fremen as a replacement. He's gifted in diplomacy. Don't jeopardize our foothold with the Fremen." "Of course not, sir. And what about Paul? Perhaps we could alert Dr. Yue." Leto turned his back on Hawat. "I leave it in your hands. I shall use discretion, my lord." "At least I can count on that," Leto thought, and he said, "I will take a walk. If you need me, I'll be within the perimeter." "The guard can, my lord. Before you go, I've a film clip you should read. It's a first approximation analysis on the Fremen religion. You'll recall you asked me to report on it." The Duke paused, spoke without turning. "Will it not wait?" "Of course, my lord. You asked what they were shouting, though." "It was Mahdi. They directed the drum at the young master." "When they at Paul?" "Yes, my lord. They've a legend here, a prophecy, that a leader will come to them, child of a Bene Gesserit, to lead them to true freedom. It follows a familiar Messiah pattern. They think Paul is this. They only hope, my lord. Hawat extended a film clip capsule. The Duke accepted it, thrust it into a pocket. I'll look at it later. Certainly, my lord. Right now, I need time to think. Yes, my lord. The Duke took a deep sighing breath, strode out the door. He turned to his right down the hall, began walking, hands behind his back, paying little attention to where he was. There were corridors and stairs and balconies and halls. People who saluted and stood aside for him. In time he came back to the conference room, found it dark and Paul asleep on the table with a guard's robe thrown over him and a ditty pack for a pillow. The Duke walked softly down the length of the room and onto the balcony overlooking the landing field. A guard at the corner of the balcony, recognizing the Duke by the dim reflection of lights from the field, snapped to attention. At ease, the Duke murmured. He leaned against the cold metal of the balcony rail. A pre-dawn hush had come over the desert basin. He looked up. Straight overhead, the stars were a sequin shawl flung over blue-black. Low on the southern horizon, the night's second moon peered through a thin dust haze, an unbelieving moon that looked at him with a cynical light. As the Duke watched, the moon dipped beneath the shield wall cliffs, frosting them, and in the sudden intensity of darkness, he experienced a chill. He shivered. Anger shot through him. The Harkonnens have hindered and hounded and hunted me for the last time, he thought. They are dung heaps with village provost minds. Here I make my stand, and he thought with a touch of sadness, I must rule with eye and claw as hawk among lesser birds. Unconsciously, his hand brushed the hawk emblem on his tunic. To the east, the night turned first a brilliant gray, then a shell opalescence that obscured the stars. There came the long, bell-tolling movement of dawn striking across a broken horizon. It was a scene of such beauty it caught all his attention. Something's beggar likeness, he thought. He had never imagined anything here could be as beautiful as that shattered red horizon and the purple and ochre cliffs. Beyond the landing field where the night's faint dew had touched life into the hurried seeds of Arrakis, he saw great puddles of red blooms and, running through them, an articulate tread of violet. Like giant footsteps. It's a beautiful morning, sire, the guard said. Yes, it is. The Duke nodded, thinking. Perhaps this planet could grow on one. Perhaps it could become a good home for my son. Then he saw the human figures moving into the flower fields, sweeping them with strange side-like devices dew-gatherers. Water so precious here that even the dew must be collected. And it could be a hideous place, the Duke thought. Chapter 14. The Duke said, Paul, I'm doing a hateful thing, but I must. He stood beside the portable poison snooper that had been brought into the conference room for their breakfast. The thing's sensor arms hung limply over the table, reminding Paul of some weird insect newly dead. The Duke's attention was directed out the windows at the landing field and its roiling of dust against the morning sky. Paul had a viewer in front of him containing a short film clip on Fremen religious practices. The clip had been compiled by one of Hawat's experts, and Paul found himself disturbed by the references to himself. Mahdi. Lisan al-Gaib. He could close his eyes and recall the shouts of the crowds. So that is what they hope, he thought. And he remembered what the old Reverend Mother had said. Quisitz Hadric. The memories touched his feelings of terrible purpose, shading this strange world with sensations of familiarity that he could not understand. A hateful thing, the Duke said. What do you mean, sir? Leto turned, looked down at his son. Because the Harkonnens think to trick me by making me distrust your mother. They don't know that I'd sooner distrust myself. I don't understand, sir. Again, Leto looked out the windows. The white sun was well up into its morning quadrant. Milky light picked out a boiling of dust clouds that spilled over into the blind canyons interfingering the shield wall. Slowly, speaking in a slow voice to contain his anger, the Duke explained to Paul about the mysterious note. You might just as well mistrust me, Paul said. They have to think they've succeeded, the Duke said. They must think me this much of a fool. It must look real. Even your mother may not know the sham, but sir, why? Your mother's response must not be an act. Oh, she's capable of a supreme act. But too much rides on this. I hope to smoke out a traitor. It must seem that I've been completely cozened. She must be hurt this way that she does not suffer greater hurt. Why do you tell me, father? Maybe I'll give it away. They'll not watch you in this thing, the Duke said. You'll keep the secret. You must. He walked to the windows, spoke without turning. "This way, if anything should happen to me, you can tell her the truth that I never doubted her, not for the smallest instant. I should want her to know this." Paul recognized the death thoughts in his father's words, spoke quickly. "Nothing's going to happen to you, sir. To be silent, son." Paul stared at his father's back, seeing the fatigue in the angle of the neck, in the line of the shoulders, in the slow movements. "You're just tired, father." "I am tired," the Duke agreed. "I'm morally tired. The melancholy degeneration of the great houses has afflicted me at last, perhaps, and we were such strong people once." Paul spoke in quick anger. "Our house hasn't degenerated, hasn't it?" The Duke turned, faced his son, revealing dark circles beneath hard eyes, a cynical twist of mouth. "I should wed your mother, make her my duchess. Yet, my unwedded state gives some houses hope they may yet ally with me through their marriageable daughters." He shrugged. "So Mother has explained this to me. Nothing wins more loyalty for a leader than an air of bravura," the Duke said. "I, therefore, cultivate an air of bravura." "You lead well," Paul protested. "You govern well. Men follow you willingly and love you. My propaganda corps is one of the finest," the Duke said. Again, he turned to stare out at the basin. "There's greater possibility for us here on Arrakis than the Imperium could ever suspect. Yet sometimes I think it'd have been better if we'd run for it, gone renegade. Sometimes I wish we could sink back into anonymity among the people, become less exposed to." "Father." "Yes, I am tired," the Duke said. "Did you know we're using spice residue as raw material and already have our own factory to manufacture film base?" "Sir, we mustn't run short of film base," the Duke said. "Else, how could we flood village and city with our information? The people must learn how well I govern them. How would they know if we didn't tell them?" "You should get some rest," Paul said. Again, the Duke faced his son. "Arrakis has another advantage I almost forgot to mention. Spice is in everything here. You breathe it and eat it in almost everything, and I find that this imparts a certain natural immunity to some of the most common poisons of the Assassin's Handbook. And the need to watch every drop of water puts all food production yeast culture, hydroponics, chimovit, everything under the strictest surveillance. We cannot kill off large segments of our population with poison, and we cannot be attacked this way, either. Arrakis makes us moral and ethical." Paul started to speak, but the Duke cut him off, saying, "I have to have someone I can say these things to, son." He sighed, glanced back at the dry landscape where even the flowers were gone, now trampled by the dew-gatherers, wilted under the early sun. "On Caladan, we ruled with sea and air power," the Duke said. "Here, we must scrabble for desert power. This is your inheritance, Paul. What is to become of you if anything happens to me? You'll not be a renegade house, but a guerrilla house running, hunted." Paul groped for words, could find nothing to say. He had never seen his father this despondent. "To hold Arrakis," the Duke said, "one is faced with decisions that may cost one his self-respect." He pointed out the window to the Atride's green and black banner hanging limply from a staff at the edge of the landing field. That honorable banner could come to mean many evil things. Paul swallowed in a dry throat. His father's words carried futility, a sense of fatalism that left the boy with an empty feeling in his chest. The Duke took an anti-fatigue tablet from a pocket, gulped it dry. "Power and fear," he said. "The tools of statecraft. I must order new emphasis on guerrilla training for you. That film clip there they call you Mahdi Lisan al-Gaib as a last resort. You might capitalize on that." Paul stared at his father, watching the shoulders straighten as the tablet did its work, but remembering the words of fear and doubt. "What's keeping that ecologist?" the Duke muttered. "I told Thufir to have him here early." Chapter 15. His first encounter with the people he had been ordered to betray left Dr. Kynes shaken. He prided himself on being a scientist to whom legends were merely interesting clues, pointing toward cultural roots. Yet the boy fitted the ancient prophecy so precisely. He had the questing eyes, and the air of reserved candor. Of course, the prophecy left certain latitude as to whether the mother goddess would bring the Messiah with her or produce him on the scene. Still, there was this odd correspondence between prediction and persons. They met in mid-morning outside the Arrakeen Landing Field's administration building. An unmarked ornithopter squatted nearby, humming softly on standby like a somnolent insect. An atride's guard stood beside it with bared sword and the faint hair distortion of a shield around him. Kynes sneered at the shield pattern, thinking, Arrakis has a surprise for them there. The planetologist raised a hand, signaled for his Fremen guard to fall back. He strode on ahead toward the building's entrance, the dark hole in plastic-coated rock. So exposed, that monolithic building, he thought, so much less suitable than a cave. Movement within the entrance caught his attention. He stopped, taking the moment to adjust his robe and the set of his stillsuit at the left shoulder. The entrance doors swung wide. Atride's guards emerged swiftly, all of them heavily armed slow-pellet stunners, swords and shields. Behind them came a tall man, hawk-faced, dark of skin and hair. He wore a jubba cloak with Atride's crest at the breast, and wore it in a way that betrayed his unfamiliarity with the garment. It clung to the legs of his stillsuit on one side. It lacked a free-swinging, striding rhythm. Beside the man walked a youth with the same dark hair, but rounder in the face. The youth seemed small for the 15 years Kynes knew him to have. But the young body carried a sense of command, a poised assurance, as though he saw and knew things all around him that were not visible to others. And he wore the same style cloak as his father, yet with casual-ease that made one think the boy had always worn such clothing. The Mahdi will be aware of things others cannot see, went the prophecy. Kynes shook his head, telling himself, they are just people. With a garbed like them for the desert, came a man Kynes recognized, Gurney Halleck. Kynes took a deep breath to still his resentment against Halleck, who had briefed him on how to behave with the Duke and Ducelair. You may call the Duke my lord or sire. Noble-born also is correct, but usually reserved for more formal occasions. The son may be addressed as young master or my lord. The Duke is a man of much leniency, but brooks little familiarity. And Kynes thought as he watched the group approach, they'll learn soon enough who's master on Arrakis. Order me questioned half the night by that mentat, will they? Expect me to guide them on an inspection of spice mining, do they? The import of Hawat's questions had not escaped Kynes. They wanted the Imperial bases, and it was obvious they'd learned of the bases from Idaho. I will have Stilgar send Idaho's head to this Duke, Kynes told himself. The ducal party was only a few paces away now, their feet in desert boots crunching the sand. Kynes bowed. My lord, Duke. As he had approached the solitary figure standing near the ornithopter, Leto had studied him, tall, thin, dressed for the desert in loose robe, stillsuit, and low boots. The man's hood was thrown back, its veil hanging to one side, revealing long sandy hair, a sparse beard. The eyes were that fathomless blue within blue under thick brows. Remains of dark stains smidged his eye sockets. You're the ecologist, the Duke said. We prefer the old title here, my lord, Kynes said. Planetologist, as you wish, the Duke said. He glanced down at Paul. Son, this is the judge of the change, the arbiter of dispute. The man set here to see that the forms are obeyed in our assumption of power over this fief. He glanced at Kynes. And this is my son. My lord, Kynes said. Are you a Fremen? Paul asked. Kynes smiled. I am accepted in both siege and village, young master. But I am in His Majesty's service. The Imperial planetologist. Paul nodded, impressed by the man's air of strength. Halleck had pointed Kynes out to Paul from an upper window of the administration building. The man standing there with the Fremen escort, the one moving now toward the ornithopter. Paul had inspected Kynes briefly with binoculars, noting the prim, straight mouth, the high forehead. Halleck had spoken in Paul's ear. Odd sort of fellow. Has a precise way of speaking clipped off, no fuzzy edges razor-wrapped. And the Duke, behind them, had said, scientist type. Now, only a few feet from the man, Paul sensed the power in Kynes, the impact of personality, as though he were blood royal, born to command. I understand we have you to thank for our still suits and these cloaks, the Duke said. I hope they fit well, my lord, Kynes said. They're of Fremen make and as near as possible the dimensions given me by your man Halleck here. I was concerned that you said you couldn't take us into the desert unless we wore these garments, the Duke said. We can carry plenty of water. We don't intend to be out long, and we'll have air cover the escort you see overhead right now. It isn't likely we'd be forced down. Kynes stared at him, seeing the water-fat flesh. He spoke coldly. You never talk of likelihoods on Arrakis. You speak only of possibilities. Halleck stiffened. The Duke is to be addressed as my lord or sire. Leto gave Halleck their private hand signal to desist, said. Our ways are new here, Gurney. We must make allowances. As you wish, sire. We are indebted to you, Dr. Kynes, Leto said. These suits and the consideration for our welfare will be remembered. On impulse, Paul called to mind a quotation from the OC Bible, said, The gift is the blessing of the giver. The words rang out over loud in the still air. The Fremen escort Kynes had left in the shade of the administration building leaped up from their squatting repose, muttering in open agitation. One cried out, Lisan al-Gaib. Kynes whirled, gave a curt, chopping signal with a hand, waved the guard away. They fell back, grumbling among themselves, trailed away around the building. Most interesting, Leto said. Kynes passed a hard glare over the Duke and Paul, said, Most of the desert natives here are a superstitious lot. Pay no attention to them. They mean no harm. But he thought of the words of the legend. They will greet you with holy words and your gifts will be a blessing. Leto's assessment of Kynes based partly on Hawat's brief verbal report, guarded and full of suspicions, suddenly crystallized. The man was Fremen. Kynes had come with a Fremen escort, which could mean simply that the Fremen were testing their new freedom to enter urban areas, but it had seemed an honor guard. And by his manner, Kynes was a proud man, accustomed to freedom, his tongue and his manner guarded only by his own suspicions. Paul's question had been direct and pertinent. Kynes had gone native. Shouldn't we be going, sire? Halleck asked. The Duke nodded. I'll fly my own thopter. Kynes can sit up front with me to direct me. You and Paul take the rear seats. One moment, please, Kynes said. With your permission, sire. I must check the security of your suits. The Duke started to speak, but Kynes pressed on. I have concern for my own flesh as well as yours, my lord. I'm well aware of whose throat would be slit should harm befall you two while you're in my care. The Duke frowned, thinking, how delicate this moment. If I refuse, it may offend him, and this could be a man whose value to me is beyond measure. Yet, to let him inside my shield, touching my person when I know so little about him. The thoughts flicked through his mind with decision hard on their heels. We're in your hands, the Duke said. He stepped forward, opening his robe, saw Halleck come up on the balls of his feet, poised and alert, but remaining where he was. And if you'd be so kind, the Duke said, I'd appreciate an explanation of the suit from one who lives so intimately with it. Certainly, Kynes said. He felt up under the robe for the shoulder seals, speaking as he examined the suit. It's basically a micro-sandwich, a high-efficiency filter, and heat exchange system. He adjusted the shoulder seals. The skin contact layer's porous. Perspiration passes through it, having cooled the body. Near normal evaporation process. The next 2 layers. Kynes tightened the chest fit. Include heat exchange filaments and salt precipitators. Salts reclaimed. The Duke lifted his arms at a gesture, said, Most interesting. Breathe deeply, Kynes said. The Duke obeyed. Kynes studied the underarm seals, adjusted one. Motions of the body, especially breathing, he said, and some osmotic action provide a pumping force. He loosened the chest fit slightly. Reclaimed water circulates to cache pockets from which you draw it through this tube in the clip at your neck. The Duke twisted his chin in and down to look at the end of the tube. Efficient and convenient, he said. Good engineering. Kynes knelt, examined the leg seals. Urine and feces are processed in the thigh pads, he said, and stood up, felt the neck fitting, lifted a section flap there. In the open desert, you wear this filter across your face. This tube in the nostrils, with these plugs to ensure a tight fit. Breathe in through the mouth filter, out through the nose tube. With a Fremen suit in good working order, you won't lose more than a thimbleful of moisture a day, even if you're caught in the grated. A thimbleful a day, the Duke said. Kynes pressed a finger against the suit's forehead pad, said, This may rub a little. If it irritates you, please tell me. I could slit patch it a bit tighter. My thanks, the Duke said. He moved his shoulders in the suit as Kynes stepped back, realizing that it did feel better now, tighter and less irritating. Kynes turned to Paul. Now, let's have a look at you, lad. A good man, but he'll have to learn to address us properly, the Duke thought. Paul stood passively as Kynes inspected the suit. It had been an odd sensation putting on the crinkling, slick-surfaced garment. In his foreconsciousness had been the absolute knowledge that he had never before worn a stillsuit. Yet, each motion of adjusting the adhesion tabs under Gurney's inexpert guidance had seemed natural, instinctive. When he had tightened the chest to gain maximum pumping action from the motion of breathing, he had known what he did and why. When he had fitted the neck and forehead tabs tightly, he had known it was to prevent friction blisters. Kynes straightened, stepped back with a puzzled expression. "You've worn a stillsuit before?" he asked. "This is the first time." "Then someone adjusted it for you?" "No. Your desert boots are fitted slick fashion at the ankles." "Who told you to do that?" "It seemed the right way." "That it most certainly is." And Kynes rubbed his cheek, thinking of the legend. "He shall know your ways as though born to them." "We waste time," the Duke said. He gestured to the waiting Thopter, led the way, accepting the guard's salute with a nod. He climbed in, fastened his safety harness, checked controls and instruments. The craft creaked as the others clambered aboard. Kynes fastened his harness, focused on the padded comfort of the aircraft's soft luxury of gray-green upholstery, gleaming instruments, the sensation of filtered and washed air in his lungs as doors slammed and vent fans whirred alive. "So soft," he thought. "All secure, sire," Halleck said. Leto fed power to the wings, felt them cup and dip once, twice. They were airborne in 10 meters, wings fettered tightly, and afterjets thrusting them upward in a steep, hissing climb. "Southeast over the shield wall," Kynes said. "That's where I told your Sandmaster to concentrate his equipment." "Right." The Duke banked into his air cover, the other craft taking up their guard positions as they headed southeast. The design and manufacture of these stillsuits bespeaks a high degree of sophistication, the Duke said. "Someday I may show you a siege factory," Kynes said. "I would find that interesting," the Duke said. "I note that suits are manufactured also in some of the garrison cities." "Inferior copies," Kynes said. "Any Dune man who values his skin wears a Fremen suit, and it'll hold your water loss to a thimbleful a day. Properly suited, your forehead cap tight, all seals in order. Your major water loss is through the palms of your hands," Kynes said. "You can wear suit gloves if you're not using your hands for critical work, but most Fremen in the open desert rub their hands with juice from the leaves of the creosote bush. It inhibits perspiration." The Duke glanced down to the left at the broken landscape of the shield wall, chasms of tortured rock, patches of yellow-brown crossed by black lines of fault shattering. It was as though someone had dropped this ground from space and left it where it smashed. They crossed a shallow basin with a clear outline of gray sand spreading across it from a canyon opening to the south. The sand fingers ran out into the basin, a dry delta outlined against darker rock. Kynes sat back, thinking about the water-fat flesh he had felt beneath the stillsuits. They wore shield belts over their robes, slow pellet stunners at the waist, coin-sized emergency transmitters on cords around their necks. Both the Duke and his son carried knives and wrist sheaths, and the sheaths appeared well worn. The people struck Kynes as a strange combination of softness and armed strength. There was a poise to them totally unlike the Harkonnens. "When you report to the Emperor on the change of government here, will you say we observe the rules?" Leto asked. He glanced at Kynes, back to their course. "The Harkonnens left. You came," Kynes said. "And is everything as it should be?" Leto asked. Momentary tension showed in the tightening of a muscle along Kynes' jaw. "As planetologist and judge of the change, I am a direct subject of the Imperium, my lord." The Duke smiled grimly. "But we both know the realities. I remind you that His Majesty supports my work." "Indeed, and what is your work?" In the brief silence, Paul thought, "He's pushing this Kynes too hard." Paul glanced at Halleck, but the minstrel warrior was staring out at the barren landscape. Kynes spoke stiffly. "You, of course, refer to my duties as planetologist. Of course, it is mostly dry land biology and botany. Some geological work, core drilling and testing. You never really exhaust the possibilities of an entire planet. Do you also investigate the spice?" Kynes turned, and Paul noted the hard line of the man's cheek. "A curious question, my lord. Bear in mind, Kynes, that this is now my fief. My methods differ from those of the Harkonnens. I don't care if you study the spice as long as I share what you discover." He glanced at the planetologist. "The Harkonnens discouraged investigation of the spice, didn't they?" Kynes stared back without answering. You may speak plainly, the Duke said, without fear for your skin. The imperial court is, indeed, a long way off, Kynes muttered, and he thought, what does this water-soft invader expect? Does he think me fool enough to enlist with him? The Duke chuckled, keeping his attention on their course. I detect a sour note in your voice, sir. We've waited in here with our mob of tame killers, and we expect you to realize immediately that we're different from the Harkonnens. I've seen the propaganda you've flooded into siege and village, Kynes said. Love the good Duke. You're core of here now, Halleck barked. He snapped his attention away from the window, leaned forward. Paul put a hand on Halleck's arm. Gurney, the Duke said. He glanced back. This man's been long under the Harkonnens. Halleck sat back. Your manhawat's subtle, Kynes said, but his object's plain enough. Will you open those bases to us, then? The Duke asked. Kynes spoke curtly. They're His Majesty's property. They're not being used. They could be used. Does His Majesty concur? Kynes darted a hard stare at the Duke. Arrakis could be an Eden if its rulers would look up from grubbing for spice. He didn't answer my question, the Duke thought. And he said, how is a planet to become an Eden without money? What is money? Kynes asked. If it won't buy the services you need. Now, the Duke thought. And he said, we'll discuss this another time. Right now, I believe we're coming to the edge of the shield wall. Do I hold the same course? The same course, Kynes muttered. Paul looked out his window. Beneath them, the broken ground began to drop away in tumbled creases toward a barren rock plain and a knife-edged shelf. Beyond the shelf, fingernail crescents of dunes marched toward the horizon with here and there in the distance a dull smudge, a darker blotch to tell of something not sand. Rock outcroppings, perhaps. In the heat-addled air, Paul couldn't be sure. Are there any plants down there? Paul asked. Some, Kynes said. This latitude's life zone has mostly what we call minor water stealers adapted to raiding each other for moisture, gobbling up the trace dew. Some parts of the desert teem with life, but all of it has learned how to survive under these rigors. If you get caught down there, you imitate that life or you die. You mean steal water from each other? Paul asked. The idea outraged him, and his voice betrayed his emotion. It's done, Kynes said, but that wasn't precisely my meaning. You see, my climate demands a special attitude toward water. You're aware of water at all times. You waste nothing that contains moisture, and the Duke thought, my climate. Come around 2 degrees more southerly, my lord, Kynes said. There's a blow coming up from the west. The Duke nodded. He had seen the billowing of tan dust there. He banked the thopter around, noting the way the escort's wings reflected milky orange from the dust-refracted light as they turned to keep pace with him. This should clear the storm's edge, Kynes said. That sand must be dangerous if you fly into it, Paul said. Will it really cut the strongest metals? At this altitude, it's not sand but dust, Kynes said. The danger is lack of visibility, turbulence, clogged intakes. We'll see actual spice mining today. Paul asked. Very likely, Kynes said. Paul sat back. He had used the questions and hyper-awareness to do what his mother called registering the person. He had Kynes' now tone of voice, each detail of face and gesture. An unnatural folding of the left sleeve on the man's robe told of a knife in an arm sheath. The waist bulged strangely. It was said that desert men wore a belted sash into which they tucked small necessities. Perhaps the bulges came from such a sash, certainly not from a concealed shield belt. A copper pin engraved with the likeness of a hair clasped the neck of Kynes' robe. Another smaller pin with similar likeness hung at the corner of the hood, which was thrown back over his shoulders. Halleck twisted in the seat beside Paul, reached back into the rear compartment and brought out his balisette. Kynes looked around as Halleck tuned the instrument, then returned his attention to their course. What would you like to hear, young master? Halleck asked. You choose, Gurney, Paul said. Halleck bent his ear close to the sounding board, strummed a chord, and sang softly. Our fathers ate manna in the desert, in the burning places where whirlwinds came. Lord, save us from that horrible land. Save us, OHHH, save us from the dry and thirsty land. Kynes glanced at the Duke, said, You do travel with a light complement of guards, my lord. Are all of them such men of many talents? Gurney. The Duke chuckled. Gurney's one of a kind. I like him with me for his eyes. His eyes miss very little. The planetologist frowned, without missing a beat in his tune. Halleck interposed. For I am like an owl of the desert. Oh, I am like an owl of the desert. The Duke reached down, brought up a microphone from the instrument panel, thumbed it to life, said, Leader to escort Gemma. Flying object at 9 o'clock, Sector B. Do you identify it? It's merely a bird, Kynes said, and added, You have sharp eyes. The panel speaker crackled. Then, escort Gemma. Object examined under full amplification. It's a large bird. Paul looked in the indicated direction, saw the distant speck, a dot of intermittent motion, and realized how keyed up his father must be. Every sense was at full alert. I'd not realized there were birds that large this far into the desert, the Duke said. That's likely an eagle, Kynes said. Many creatures have adapted to this place. The ornithopter swept over a bare rock plain. Paul looked down from their 2,000 meters altitude, saw the wrinkled shadow of their craft and escort. The land beneath seemed flat, but shadow wrinkles said otherwise. Has anyone ever walked out of the desert? The Duke asked. Halleck's music stopped. He leaned forward to cash the answer. Not from the deep desert, Kynes said. Men have walked out of the second zone several times. They've survived by crossing the rock areas where worms seldom go. The timbre of Kynes' voice held Paul's attention. He felt his sense come alert the way they were trained to do. The worms, the Duke said. I must see one sometime. You may see one today, Kynes said. Wherever there is spice, there are worms. Always? Halleck asked. Always. Is there a relationship between worm and spice? The Duke asked. Kynes turned and Paul saw the pursed lips as the man spoke. They defend spice sands. Each worm has a territory. As to the spice, who knows? Worm specimens we've examined lead us to suspect complicated chemical interchanges within them. We find traces of hydrochloric acid in the ducts, more complicated acid forms elsewhere. I'll give you my monograph on the subject, and a shield's no defense. The Duke asked. Shields? Kynes sneered. Activate a shield within the worm zone and you seal your fate. Worms ignore territory lines, come from far around to attack a shield. No man wearing a shield has ever survived such attack. How are worms taken, then? High-voltage electrical shock applied separately to each ring segment is the only known way of killing and preserving an entire worm, Kynes said. They can be stunned and shattered by explosives, but each ring segment has a life of its own. Barring atomics, I know of no explosive powerful enough to destroy a large worm entirely. They're incredibly tough. Why hasn't an effort been made to wipe them out? Paul asked. Too expensive, Kynes said. Too much area to cover. Paul leaned back in his corner. His truth sense, awareness of tone shadings, told him that Kynes was lying and telling half-truths, and he thought, if there's a relationship between spice and worms, killing the worms would destroy the spice. No one will have to walk out of the desert soon, the Duke said. Trip these little transmitters at our necks and rescue is on its way. All our workers will be wearing them before long. We're setting up a special rescue service. Very commendable, Kynes said. Your tone says you don't agree, the Duke said. Agree? Of course I agree, but it won't be much use. Static electricity from storms masks out many signals. Transmitters short out. They've been tried here before, you know. Arrakis is tough on equipment. And if a worm's hunting you, there's not much time. Frequently, you have no more than 15 or 20 minutes. What would you advise? The Duke asked. You ask my advice. As planetologist, yes, you'd follow my advice, if I found it sensible. Very well, my lord. Never travel alone. The Duke turned his attention from the controls. That's all. That's all. Never travel alone. What if you're separated by a storm and forced down? Halleck asked. Isn't there anything you could do? Anything covers much territory, Kynes said. What would you do? Paul asked. Kynes turned a hard stare at the boy, brought his attention back to the Duke. I'd remember to protect the integrity of my still suit. If I were outside the worm zone or in rock, I'd stay with the ship. If I were down in open sand, I'd get away from the ship as fast as I could. About 1,000 meters would be far enough. Then I'd hide beneath my robe. A worm would get the ship, but it might miss me. Then what? Halleck asked. Kynes shrugged. Wait for the worm to leave. That's all. Paul asked. When the worm has gone, one may try to walk out, Kynes said. You must walk softly, avoid drum sands, tidal dust basins, head for the nearest rock zone. There are many such zones. You might make it. Drum sand? Halleck asked. A condition of sand compaction, Kynes said. The slightest step sets it drumming. Forms always come to that. And a tidal dust basin? The Duke asked. Certain depressions in the desert have filled with dust over the centuries. Some are so vast they have currents and tides. All will swallow the unwary who step into them. Halleck sat back, resumed strumming the balisette. Presently, he sang. Wild beasts of the desert do hunt there, waiting for the innocents to pass. OHH. Tempt not the gods of the desert, lest you seek a lonely epitaph. The perils of the he broke off. Lean forward. Dust cloud ahead, sire. I see it, Gurney. That's what we seek, Kynes said. Paul stretched up in the seat to peer ahead, saw a rolling yellow cloud low on the desert surface some 30 kilometers ahead. One of your factory crawlers, Kynes said. It's on the surface, and that means it's on spice. The cloud is vented sand being expelled after the spice has been centrifugally removed. There's no other cloud quite like it. Aircraft over it, the Duke said. I see 2, 3, 4 spotters, Kynes said. They're watching for worm sign. Worm sign? The Duke asked. A sand wave moving toward the crawler. They'll have seismic probes on the surface, too. Worms sometimes travel too deep for the wave to show. Kynes swung his gaze around the sky. Should be a carryall wing around, but I don't see it. The worm always comes, Halleck asked. Always. Paul leaned forward, touched Kynes' shoulder. How big an area does each worm stake out? Kynes frowned. The child kept asking adult questions. That depends on the size of the worm. What's the variation? The Duke asked. Big ones may control 300 or 400 square kilometers. Small ones, he broke off as the Duke kicked on the jet brakes. The ship bucked as its tail pods whispered to silence. Stub wings elongated, cupped the air. The craft became a full thopter as the Duke banked it, holding the wings to a gentle beat, pointing with his left hand off to the east beyond the factory crawler. Is that worm sign? Kynes leaned across the Duke to peer into the distance. Paul and Halleck were crowded together, looking in the same direction, and Paul noted that their escort, caught by the sudden maneuver, had surged ahead, but now was curving back. The factory crawler lay ahead of them, still some 3 kilometers away. Where the Duke pointed, crescent dune tracks spread shadow ripples toward the horizon, and, running through them as a level line stretching into the distance, came an elongated mount in motion, a cresting of sand. It reminded Paul of the way a big fish disturbed the water when swimming just under the surface. Worm, Kynes said. Big one. He leaned back, grabbed the microphone from the panel, punched out a new frequency selection. Glancing at the grid chart on rollers over their heads, he spoke into the microphone. Calling crawler at Delta Ajax 9er. Worm sign warning. Crawler at Delta Ajax 9er. Worm sign warning. Acknowledge, please. He waited. The panel speaker emitted static crackles, then a voice. Who calls Delta Ajax 9er over? They seem pretty calm about it, Halleck said. Kynes spoke into the microphone. Unlisted flight north and east of you about 3 kilometers. Worm sign is on intercept course. Your position. Estimated contact 25 minutes. Another voice rumbled from the speaker. This is spotter control. Sighting confirmed. Stand by for contact fix. There was a pause, then, contact in 26 minutes minus. That was a sharp estimate. Who's on that unlisted flight? Over. Halleck had his harness off and surged forward between Kynes and the Duke. Is this the regular working frequency, Kynes? Yes. Why, he'll be listening. Just the work crews in this area. Cuts down interference. Again, the speaker crackled. Then, this is Delta Ajax 9er. Who gets bonus credit for that spot? Over. Halleck glanced at the Duke. Kynes said, there's a bonus based on spice load for whoever gives first worm warning. They want to know, tell them who had first sight of that worm. Halleck said. The Duke nodded. Kynes hesitated, then lifted the microphone. Spotter credit to the Duke Letoatrides. The Duke Letoatrides. Over. The voice from the speaker was flat and partly distorted by a burst of static. We read and thank you. Now, tell them to divide the bonus among themselves. Halleck ordered. Tell them it's the Duke's wish. Kynes took a deep breath. Then, it's the Duke's wish that you divide the bonus among your crew. Do you read? Over. Acknowledged and thank you, the speaker said. The Duke said, I forgot to mention that Gurney is also very talented in public relations. Kynes turned a puzzled frown on Halleck. This lets the men know their Duke is concerned for their safety. Halleck said, word will get around. It was on an area working frequency not likely Harkonnen agents heard. He glanced out at their air cover. And we're a pretty strong force. It was a good risk. The Duke banked their craft toward the spin cloud erupting from the factory crawler. What happens now? There's a carry-all wing somewhere close. Kynes said, it'll come in and lift off the crawler. What if the carry-all's wrecked? Halleck asked. Some equipment is lost, Kynes said. Get in close over the crawler, my lord. You'll find this interesting. The Duke scowled, busied himself with the controls as they came into turbulent air over the crawler. Paul looked down, saw sand still spewing out of the metal and plastic monster beneath them. It looked like a gray tan and blue beetle with many wide tracks extending on arms around it. He saw a giant inverted funnel snout poked into dark sand in front of it. Rich spice bid by the color, Kynes said. They'll continue working until the last minute. The Duke fed more power to the wings, stiffened them for a steeper descent as he settled lower in a circling glide above the crawler. A glance left and right showed his cover holding altitude and circling overhead. Paul studied the yellow cloud belching from the crawler's pipe vents, looked out over the desert at the approaching worm track. Shouldn't we be hearing them call in the carry-all? Halleck asked. They usually have the wing on a different frequency, Kynes said. Shouldn't they have 2 carry-alls standing by for every crawler? The Duke asked. There should be 26 men on that machine down there, not to mention cost of equipment. Kynes said. You don't have enough X. He broke off as the speaker erupted with an angry voice. Any of you see the wing? He isn't answering. A garble of noise crackled from the speaker, drowned in an abrupt override signal. Then silence and the first voice. Report by the numbers. Over. This is spotter control. Last I saw, the wing was pretty high and circling off northwest. I don't see him now. Over. Spotter 1. Negative. Over. Spotter 2. Negative. Over. Spotter 3. Negative. Over. Silence. The Duke looked down. His own craft's shadow was just passing over the crawler. Only 4 spotters. Is that right? Correct, Kynes said. There are 5 in our party. The Duke said. Our ships are larger. We can crowd in 3 extra each. Their spotters ought to be able to lift off 2 each. Paul did the mental arithmetic, said. That's 3 short. Why don't they have 2 carry-alls to each crawler? Barked the Duke. You don't have enough extra equipment, Kynes said. All the more reason we should protect what we have. Where could that carry-all go? Halleck asked. Could have been forced down somewhere out of sight, Kynes said. The Duke grabbed the microphone, hesitated with thumb poised over its switch. How could they lose sight of a carry-all? They keep their attention on the ground looking for worm sign, Kynes said. The Duke thumbed the switch, spoke into the microphone. This is your Duke. We're coming down to take off Delta Ajax 9er's crew. All spotters are ordered to comply. Spotters will land on the east side. We will take the west. Over. He reached down, punched out his own command frequency, repeated the order for his own ear cover, handed the microphone back to Kynes. Kynes returned to the working frequency, and a voice blasted from the speaker. Almost a full load of spice. We have almost a full load. We can't leave that for a damned worm. Over. Damn the spice. The Duke barked. He grabbed back the microphone, said, We can always get more spice. There are seats in our ships for all but 3 of you. Draw straws or decide any way you like who's to go, but you're going, and that's an order. He slammed the microphone back into Kynes' hands, muttered, Sorry, as Kynes shook an injured finger. How much time? Paul asked. 9 minutes, Kynes said. The Duke said, This ship has more power than the others. If we took off under jet with 3/4 wings, we could crowd in an additional man. That's and soft, Kynes said. With 4 extra men aboard on a jet takeoff, we could snap the wings, sire. Halleck said. Not on this ship, the Duke said. He held back on the controls as the Thopter glided in beside the crawler. The wings tipped up, braked the Thopter to a skidding stop within 20 meters of the factory. The crawler was silent now, no sand spouting from its vents. Only a faint mechanical rumble issued from it, becoming more audible as the Duke opened his door. Immediately, their nostrils were assailed by the odor of cinnamon, heavy and pungent. With a loud flapping, the spotter aircraft glided down to the sand on the other side of the crawler. The Duke's own escort swooped into land in line with him. Paul, looking out at the factory, saw all the thopters were dwarfed by gnats beside a warrior beetle. "Gurney, you and Paul toss out that rear seat," the Duke said. He manually cranked the wings out to 3/4, set their angle, checked the jet pod controls. "Why the devil aren't they coming out of that machine?" "They're hoping the carry-all will show up," Kynes said. "They still have a few minutes." He glanced off to the east. All turned to look the same direction, seeing no sign of the worm, but there was a heavy, charged feeling of anxiety in the air. The Duke took the microphone, punched for his command frequency, said, "2 of you toss out your shield generators. By the numbers, you can carry 1 more man that way. We're not leaving any men for that monster." He keyed back to the working frequency, barked, "All right, you and Delta Ajax 9er, out. Now. This is a command from your Duke. On the double, or I'll cut that crawler apart with a laskin." A hatch snapped open near the front of the factory, another at the rear, another at the top. Men came tumbling out, sliding and scrambling down to the sand. A tall man in a patched working robe was the last to emerge. He jumped down to a track and then to the sand. The Duke hung the microphone on a panel, swung out onto the wing step, shouted, "2 men each into your spotters." The man in the patched robe began tolling off pairs of his crew, pushing them toward the craft waiting on the other side. "4 over here," the Duke shouted. "4 into that ship back there." He jabbed a finger at an escort thopter directly behind him. The guards were just wrestling the shield generator out of it. "And 4 into that ship over there." He pointed to the other escort that had shed its shield generator. 3 each into the others. "Run, you send dogs." The tall man finished counting off his crew, came slogging across the sand, followed by 3 of his companions. "I hear the worm, but I can't see it," Kynes said. The others heard it then, an abrasive slithering, distant and growing louder. "Damn sloppy way to operate," the Duke muttered. Aircraft began flapping off the sand around them. It reminded the Duke of a time in his home planet's jungles, a sudden emergence into a clearing, and carrion birds lifting away from the carcass of a wild ox. The spice workers slogged up to the side of the thopter, started climbing in behind the Duke. Halleck helped, dragging them into the rear. "In you go, boys," he snapped. On the double, Paul, crowded into a corner by sweating men, smelled the perspiration of fear, saw that 2 of the men had pull-on neck adjustments on their still suits. He filed the information in his memory for future action. His father would have to order tighter still-suit discipline. Men tended to become sloppy if you didn't watch such things. The last man came gasping into the rear, said, "The worm. It's almost on us. Blast off." The Duke slid into his seat, frowning, said, "We still have almost 3 minutes on the original contact estimate. Is that right, Kynes?" He shut his door, checked it. "Almost exactly, my lord," Kynes said, and he thought, "A cool one. This Duke. All secure here, sire." Halleck said. The Duke nodded, watched the last of his escort take off. He adjusted the igniter, glanced once more at wings and instruments, punched the jet sequence. The takeoff pressed the Duke and Kynes deep into their seats, compressed the people in the rear. Kynes watched the way the Duke handled the controls gently, surely. The thopter was fully airborne now, and the Duke studied his instruments, glanced left and right at his wings. "She's very heavy, sire," Halleck said. "Well within the tolerances of this ship," the Duke said. "You didn't really think I'd risk this cargo, did you, Gurney?" Halleck grinned, said, "Not a bit of it, sire." The Duke banked his craft in a long, easy curve, climbing over the crawler. Paul, crushed into a corner beside a window, stared down at the silent machine on the sand. The worm sign had broken off about 400 meters from the crawler, and now there appeared to be turbulence in the sand around the factory. "The worm is now beneath the crawler," Kynes said. "You are about to witness a thing few have seen." Flecks of dust shadowed the sand around the crawler now. The big machine began to tip down to the right. A gigantic sand whirlpool began forming there to the right of the crawler. It moved faster and faster. Sand and dust filled the air now for hundreds of meters around. Then they saw it. A wide hole emerged from the sand. Sunlight flashed from glistening white spokes within it. The hole's diameter was at least twice the length of the crawler, Paul estimated. He watched as the machine slid into that opening in a billow of dust and sand. The hole pulled back. "Cods, what a monster," muttered a man beside Paul. "Got all our flogging spice," growled another. "Someone is going to pay for this," the Duke said. "I promise you that." By the very flatness of his father's voice, Paul sensed the deep anger. He found that he shared it. This was criminal waste. In the silence that followed, they heard Kynes. "Bless the Maker and his water," Kynes murmured. "Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world. May he keep the world for his people." "What's that you're saying?" the Duke asked, but Kynes remained silent. Paul glanced at the men crowded around him. They were staring fearfully at the back of Kynes' head. One of them whispered, "Leet." Kynes turned, scowling. The man sank back, abashed. Another of the rescued men began coughing dry and rasping. Presently, he gasped, "Curse this hellhole." The tall Dune man who had come last out of the crawler said, "Be you still, Cos. You but worsen your cough." He stirred among the men until he could look through them at the back of the Duke's head. "You be the Duke Leto, I warrant," he said. "It's to you we give thanks for our lives. We were ready to end it there until you came along. Quiet, man, and let the Duke fly his ship." Halleck muttered. Paul glanced at Halleck. He, too, had seen the tension wrinkles at the corner of his father's jaw. One walked softly when the Duke was in a rage. Leto began easing his fopter out of its great banking circle, stopped at a new sign of movement on the sand. The worm had withdrawn into the depths, and now, near where the crawler had been, two figures could be seen moving north away from the sand depression. They appeared to glide over the surface with hardly a lifting of dust to mark their passage. "Who's that down there?" the Duke barked. "Two Johnnies who came along for the ride, score," said the tall Dune man. "Why wasn't something said about them?" "It was a chance they took, sore," the Dune man said. "My lord," said Kynes, "these men know it's of little use to do anything about men trapped on the desert in worm country. We'll send a ship from base for them." The Duke snapped. "As you wish, my lord," Kynes said. "But likely when the ship gets here there'll be no one to rescue." "We'll send a ship anyway," the Duke said. "They were right beside where the worm came up." Paul said. "How'd they escape?" "The sides of the hole cave in and make the distances deceptive," Kynes said. "You waste fuel here, sire." Halleck ventured. "A gurney." The Duke brought his craft around toward the shield wall. His escort came down from circling stations, took up positions above and on both sides. Paul thought about what the Dune man and Kynes had said. He sensed half-truths, outright lies. The men on the sand had glided across the surface so surely, moving in a way obviously calculated to keep from luring the worm back out of its depths. Fremen, Paul thought. Who else would be so sure on the sand? Who else might be left out of your worries as a matter of course because they are in no danger? They know how to live here. They know how to outwit the worm. What were Fremen doing on that crawler? Paul asked. Kynes whirled. The tall Dune man turned wide eyes on Paul, blue within blue within blue. "Who be this lad?" he asked. Halleck moved to place himself between the man and Paul, said, "This is Paul Atreides, the Ducalaire. Why says he there were Fremen on our rumbler?" The man asked. "They fit the description," Paul said. Kynes snorted. "You can tell Fremen just by looking at them." He looked at the Dune man. "You. Who were those men?" "Friends of one of the others," the Dune man said. "Just friends from a village who wanted to see the spice sands." Kynes turned away. Fremen. But he was remembering the words of the legend. "Velicin Algabe shall see through all subterfuge." They be dead now, most likely. "Young Sur," the Dune man said. "We should not speak unkindly on them." But Paul heard the falsehood in their voices, felt the menace that had brought Halleck instinctively into guarding position. Paul spoke dryly. "A terrible place for them to die." Without turning, Kynes said, "When God hath ordained a creature to die in a particular place, he causeth that creature's wants to direct him to that place." Leto turned a hard stare at Kynes, and Kynes, returning the stare, found himself troubled by a fact he had observed here. This Duke was concerned more over the men than he was over the spice. He risked his own life and that of his son to save the men. He passed off the loss of a spice crawler with a gesture. The threat to men's lives had him in a rage. A leader such as that would command fanatic loyalty. He would be difficult to defeat. Against his own will and all previous judgments, Kynes admitted to himself, "I like this Duke." Chapter 16. In the dining hall of the Arrakis Great House, suspenser lamps had been lighted against the early dark. They cast their yellow glows upward onto the black bull's head with its bloody horns, and onto the darkly glistening oil painting of the old Duke. Beneath these talismans, white linen shone around the burnished reflections of the arid silver, which had been placed in precise arrangements along the great table, little archipelagos of service waiting beside crystal glasses, each setting squared off before a heavy wooden chair. The classic central chandelier remained unlighted, and its chain twisted upward into shadows where the mechanism of the poison snooper had been concealed. Pausing in the doorway to inspect the arrangements, the Duke thought about the poison snooper and what it signified in his society. All of a pattern, he thought. You can plumb us by our language, the precise and delicate delineations for ways to administer treacherous death. Will someone try chomarketonite poison in the drink, or will it be chamas poison in the food? He shook his head. Beside each plate on the long table stood a flagon of water. There was enough water along the table, the Duke estimated, to keep a Arrakis family for more than a year. Flanking the doorway in which he stood were broad laving basins of ornate yellow and green tile. Each basin had its rack of towels. It was the custom, the housekeeper had explained, for guests as they entered to dip their hands ceremoniously into a basin, slop several cups of water onto the floor, dry their hands on a towel, and fling the towel into the growing puddle at the door. After the dinner, beggars gathered outside to get the water squeezings from the towels. How typical of a Harkonnen fief, the Duke thought. Every degradation of the spirit that can be conceived. He took a deep breath, feeling rage tight in his stomach. The custom stops here, he muttered. He saw a serving woman, one of the old and gnarled ones the housekeeper had recommended, hovering at the doorway from the kitchen across from him. The Duke signaled with a praised hand. She moved out of the shadows, scurried around the table toward him, and he noted the leathery face, the blue within blue eyes. "My lord wishes." She kept her head bowed, eyes shielded. He gestured. "Have these basins and towels removed, but, noble born." She looked up, mouth gaping. "I know the custom," he barked. "Take these basins to the front door. While we're eating and until we've finished, each beggar who calls may have a full cup of water." "Understood." Her leathery face displayed a twisting of emotions, dismay, anger. With sudden insight, Leto realized that she must have planned to sell the water squeezings from the foot-trampled towels, wringing a few coppers from the wretches who came to the door. Perhaps that also was a custom. His face clouded, and he growled, "I'm posting a guard to see that my orders are carried out to the letter." He whirled, strode back down the passage to the great hall. Memories rolled in his mind like the toothless mutterings of old women. He remembered open water and waves, days of grass instead of sand, dazed summers that had whipped past him like windstorm leaves. All gone. "I'm getting old," he thought. "I've felt the cold hand of my mortality." And in what? An old woman's greed. In the great hall, the Lady Jessica was the center of a mixed group standing in front of the fireplace. An open blaze crackled there, casting flickers of orange light onto jewels and laces and costly fabrics. He recognized in the group a stillsuit manufacturer down from Carthage, an electronics equipment importer, a water shipper whose summer mansion was near his polar cap factory, a representative of the Guild Bank, lean and remote, that one, a dealer in replacement parts for spice mining equipment, a thin and hard-faced woman whose escort service for off-planet visitors reputedly operated as cover for various smuggling, spying, and blackmail operations. Most of the women in the hall seemed cast from a specific type, decorative, precisely turned out, an odd mingling of untouchable sensuousness. Even without her position as hostess, Jessica would have dominated the group, he thought. She wore no jewelry and had chosen warm colors, a long dress almost the shade of the open blaze, and an earth-brown band around her bronzed hair. He realized she had done this to taunt him subtly, a reproof against his recent pose of coldness. She was well aware that he liked her best in these shades, that he saw her as a rustling of warm colors, Nearby, more an outflanker than a member of the group, stood Duncan Idaho in glittering dress uniform, flat face unreadable, the curling black hair neatly combed. He had been summoned back from the Fremen and had his orders from Hawa under pretext of guarding her. You will keep the Lady Jessica under constant surveillance. The Duke glanced around the room. There was Paul in the corner surrounded by a fawning group of the younger Arrakeen riches, and, aloof among them, 3 officers of the house troop. The Duke took particular note of the young women. What a catch a ducal heir would make. But Paul was treating all equally, with an air of reserved nobility. He'll wear the title well, the Duke thought, and realized with a sudden chill that this was another death thought. Paul saw his father in the doorway, avoided his eyes. He looked around at the clusterings of guests, the jeweled hands clutching drinks, and the unobtrusive inspections with tiny remote-cast snoopers. Seeing all the chattering faces, Paul was suddenly repelled by them. They were cheap masks locked on festering thoughts, voices gabbling to drown out the loud silence in every breast. I'm in a sour mood, he thought, and wondered what Gurney would say to that. He knew his mood's source. He hadn't wanted to attend this function, but his father had been firm. You have a place, a position to uphold. You're old enough to do this. You're almost a man. Paul saw his father emerge from the doorway, inspect the room, then cross to the group round the Lady Jessica. As Leto approached Jessica's group, the water shipper was asking, "Is it true the Duke will put in weather control?" From behind the man, the Duke said, "We haven't gone that far in our thinking, sir." The man turned, exposing a bland round face, darkly tanned. "Wait, the Duke," he said. "We missed you." Leto glanced at Jessica. A thing needed doing. He returned his attention to the water shipper, explained what he had ordered for the living basins, adding, "As far as I'm concerned, the old custom ends now. Is this a ducal order, my lord?" The man asked. "I leave that to your own conscience," the Duke said. He turned, noting Kynes come up to the group. One of the women said, "I think it's a very generous gesture giving water to the someone shushed her." The Duke looked at Kynes, noting that the planetologist wore an old-style dark brown uniform with epaulets of the imperial civil servant and a tiny gold teardrop of rank at his collar. The water shipper asked in an angry voice, "Does the Duke imply criticism of our custom?" "This custom has been changed," Leto said. He nodded to Kynes, marked the frown on Jessica's face, thought, "A frown does not become her, but it'll increase rumors of friction between us." With the Duke's permission, the water shipper said, "I'd like to inquire further about customs." Leto heard the sudden oily tone in the man's voice, noted the watchful silence in this group. The way heads were beginning to turn toward them around the room. "Isn't it almost time for dinner?" Jessica asked. "But our guest has some questions," Leto said, and he looked at the water shipper, seeing a round-faced man with large eyes and thick lips, recalling Hawat's memorandum. "And this water shipper is a man to watch linger Butte. Remember the name. The Harkonnens used him but never fully controlled him. Water customs are so interesting," Butte said, and there was a smile on his face. "I'm curious what you intend about the conservatory attached to this house. Do you intend to continue flaunting it in the people's faces?" "Malad." Leto held anger in check, staring at the man. Thoughts raced through his mind. It had taken bravery to challenge him in his own ducal castle, especially since they now had Butte's signature over a contract of allegiance. The action had taken, also, a knowledge of personal power. Water was, indeed, power here. If water facilities were mined, for instance, ready to be destroyed at a signal, the man looked capable of such a thing. Destruction of water facilities might well destroy Arrakis. That could well have been the club this Butte held over the Harkonnens. "My lord, the Duke, and I have other plans for our conservatory," Jessica said. She smiled at Leto. "We intend to keep it, certainly, but only to hold it in trust for the people of Arrakis. It is our dream that someday the climate of Arrakis may be changed sufficiently to grow such plants anywhere in the open." Bless her, Leto thought. Let our water shipper chew on that. "Your interest in water and weather control is obvious," the Duke said. "I'd advise you to diversify your holdings. One day, water will not be a precious commodity on Arrakis," and he thought, Hawat must treatable his efforts at infiltrating this Butte's organization, and we must start on standby water facilities at once. No man is going to hold a club over my head." Butte nodded, the smile still on his face. "A commendable dream, my lord." He withdrew a pace. Leto's attention was caught by the expression on Kyne's face. The man was staring at Jessica. He appeared transfigured like a man in love, or caught in a religious trance. Kyne's thoughts were overwhelmed at last by the words of prophecy, and they shall share your most precious dream. He spoke directly to Jessica. Do you bring the shortening of the way? Dr. Kynes, the water shipper said. You've come in from tramping around with your mobs of Fremen. How gracious of you. Kynes passed an unreadable glance across Butte, said. It is said in the desert that possession of water in great amount can inflict a man with fatal carelessness. They have many strange sayings in the desert, Butte said, but his voice betrayed uneasiness. Jessica crossed to Leto, slipped her hand under his arm to gain a moment in which to calm herself. Kynes had said, the shortening of the way, in the old tongue, the phrase translated as Quisitz Haderach. The planetologist's odd question seemed to have gone unnoticed by the others, and now Kynes was bending over one of the consort women, listening to a low-voiced coquetry. Quisitz Haderach, Jessica thought. Did our missionaria protectiva plant that legend here, too? The thought fanned her secret hope for Paul. He could be the Quisitz Haderach. He could be. The Guild Bank representative had fallen into conversation with the water shipper, and Butte's voice lifted above the renewed hum of conversations. Many people have sought to change Arrakis. The Duke saw how the words seemed to pierce Kynes, jerking the planetologist upright and away from the flirting woman. Into the sudden silence, a house trooper in uniform of a footman cleared his throat behind Leto, said, Dinner is served, my lord. The Duke directed a questioning glance down at Jessica. The custom here is for host and hostess to follow their guests to table, she said, and smiled. Shall we change that one, too, my lord? He spoke coldly. That seems a goodly custom. We shall let it stand for now. The illusion that I suspect her of treachery must be maintained, he thought. He glanced at the guests filing past them. Who among you believes this lie? Jessica, sensing his remoteness, wondered at it as she had done frequently the past week. He acts like a man struggling with himself, she thought. Is it because I moved so swiftly setting up this dinner party? Yet, he knows how important it is that we begin to mix our officers and men with the locals on a social plane. We are father and mother surrogate to them all. Nothing impresses that fact more firmly than this sort of social sharing. Leto, watching the guests file past, recalled what Thufir Hawat had said when informed of the affair. Sire, I forbid it. A grim smile touched the Duke's mouth. What a scene that had been. And when the Duke had remained adamant about attending the dinner, Hawat had shaken his head. I have bad feelings about this, my lord, he'd said. Things move too swiftly on Arrakis. That's not like the Harkonnens. Not like them at all. Paul passed his father escorting a young woman half a head taller than himself. He shot a sour glance at his father, nodded at something the young woman said. Her father manufactures still suits, Jessica said. I'm told that only a fool would be caught in the deep desert wearing one of the man's suits. Who's the man with the scarred face ahead of Paul? The Duke asked. I don't place him. A late addition to the list, she whispered. Gurney arranged the invitation. Smuggler, Gurney arranged, at my request. It was cleared with Hawat. I thought Hawat was a little stiff about it. The smuggler's called Tuk, Martuk. He's a power among his kind. They all know him here. He's dined at many of the houses. Why is he here? Everyone here will ask that question, she said. Tuk will sow doubt and suspicion just by his presence. He'll also serve notice that you're prepared to back up your orders against graft by enforcement from the smuggler's end as well. This was the point Hawat appeared to like. I'm not sure I like it. He nodded to a passing couple, so only a few of their guests remained to precede them. Why didn't you invite some Fremen? There's Kynes, she said. Yes, there's Kynes, he said. Have you arranged any other little surprises for me? He led her into step behind the procession. All else is most conventional, she said. And she thought, my darling, can't you see that this smuggler controls fast ships, that he can be bribed? We must have a way out, a door of escape from Arrakis if all else fails us here. As they emerged into the dining hall, she disengaged her arm, allowed Leto to seat her. He strode to his end of the table. A footman held his chair for him. The others settled with a swishing of fabrics, a scraping of chairs, but the Duke remained standing. He gave a hand signal, and the house troopers in footman uniform around the table stepped back, standing at attention. Uneasy silence settled over the room. Jessica, looking down the length of the table, saw a faint trembling at the corners of Leto's mouth, noted the dark flush of anger on his cheeks. What has angered him? She asked herself. Surely not my invitation to the smuggler. Some question my changing of the laving basin custom, Leto said. This is my way of telling you that many things will change. Embarrassed silence settled over the table. They think him drunk, Jessica thought. Leto lifted his water flagon, held it aloft where the suspensor lights shot beams of reflection off it, as a chevalier of the Imperium. Then, he said, I give you a toast. The others grasped their flagons, all eyes focused on the Duke. In the sudden stillness, a suspensor light drifted slightly in an errant breeze from the serving kitchen hallway. Shadows played across the Duke's hot features. Here I am and here I remain, he barked. There was an abortive movement of flagons toward mouths stopped as the Duke remained with arm upraised. My toast is one of those maxims so dear to our hearts. Business makes progress. Fortune passes everywhere. He sipped his water. The others joined him. Questioning glances passed among them. Gurney, the Duke called. From an alcove at Leto's end of the room came Halleck's voice. Here, my lord. Give us a tune, Gurney. A minor chord from the balisette floated out of the alcove. Servants began putting plates of food on the table at the Duke's gesture, releasing them roast desert hare in sauce cepeda, applamage Syrian, chuka under glass, coffee with melange. A rich cinnamon odor from the spice wafted across the table. A true pot au served with sparkling Caladan wine. Still, the Duke remained standing, as the guests waited, their attention torn between the dishes placed before them and the standing Duke. Leto said, in olden times, it was the duty of the host to entertain his guests with his own talents. His knuckles turned white. So fiercely did he grip his water flagon. I cannot sing, but I give you the words of Gurney's song. Consider it another toast, a toast to all who've died bringing us to this station. An uncomfortable stirring sounded around the table. Jessica lowered her gaze, glanced at the people seated nearest her. There was the round-faced water shipper and his woman, the pale and austere Guild Bank representative. He seemed a whistle-faced scarecrow, with his eyes fixed on Leto. The rugged and scar-faced Tuke, his blue within blue eyes downcast. Review. Friends troops long past review. The Duke intoned. All to fade a weight of pains and dollars. Their spirits wear our silver collars. Review. Friends troops long past review. Each a dot of time without pretense or guile. With them passes the lure of fortune. Review. Friends troops long past review. When our time ends on its rictus smile, we'll pass the lure of fortune. The Duke allowed his voice to trail off on the last line, took a deep drink from his water flagon, slammed it back onto the table. Water slopped over the brim onto the linen. The others drank in embarrassed silence. Again, the Duke lifted his water flagon, and this time emptied its remaining half onto the floor, knowing that the others around the table must do the same. Jessica was first to follow his example. There was a frozen moment before the others began emptying their flagons. Jessica saw how Paul, seated near his father, was studying the reactions around him. She found herself also fascinated by water guests' actions revealed, especially among the women. This was clean, potable water, not something already cast away in a sopping towel. Reluctance to just discard it exposed itself in trembling hands, delayed reactions, nervous laughter, and violent obedience to the necessity. One woman dropped her flagon, looked the other way as her male companion recovered it. Kynes, though, caught her attention most sharply. The planetologist hesitated, then emptied his flagon into a container beneath his jacket. He smiled at Jessica as he caught her watching him, raised the empty flagon to her in a silent toast. He appeared completely unembarrassed by his action. Halleck's music still wafted over the room, but it had come out of its minor key, lilting and lively now as though he were trying to lift the mood. Let the dinner commence, the Duke said, and sank into his chair. He's angry and uncertain, Jessica thought. The loss of that factory crawler hit him more deeply than it should have. It must be something more than that loss. He acts like a desperate man. She lifted her fork, hoping in the motion to hide her own sudden bitterness. Why not? He is desperate. Slowly at first, then with increasing animation, The dinner got underway. The stillsuit manufacturer complimented Jessica on her chef and wine. "We brought both from Caladan," she said. "Superb," he said, tasting the chuka. "Simply superb. And not a hint of melange in it. One gets so tired of the spice and everything." The Guild Bank representative looked across at Kynes. "I understand, Dr. Kynes, that another factory crawler has been lost to a worm." "News travels fast," the Duke said. "Then it's true?" the banker asked, shifting his attention to Leto. "Of course, it's true," the Duke snapped. "The blasted carry-all disappeared. It shouldn't be possible for anything that big to disappear." "When the worm came, there was nothing to recover the crawler," Kynes said. "It should not be passable," the Duke repeated. "No one saw the carry-all leave," the banker asked. "Spotters customarily keep their eyes on the sand," Kynes said. "They are primarily interested in worm sign. A carry-all's complement usually is 4 men, 2 pilots, and 2 journeyman attachers. If one or even 2 of this crew were in the pay of the Duke's foes, I see," the banker said. "And you, as judge of the change, do you challenge this?" "I shall have to consider my position carefully," Kynes said, "and I certainly will not discuss it at table." And he thought, "That pale skeleton of a man. He knows this is the kind of infraction I was instructed to ignore." The banker smiled, returned his attention to his food. Jessica sat remembering a lecture from her Bene Gesserit school days. The subject had been espionage and counter-espionage. A plump, happy-faced Reverend Mother had been the lecturer, her jolly voice contrasting weirdly with the subject matter. A thing to note about any espionage and / or counter-espionage school is the similar basic reaction pattern of all its graduates. Any enclosed discipline sets its stamp, its pattern, upon its students. That pattern is susceptible to analysis and prediction. Now, motivational patterns are going to be similar among all espionage agents. That is to say, there will be certain types of motivation that are similar despite differing schools or opposed aims. You will study first how to separate this element for your analysis in the beginning, through interrogation patterns that betray the inner orientation of the interrogators. Secondly, by close observation of language thought orientation of those under analysis. You will find it fairly simple to determine the root languages of your subjects, of course, both through voice inflection and speech pattern. Now, sitting at table with her son and her Duke and their guests, hearing that Guild Bank representative, Jessica felt a chill of realization. The man was a Harkonnen agent. He had the GD prime speech pattern subtly masked, but exposed to her trained awareness as though he had announced himself. Does this mean the guild itself has taken sides against House Atreides? She asked herself. The thought shocked her, and she masked her emotion by calling for a new dish, all the while listening for the man to betray his purpose. He will shift the conversation next to something seemingly innocent, but with ominous overtones, she told herself. It's his pattern. The banker swallowed, took a sip of wine, smiled at something said to him by the woman on his right. He seemed to listen for a moment to a man down the table who was explaining to the Duke that native Arrakeen plants had no thorns. I enjoy watching the flights of birds on Arrakis, the banker said, directing his words at Jessica. All of our birds, of course, are carrion eaters, and many exist without water, having become blood drinkers. The stillsuit manufacturer's daughter, seated between Paul and his father at the other end of the table, twisted her pretty face into a frown, said, "Ho, Susu, you say the most disgusting things." The banker smiled. They call me Susu because I'm financial advisor to the Water Peddlers Union. And, as Jessica continued to look at him without comment, he added, because of the water sellers cry Susuk. And he imitated the call with such accuracy that many around the table laughed. Jessica heard the boastful tone of voice, but noted most that the young woman had spoken on cue, a set piece. She had produced the excuse for the banker to say what he had said. She glanced at Linger Butte. The water magnate was scowling, concentrating on his dinner. It came to Jessica that the banker had said, I, too, control that ultimate source of power on Arrakis water. Paul had marked the falseness in his dinner companion's voice, saw that his mother was following the conversation with Bene Gesserit intensity. On impulse, he decided to play the foil, draw the exchange out. He addressed himself to the banker. Do you mean, sir, that these birds are cannibals? That's an odd question, young master, the banker said. I merely said the birds drink blood. It doesn't have to be the blood of their own kind, does it? It was not an odd question, Paul said, and Jessica noted a brittle riposte quality of her training exposed in his voice. Most educated people know that the worst potential competition for any young organism can come from its own kind. He deliberately forked a bite of food from his companion's plate, ate it. They are eating from the same bowl. They have the same basic requirements. The banker stiffened, scowled at the Duke. Do not make the error of considering my son a child, the Duke said, and he smiled. Jessica glanced around the table, noted that Butte had brightened, that both Kynes and the smuggler, Tuke, were grinning. It's a rule of ecology, Kynes said, that the young master appears to understand quite well. The struggle between life elements is the struggle for the free energy of a system. Blood's an efficient energy source. The banker put down his fork, spoke in an angry voice. It's said that the Fremens come drink the blood of their dead. Kynes shook his head, spoke in a lecturing tone. Not the blood, sir, but all of a man's water, ultimately, belongs to his people, to his tribe. It's a necessity when you live near the Great Flat. All water's precious there, and the human body is composed of some 70% water by weight. A dead man, surely, no longer requires that water. The banker put both hands against the table beside his plate, and Jessica thought he was going to push himself back, leave in a rage. Kynes looked at Jessica. Forgive me, my lady, for elaborating on such an ugly subject at table, but you were being told falsehood, and it needed clarifying. You've associated so long with Fremen that you've lost all sensibilities, the banker rasped. Kynes looked at him calmly, studied the pale, trembling face. Are you challenging me, sir? The banker froze. He swallowed, spoke stiffly. Of course not. I'd not so insult our host and hostess. Jessica heard the fear in the man's voice, sight in his face, in his breathing, in the pulse of a vein at his temple. The man was terrified of Kynes. Our host and hostess are quite capable of deciding for themselves when they've been insulted, Kynes said. They're brave people who understand defensive honor. We all may attest to their courage by the fact that they are here, now, on Arrakis. Jessica saw that Leto was enjoying this. Most of the others were not. People all around the table sat poised for flight, hands out of sight under the table. Two notable exceptions were Butte, who was openly smiling at the banker's discomfiture, and the smuggler, Tuke, who appeared to be watching Kynes for a cue. Jessica saw that Paul was looking at Kynes in admiration. Well, Kynes said. I meant no offense, the banker muttered. If offense was taken, please accept my apologies. Freely given, freely accepted, Kynes said. He smiled at Jessica, resumed eating as though nothing had happened. Jessica saw that the smuggler, too, had relaxed. She marked this. The man had shown every aspect of an aide ready to leap to Kynes' assistance. There existed an accord of some sort between Kynes and Tuke. Leto toyed with a fork, looked speculatively at Kynes. The ecologist's manner indicated a change in attitude toward the House of Atrides. Kynes had seemed colder on their trip over the desert. Jessica signaled for another course of food and drink. Servants appeared with lens de lapins de Guerin red wine and a sauce of mushroom yeast on the side. Slowly, the dinner conversation resumed, but Jessica heard the agitation in it, the brittle quality, saw that the banker ate in sullen silence. Kynes would have killed him without hesitating, she thought. And she realized that there was an offhand attitude toward killing in Kynes' manner. He was a casual killer, and she guessed that this was a Fremen quality. Jessica turned to the stillsuit manufacturer on her left, said, I find myself continually amazed by the importance of water on Arrakis. Very important, he agreed. What is this dish? It's delicious. Tongues of wild rabbit in a special sauce, she said. A very old recipe. I must have that recipe, the man said. She nodded. I'll see that you get it. Kynes looked at Jessica, said. The newcomer to Arrakis frequently underestimates the importance of water here. You are dealing, you see, with the law of the minimum. She heard the testing quality in his voice, said. Growth is limited by that necessity which is present in the least amount. And naturally, the least favorable condition controls the growth rate. It's rare to find members of a great house aware of planetological problems. Kynes said. Water is the least favorable condition for life on Arrakis. And remember that growth itself can produce unfavorable conditions unless treated with extreme care. Jessica sensed a hidden message in Kynes' words, but knew she was missing it. Growth, she said. Do you mean Arrakis can have an orderly cycle of water to sustain human life under more favorable conditions? Impossible, the water magnate barked. Jessica turned her attention to Butte. Impossible. Impossible on Arrakis, he said. Don't listen to this dreamer. All the laboratory evidence is against him. Kynes looked at Butte, and Jessica noted that the other conversations around the table had stopped while people concentrated on this new interchange. Laboratory evidence tends to blind us to a very simple fact, Kynes said. That fact is this. We are dealing here with matters that originated and exist out of doors, where plants and animals carry on their normal existence. Normal? Butte snorted. No thing about Arrakis is normal. Quite the contrary, Kynes said. Certain harmonies could be set up here along self-sustaining lines. You merely have to understand the limits of the planet and the pressures upon it. It'll never be done, Butte said. The Duke came to a sudden realization. Placing the point where Kynes' attitude had changed it had been when Jessica had spoken of holding the conservatory plants in trust for Arrakis. What would it take to set up the self-sustaining system, Dr. Kynes? Leto asked. If we can get 3% of the green plant element on Arrakis involved in forming carbon compounds as foodstuffs, we've started the cyclic system, Kynes said. Water's the only problem, the Duke asked. He sensed Kynes' excitement, felt himself caught up in it. Water overshadows the other problems, Kynes said. This planet has much oxygen, without its usual concomitants, widespread plant life, and large sources of free carbon dioxide from such phenomena as volcanoes. There are unusual chemical interchanges over large surface areas here. Do you have pilot projects? The Duke asked. We've had a long time in which to build up the tensely affects malunit experiments on an amateur basis from which my science may now draw its working facts. Kynes said. There isn't enough water, Butte said. There just isn't enough water. Master Butte is an expert on water, Kynes said. He smiled, turned back to his dinner. The Duke gestured sharply down with his right hand, barked. No, I want an answer. Is there enough water, Dr. Kynes? Kynes stared at his plate. Jessica watched the play of emotion on his face. He masks himself well, she thought, but she had him registered now and read that he regretted his words. Is there enough water? The Duke demanded. There, may be, Kynes said. He's faking uncertainty. Jessica thought. With his deeper truth sense, Paul caught the underlying motive, had to use every ounce of his training to mask his excitement. There is enough water, but Kynes doesn't wish it to be known. Our planetologist has many interesting dreams, Butte said. He dreams with the Fremen of prophecies and messiahs. Chickles sounded at odd places around the table. Jessica marked them the smuggler, the stillsuit manufacturer's daughter, Duncan Idaho, the woman with the mysterious escort service. Tensions are oddly distributed here tonight, Jessica thought. There's too much going on of which I'm not aware. I'll have to develop new information sources. The Duke passed his gaze from Kynes to Butte to Jessica. He felt oddly let down, as though something vital had passed him here. Maybe, he muttered. Kynes spoke quickly. Perhaps we should discuss this another time, my lord. There are so many. The planetologist broke off as a uniformed Atrides trooper hurried in through the service door, was passed by the guard and rushed to the Duke's side. The man bent, whispering into Leto's ear. Jessica recognized the cap sign of Hawat's Corps. Fought down uneasiness. She addressed herself to the stillsuit manufacturer's feminine companion, a tiny, dark-haired woman with a doll face, a touch of epicanthic fold to the eyes. You've hardly touched your dinner, my dear, Jessica said. May I order you something? The woman looked at the stillsuit manufacturer before answering. Then, I'm not very hungry. Abruptly, the Duke stood up beside his trooper, spoke in a harsh tone of command. Stay seated, everyone. You will have to forgive me, but a matter has arisen that requires my personal attention. He stepped aside. Paul, take over as host for me, if you please. Paul stood, wanting to ask why his father had to leave, knowing he had to play this with a grand manner. He moved around to his father's chair, sat down in it. The Duke turned to the alcove where Halleck sat, said, Gurney, please take Paul's place at table. We mustn't have an odd number here. When the dinner's over, I may want you to bring Paul to the field CP. Wait for my call. Halleck emerged from the alcove in dress uniform, his lumpy ugliness seeming out of place in the glittering finery. He leaned his balisette against the wall, crossed to the chair Paul had occupied, sat down. There's no need for alarm, the Duke said. But I must ask that no one leave until our house guard says it's safe. You will be perfectly secure as long as you remain here, and we'll have this little trouble cleared up very shortly. Paul caught the code words in his father's message: guard, safe, secure, surely. The problem was security, not violence. He saw that his mother had read the same message. They both relaxed. The Duke gave a short nod, wheeled and strode through the service door, followed by his trooper. Paul said, "Please go on with your dinner. I believe Dr. Kynes was discussing water. May we discuss it another time?" Kynes asked. "By all means," Paul said. And Jessica noted with pride her sense dignity, the mature sense of assurance. The banker picked up his water flagon, gestured with it at Butte. None of us here can surpass Master Linger Butte in flowery phrases. One might almost assume he aspired to great house status. Come, Master Butte, lead us in a toast. Perhaps you've a dollop of wisdom for the boy who must be treated like a man. Jessica clenched her right hand into a fist beneath the table. She saw a hand signal pass from Halleck to Idaho, saw the house troopers along the walls move into positions of maximum guard. Butte cast a venomous glare at the banker. Paul glanced at Halleck, took in the defensive positions of his guards, looked at the banker until the man lowered the water flagon. He said, "Once, on Caladan, I saw the body of a drowned fisherman recovered. He drowned. It was the stillsuit manufacturer's daughter." Paul hesitated. Then, "Yes, immersed in water until dead. Drowned." "What an interesting way to die," she murmured. Paul's smile became brittle. He returned his attention to the banker. The interesting thing about this man was the wounds on his shoulders, made by another fisherman's claw boots. This fisherman was one of several in a boat, a craft for traveling on water that foundered, sank beneath the water. Another fisherman helping recover the body said he'd seen marks like this man's wounds several times. They meant another drowning fisherman had tried to stand on this poor fellow's shoulders in the attempt to reach up to the surface to reach air. "Why is this interesting?" the banker asked. "Because of an observation made by my father at the time. He said the drowning man who climbs on your shoulders to save himself is understandable except when you see it happen in the drawing room." Paul hesitated just long enough for the banker to see the point coming. Then, "And I should add, except when you see it at the dinner table." A sudden stillness enfolded the room. That was rash, Jessica thought. This banker might have enough rank to call my son out. She saw that Idaho was poised for instant action. The house troopers were alert. Gurney Halleck had his eyes on the men opposite him. Ho 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 ho. It was the smuggler, Tuke, had thrown back laughing with complete abandon. Nervous smiles appeared around the table. Butte was grinning. The banker had pushed his chair back, was glaring at Paul. Kynes said, "One baits an atrides at his own risk. Is it atrides' custom to insult their guests?" the banker demanded. Before Paul could answer, Jessica leaned forward, said, "Sir," and she thought, "We must learn this Harkonnen creature's game. Is he here to try for Paul? Does he have help? My son displays a general garment, and you claim it's cut to your fit." Jessica asked. What a fascinating revelation. She slid a hand down to her leg to the Christ knife she had fastened in a calf sheath. The banker turned his glare on Jessica. Eyes shifted away from Paul, and she saw him ease himself back from the table, freeing himself for action. He had focused on the code word, garment. Prepare for violence. Kynes directed a speculative look at Jessica, gave a subtle hand signal to Tuke. The smuggler lurched to his feet, lifted his flagon. "I'll give you a toast," he said, "to young Paul Atrides, still a lad by his looks, but a man by his actions." "Why do they intrude?" Jessica asked herself. The banker stared now at Kynes, and Jessica saw terror return to the agent's face. People began responding all around the table. Where Kynes leads, people follow. Jessica thought, "He has told us he sides with Paul. What's the secret of his power? It can't be because he's judge of the change. That's temporary, and certainly not because he's a civil servant." She removed her hand from the Christ knife held, lifted her flagon to Kynes, who responded in kind. Only Paul and the banker, Susu. What an idiotic nickname. Jessica thought, remained empty-handed. The banker's attention stayed fixed on Kynes. Paul stared at his plate. "I was handling it correctly," Paul thought. "Why do they interfere?" He glanced covertly at the male guests nearest him. "Prepare for violence." From whom? Certainly not from that banker fellow. Halleck stirred, spoke as though to no one in particular. directing his words over the heads of the guests across from him. In our society, people shouldn't be quick to take offense. It's frequently suicidal. He looked at the stillsuit manufacturer's daughter beside him. Don't you think so, miss? Oh, yes. Yes. Indeed I do, she said. There's too much violence. It makes me sick. And lots of times no offense is meant. But people die anyway. It doesn't make sense. Indeed it doesn't, Halleck said. Jessica saw the near perfection of the girl's act, realized that empty-headed little female is not an empty-headed little female. She saw then the pattern of the threat and understood that Halleck, too, had detected it. They had planned to lure Paul with sex. Jessica relaxed. Her son had probably been the first to see it. His training hadn't overlooked that obvious gambit. Kynes spoke to the banker. Isn't another apology in order? The banker turned a sickly grin toward Jessica, said, My lady, I fear I've overindulged in your wines. You serve potent drink at table, and I'm not accustomed to it. Jessica heard the venom beneath his tone, spoke sweetly. When strangers meet, great allowance should be made for differences of custom and training. Thank you, my lady, he said. The dark-haired companion of the stillsuit manufacturer leaned toward Jessica, said, The Duke spoke of our being secure here. I do hope that doesn't mean more fighting. She was directed to lead the conversation this way, Jessica thought. Likely this will prove unimportant, Jessica said. But there's so much detail requiring the Duke's personal attention in these times. As long as enmity continues between Atrides and Harkonnen, we cannot be too careful. The Duke has sworn Kelly. He will leave no Harkonnen agent alive on Arrakis, of course. She glanced at the Guildbank agent. And the conventions, naturally, support him in this. She shifted her attention to Kynes. Is this not so, Dr. Kynes? Indeed it is, Kynes said. The stillsuit manufacturer pulled his companion gently back. She looked at him, said, I do believe I'll eat something now. I'd like some of that bird dish you served earlier. Jessica signaled a servant, turned to the banker. And you, sir, were speaking of birds earlier, and of their habits. I find so many interesting things about Arrakis. Tell me, where is the spice found? Do the hunters go deep into the desert? Oh, no, my lady, he said. Very little's known of the deep desert, and almost nothing of the southern regions. There's a tale that a great mother lode of spice is to be found in the southern reaches, Kynes said, but I suspect it was an imaginative invention made solely for purposes of a song. Some daring spice hunters do, on occasion, penetrate into the edge of the central belt, but that's extremely dangerous. Navigation is uncertain. Storms are frequent. Casualties increase dramatically the farther you operate from shield wall bases. It hasn't been found profitable to venture too far south. Perhaps if we had a weather satellite. Butte looked up, spoke around a mouthful of food. It's said the Fremen travel there, that they go anywhere and have hunted out soaks and sipwells even in the southern latitudes. Soaks and sipwells, Jessica asked. Kynes spoke quickly. Wild rumors, my lady. These are known on other planets, not on Arrakis. A soak is a place where water seeps to the surface or near enough to the surface to be found by digging according to certain signs. A sipwell is a form of soak where a person draws water through a straw. So it is said. There's deception in his words, Jessica thought. Why is he lying? Paul wondered. How very interesting, Jessica said, and she thought. It is said. What a curious speech mannerism they have here. If they only knew what it reveals about their dependence on superstitions. I've heard you have a saying, Paul said, that polish comes from the cities, wisdom from the desert. There are many sayings on Arrakis, Kynes said. Before Jessica could frame a new question, a servant bent over with a note. She opened it, saw the Duke's handwriting and code signs. Scan it. You'll all be delighted to know, she said, that our Duke sends his reassurances. The matter which called him away has been settled. The missing carry-all has been found. A Harkonnen agent in the crew overpowered the others and flew the machine to a smuggler's base, hoping to sell it there. Both man and machine were turned over to our forces. She nodded to Tuke. The smuggler nodded back. Jessica refolded the note, tucked it into her sleeve. I'm glad it didn't come to open battle, the banker said. The people have such hopes the Atrides will bring peace and prosperity. Especially prosperity, Butte said. Shall we have our dessert now? Jessica asked. I've had our chef prepare a Caladan sweet, pongai rice and sauce dolce. It sounds wonderful, the stillsuit manufacturer said. Would it be possible to get the recipe, any recipe you desire? Jessica said, registering the man for later mention to Hawat. The stillsuit manufacturer was a fearful little climber and could be bought. Small talk resumed around her. Such a lovely fabric. He is having a setting made to match the jewel. We may try for a production increase next quarter. Jessica stared down at her plate, thinking of the coded part of Leto's message. The Harkonnens tried to get in a shipment of Laskins. We captured them. This may mean they've succeeded with other shipments. It certainly means they don't place much store in shields. Take appropriate precautions. Jessica focused her mind on Laskins, wondering. The white-hot beams of disruptive light could cut through any known substance, provided that substance was not shielded. The fact that feedback from a shield would explode both Laskin and shield did not bother the Harkonnens. Why? A Laskin shield explosion was a dangerous variable, could be more powerful than atomics, could kill only the gunner and his shielded target. The unknown's hair filled her with uneasiness. Paul said, I never doubted we'd find a carry-all. Once my father moves to solve a problem, he solves it. This is a fact the Harkonnens are beginning to discover. He's boasting, Jessica thought. He shouldn't boast. No person who'll be sleeping far below ground level this night as a precaution against Laskins has a right to boast. Chapter 17. Jessica heard the disturbance in the great hall, turned on the light beside her bed. The clock there had not been properly adjusted to local time, and she had to subtract 21 minutes to determine that it was about 2 a.m. The disturbance was loud and incoherent. Is this the Harkonnen attack? She wondered. She slipped out of bed, checked the screen monitors to see where her family was. The screen showed Paul asleep in the deep cellar room they'd hastily converted to a bedroom for him. The noise obviously wasn't penetrating to his quarters. There was no one in the Duke's room. His bed was unrumpled. Was he still at the field seppi? There were no screens yet to the front of the house. Jessica stood in the middle of her room, listening. There was one shouting, incoherent voice. She heard someone call for Dr. Yua. Jessica found a robe, pulled it over her shoulders, pushed her feet into slippers, strapped a crysknife to her leg. Again, a voice called out for Yua. Jessica belted the robe around her, stepped into the hallway. Then the thought struck her, what if Leto's hurt? The hall seemed to stretch out forever under her running feet. She turned through the arch at the end, dashed past the dining hall and down the passage to the great hall, finding the place brightly lighted, all the wall suspensors glowing at maximum. To her right near the front entry, she saw two house guards holding Duncan Idaho between them. His head lolled forward, and there was an abrupt, panning silence to the scene. One of the house guards spoke accusingly to Idaho. You see what you did? You woke the Lady Jessica. The great draperies billowed behind the men, showing that the front door remained open. There was no sign of the Duke or Yua. Mapes stood to one side staring coldly at Idaho. She wore a long brown robe, with serpentine design at the hem. Her feet were pushed into unlaced desert boots. So I woke the Lady Jessica, Idaho muttered. He lifted his face toward the ceiling, bellowed. My sword was first-blooded on Grumman. Great Mother, he's drunk. Jessica thought. Idaho's dark, round face was drawn into a frown. His hair, curling like the fur of a black goat, was plastered with dirt. A jagged rent in his tunic exposed an expanse of the dress shirt he had worn at the dinner party earlier. Jessica crossed to him. One of the guards nodded to her without releasing his hold on Idaho. We didn't know what to do with him, my lady. He was creating a disturbance out front, refusing to come inside. We were afraid locals might come along and see him. That wouldn't do at all. Give us a bad name here. Where has he been? Jessica asked. He escorted one of the young ladies home from the dinner, my lady. Hawat's orders. Which young lady? One of the escort wenches. You understand, my lady. He glanced at Mapes, lowered his voice. They're always calling on Idaho for special surveillance of the ladies. And Jessica thought, so they are, but why is he drunk? She frowned, turned to Mapes. Mapes, bring a stimulant. I'd suggest caffeine. Perhaps there's some of the spice coffee left. Mapes shrugged, headed for the kitchen. Her unlaced desert boots slapped against the stone floor. Idaho swung his unsteady head around to peer at an angle toward Jessica. Killed more than 300 men for the Duke, he muttered. What I want to know is why Mir can't live under the ground here. Can't live on a ground here. What kind of place is ISS? A sound from the side hall entry caught Jessica's attention. She turned, saw Yua crossing to them, his medical kit swinging in his left hand. He was fully dressed, looked pale, exhausted. The diamond tattoo stood out sharply on his forehead. The good doctor, Idaho shouted. What are you, Doc? Splint Tinpill Man. He turned blearily toward Jessica. Machinut fool myself, huh? Jessica frowned, remained silent, wondering. Why would Idaho get drunk? Was he drugged? Too much spice beer, Idaho said, attempting to straighten. Mapes returned with a steaming cup in her hands, stopped uncertainly behind Yua. She looked at Jessica, who shook her head. Yua put his kit on the floor, nodded greeting to Jessica, said, Spice beer, best damn stuff ever tossed, Idaho said. He tried to pull himself to attention. My sword was first-blooded on Grumman. Kelda hearken. Hearken. Killed him Ferdish Duke. Yua turned, looked at the cup in Mape's hand. What is that? Caffeine, Jessica said. Yua took the cup, held it toward Idaho. Drink this, lad. Don't want any more drink. Drink it, I say. Idaho's head wobbled toward Yua, and he stumbled one step ahead, dragging the guards with him. I'm almighty fed up with pleasant Imperial Universe, Doc. Choose once, we're gonna do the thing my way. After you drink this, Yua said. It's just caffeine. Spurly like call Reza this place. Damn sun's too bright. Nothing has a right color. Everything's wrong or, well, it's night time now, Yua said. He spoke reasonably. Drink this like a good lad. It'll make you feel better. Don wanna feel better. We can't argue with him all night, Jessica said, and she thought. This calls for shock treatment. There's no reason for you to stay, my lady, Yua said. I can take care of this. Jessica shook her head. She stepped forward, slapped Idaho sharply across the cheek. He stumbled back with his guards, glaring at her. This is no way to act in your duke's home, she said. She snatched the cup from Yu's hands, spilling part of it, thrust the cup toward Idaho. Now drink this. That's an order. Idaho jerked himself upright, scowling down at her. He spoke slowly, with careful and precise enunciation. I do not take orders from a damn Harkonnen spy. Yua stiffened, whirled to face Jessica. Her face had gone pale, but she was nodding. It all became clear to her the broken stems of meaning she had seen in words and actions around her these past few days could now be translated. She found herself in the grip of anger almost too great to contain. It took the most profound of her being Gesserit training to quiet her pulse and smooth her breathing. Even then she could feel the blaze flickering. They were always calling on Idaho for surveillance of the ladies. She shot a glance at Yua. The doctor lowered his eyes. You knew this, she demanded. I heard rumors, my lady, but I didn't want to add to your burdens. Hawat, she snapped. I want Fufir Hawat brought to me immediately. But, my lady, immediately. It has to be Hawat, she thought. Suspicion such as this could come from no other source without being discarded immediately. Idaho shook his head, mumbled. Chuck whole damn thing. Jessica looked down at the cup in her hand, abruptly dashed its contents across Idaho's face. Lock him in one of the guest rooms of the East Wing, she ordered. Let him sleep it off. The two guards stared at her unhappily. One ventured. Perhaps we should take him someplace else. Milady, we could. He's supposed to be here. Jessica snapped. He has a job to do here. Her voice dripped bitterness. He's so good at watching the ladies. The guard swallowed. Do you know where the Duke is? She demanded. He's at the command post, my lady. Is Hawat with him? Hawat's in the city, my lady. You will bring Hawat to me at once, Jessica said. I will be in my sitting room when he arrives. But my lady, if necessary, I will call the Duke, she said. I hope it will not be necessary. I would not want to disturb him with this. Yes, my lady. Jessica thrust the empty cup into Mapes' hands, met the questioning stare of the blue within blue eyes. You may return to bed, Mapes. You're sure you'll not need me? Jessica smiled grimly. I'm sure. Perhaps this could wait until tomorrow, Yua said. I could give you a sedative and you will return to your quarters and leave me to handle this my way, she said. She patted his arm to take the sting out of her command. This is the only way. Abruptly, head high, she turned and stalked off through the house to her rooms. Cold walls, passages, a familiar door. She jerked the door open, strode in, and slammed it behind her. Jessica stood there glaring at the shield-blanked windows of her sitting room. What? Could he be the one the Harkonnens bought? We shall see. Jessica crossed to the deep, old-fashioned armchair with an embroidered cover of schlagskin, moved the chair into position to command the door. She was suddenly very conscious of a crysknife in its sheath on her leg. She removed the sheath and strapped it to her arm, tested the drop of it. Once more, she glanced around the room, placing everything precisely in her mind against any emergency. The chaise near the corner, the straight chairs along the wall, the two low tables, her stand-mounted zither beside the door to her bedroom. Pale rose light glowed from the suspensor lamps. She dimmed them, sat down in the armchair, patting the upholstery, appreciating the chair's regal heaviness for this occasion. Now, let him come, she thought. We shall see what we shall see. And she prepared herself in the Bene Gesserit fashion for the wait, accumulating patience, saving her strength. Sooner than she had expected, a rap sounded at the door and Hawat entered at her command. She watched him without moving from the chair, seeing the crackling sense of drug-induced energy in his movements, seeing the fatigue beneath. Hawat's roomy old eyes glittered. His leathery skin appeared faintly yellow in the room's light, and there was a wide, wet stain on the sleeve of his knife arm. She smelled blood there. Jessica gestured to one of the straight-back chairs, said, "Bring that chair and sit facing me." Hawat bowed, obeyed. That drunken fool of an Idaho, he thought. He studied Jessica's face, wondering how he could save this situation. "It's long past time to clear the air between us," Jessica said. "What troubles my lady?" He sat down, placed hands on knees. "Don't play coy with me," she snapped. "If you wouldn't tell you why I summoned you, then one of your spies in my household did. Shall we be at least that honest with each other?" "As you wish, my lady. First, you will answer me one question," she said. "Are you now a Harkonnen agent?" Hawat surged half out of his chair, his face dark with fury, demanding, "You dare insult me so?" "Sit down," she said. "You insulted me so." Slowly, he sank back into the chair, and Jessica, reading the signs of this face that she knew so well, allowed herself a deep breath. "It isn't Hawat. Now I know you remain loyal to my duke," she said. "I'm prepared, therefore, to forgive your affront to me." "Is there something to forgive?" Jessica scowled, wondering, "Shall I play my trump? Shall I tell him of the duke's daughter I've carried within me these few weeks? No, Leto himself doesn't know. This would only complicate his life, divert him at a time when he must concentrate on our survival. There is yet time to use this. A truth-sayer would solve this," she said. "But we have no truth-sayer qualified by the High Board. As you say, we've no truth-sayer. Is there a traitor among us?" she asked. "I've studied our people with great care. Who could it be? Not Gurney. Certainly not Duncan. Their lieutenants are not strategically enough placed to consider. It's not you, Thafir. It cannot be Paul. I know it's not me, Dr. Yua. Then, shall I call him in and put him to the test?" "You know that's an empty gesture," Hawat said. "He's conditioned by the High College. That I know for certain. Not to mention that his wife was a Bene Gesserit slain by the Harkonnens," Jessica said. "So that's what happened to her," Hawat said. "Haven't you heard the hate in his voice when he speaks the Harkonnen name?" "You know I don't have the ear," Hawat said. "What brought this base suspicion on me?" she asked. Hawat frowned. "My lady puts her servant in an impossible position. My first loyalty is to the Duke. I'm prepared to forgive much because of that loyalty," she said. "And again I must ask, is there something to forgive?" "Stalemate?" she asked. He shrugged. "Let us discuss something else for a minute, then," she said. "Duncan Idaho, the admirable fighting man whose abilities at guarding and surveillance are so esteemed. Tonight, he overindulged in something called spice beer. I hear reports that others among our people have been stupefied by this concoction. Is that true?" "You have your reports, my lady." "So I do. Don't you see this drinking as a symptom, Thufir? My lady speaks riddles. Apply your menat abilities to it," she snapped. "What's the problem with Duncan and the others? I can tell you in 4 words they have no home." He jabbed a finger at the floor. "Arrakis, that's their home. Arrakis is an unknown. Caladan was their home, but we've uprooted them. They have no home, and they fear the Duke's failing them. He stiffened. Such talk from one of the men would be cause for stop that, the fear. Is it defeatist or treacherous for a doctor to diagnose a disease correctly? My only intention is to cure the disease. The Duke gives me charge over such matters, but you understand I have a certain natural concern over the progress of this disease, she said. And perhaps you'll grant I have certain abilities along these lines. Will I have to shock him severely? She wondered. He needs shaking up something to break him from routine. There could be many interpretations for your concern, Hawat said. He shrugged. Then you've already convicted me. Of course not, my lady. But I cannot afford to take any chances, the situation being what it is. A threat to my son got past you right here in this house, she said. Who took that chance? His face darkened. I offered my resignation to the Duke. Did you offer your resignation to me, or to Paul? Now he was openly angry, betraying it in quickness of breathing, in dilation of nostrils, a steady stare. She saw a pulse beating at his temple. I'm the Duke's man, he said, biting off the words. There is no traitor, she said. The threat's something else. Perhaps it has to do with the Laskins. Perhaps they'll risk secreting a few Laskins with timing mechanisms aimed at house shields. Perhaps they'll. And who could tell after the blast if the explosion wasn't atomic? He asked. No, my lady. They'll not risk anything that illegal. Radiation lingers. The evidence is hard to erase. No, they'll observe most of the forms. It has to be a traitor. You're the Duke's man, she sneered. Would you destroy him in the effort to save him? He took a deep breath. Then, if you're innocent, you'll have my most abject apologies. Look at you now, Thufir, she said. Humans live best when each has his own place, when each knows where he belongs in the scheme of things. Destroy the place and destroy the person. You and I, Thufir, of all those who love the Duke, are most ideally situated to destroy the other's place. Could I not whisper suspicions about you into the Duke's ear at night? When would he be most susceptible to such whispering? Thufir, must I draw it for you more clearly? You threaten me, he growled. Indeed not, I merely point out to you that someone is attacking us through the basic arrangement of our lives. It's clever, diabolical. I propose to negate this attack by so ordering our lives that there will be no chinks for such barbs to enter. You accuse me of whispering baseless suspicions. Baseless, yes. You'd meet this with your own whispers. Your life is compounded of whispers, not mine, Thufir. Then you question my abilities. She sighed. Thufir, I want you to examine your own emotional involvement in this. The natural human's an animal without logic. Your projections of logic onto all affairs is unnatural, but suffered to continue for its usefulness. You're the embodiment of logic, a mentat. Yet, your problem solutions are concepts that, in a very real sense, are projected outside yourself. They're to be studied and rolled around, examined from all sides. You think now to teach me my trade? He asked, and he did not try to hide the disdain in his voice. Anything outside yourself. This you can see and apply your logic to it, she said. But it's a human trait that when we encounter personal problems, those things most deeply personal are the most difficult to bring out for our logic to scan. We tend to flounder around, blaming everything but the actual, deep-seated thing that's really chewing on us. You're deliberately attempting to undermine my faith and my abilities as a mentat, he rasped. Were I to find one of our people attempting thus to sabotage any other weapon in our arsenal, I should not hesitate to denounce and destroy him. The finest mentats have a healthy respect for the air factor in their computations, she said. I've never said otherwise. Then apply yourself to these symptoms we've both seen. Drunkenness among the men. Quarrels, they gossip and exchange wild rumors about Arrakis. They ignore the most simple idleness. No more, he said. Don't try to divert my attention by trying to make a simple matter appear mysterious. She stared at him, thinking of the Duke's men rubbing their woes together in the barracks until you could almost smell the charge there, like burnt insulation. They're becoming like the men of the pre-guild legend, she thought. Like the men of the Lost Star Searcher, Empoliros sick at their guns forever seeking, forever prepared and forever unready. Why have you never made full use of my abilities in your service to the Duke? She asked. Do you fear a rival for your position? He glared at her, the old eyes blazing. I know some of the training they give you being Gesserit. He broke off, scowling. Go ahead, say it, she said. Bene Gesserit witches. I know something of the real training they give you, he said. I've seen it come out in Paul. I'm not fooled by what your schools tell the public. You exist only to serve. The shock must be severe, and he's almost ready for it, she thought. You listen respectfully to me in counsel, she said, yet you seldom heed my advice. Why? I don't trust your Bene Gesserit motives, he said. You may think you can look through a man. You may think you can make a man do exactly what you poo a fool, Thufir. She raged. He scowled, pushing himself back in the chair. Whatever rumors you've heard about our schools, she said, the truth is far greater. If I wished to destroy the Duke, or you, or any other person within my reach, you could not stop me. And she thought, why do I let pride drive such words out of me? This is not the way I was trained. This is not how I must shock him. Hawat slipped a hand beneath his tunic where he kept a tiny projector of poison dots. She wears no shield, he thought. Is this just a brag she makes? I could slay her now, but the consequences if I'm wrong. Jessica saw the gesture toward his pocket, said, let us pray violence shall never be necessary between us. A worthy prayer, he agreed. Meanwhile, the sickness spreads among us, she said. I must ask you again, isn't it more reasonable to suppose the Harkonnens have planted this suspicion to pit the two of us against each other? We appear to have returned to stalemate, he said. She sighed, thinking, he's almost ready for it. The Duke and I are father and mother surrogates to our people, she said. The position he hasn't married you, Hawat said. She forced herself to calmness, thinking, a good riposte, that. But he'll not marry anyone else, she said. Not as long as I live. And we are surrogates, as I've said. To break up this natural order in our affairs, to disturb, disrupt, and confuse us, which target offers itself most enticingly to the Harkonnens. He sensed the direction she was taking, and his brows drew down in a lowering scowl. The Duke, she asked. Attractive target, yes, but no one with the possible exception of Paul is better guarded. Me. I tempt them, surely, but they must know the Bene Gesserit make difficult targets, and there's a better target, one whose duties create, necessarily, a monstrous blind spot. One to whom suspicion is as natural as breathing. One who builds his entire life on innuendo and mystery. She darted her right hand toward him. You. Hawat started to leap from his chair. I have not dismissed you, Thufir, she flared. The old mentat almost fell back into the chair. So quickly did his muscles betray him. She smiled without mirth. Now you know something of the real training they give us, she said. Hawat tried to swallow in a dry throat. Her command had been regal, peremptory, uttered in a tone and manner he had found completely irresistible. His body had obeyed her before he could think about it. Nothing could have prevented his response, not logic, not passionate anger, nothing. To do what she had done spoke of a sensitive, intimate knowledge of the person thus commanded, a depth of control he had not dreamed possible. I have said to you before that we should understand each other, she said. I meant you should understand me. I already understand you, and I tell you now that your loyalty to the Duke is all that guarantees your safety with me. He stared at her, wet his lips with his tongue. If I desired a puppet, the Duke would marry me, she said. He might even think he did it of his own free will. Hawat lowered his head, looked upward through his sparse lashes. Only the most rigid control kept him from calling the guard. Control, and the suspicion now that woman might not permit it. His skin crawled with the memory of how she had controlled him. In the moment of hesitation, she could have drawn a weapon and killed him. Does every human have this blind spot? He wondered. Can any of us be ordered into action before he can resist? The idea staggered him. Who could stop a person with such power? You've glimpsed the fist within the Bene Gesserit glove, she said. Few glimpse it and live, and what I did was a relatively simple thing for us. You've not seen my entire arsenal. Think on that. Why aren't you out destroying the Duke's enemies? He asked. What would you have me destroy? She asked. Would you have me make a weakling of our Duke? Have him forever leaning on me? But, with such power, power's a two-edged sword, Thufir, she said. You think? How easy for her to shape a human tool to thrust into an enemy's vitals. True, Thufir, even into your vitals. Yet, what would I accomplish, if enough of us Bene Gesserit did this? Wouldn't it make all Bene Gesserit suspect? We don't want that, Thufir. We do not wish to destroy ourselves. She nodded. We truly exist only to serve. I cannot answer you, he said. You know I cannot answer. You'll say nothing about what has happened here to anyone, she said. I know you, Thufir, my lady. Again the old man tried to swallow in a dry throat, and he thought, she has great powers, yes, but would these not make her an even more formidable tool for the Harkonnens? The Duke could be destroyed as quickly by his friends as by his enemies, she said. I trust now you'll get to the bottom of this suspicion and remove it, if it proves baseless, he said. If, she sneered. If, he said. You're tenacious, she said. Cautious, he said, and aware of the air factor. Then I'll pose another question for you. What does it mean to you that you stand before another human? That you are bound and helpless, and the other human holds a knife at your throat, yet this other human refrains from killing you, frees you from your bonds, and gives you the knife to use as you will. She lifted herself out of the chair, turned her back on him. You may go now, Thufir. The old mentat arose, hesitated, hand creeping toward the deadly weapon beneath his tunic. He was reminded of the bull ring and of the Duke's father, who'd been brave, no matter what his other failings. And one day of the Creta long ago, the fierce black beast had stood there, head bowed, immobilized and confused. The old Duke had turned his back on the horns, cape thrown flamboyantly over one arm, while cheers rained down from the stands. I am the bull and she the matador. Hawat fought. He withdrew his hand from the weapon, glanced at the sweat glistening in his empty palm. And he knew that whatever the facts proved to be in the end, he would never forget this moment nor lose this sense of supreme admiration for the Lady Jessica. Quietly, he turned and left the room. Jessica lowered her gaze from the reflection in the windows, turned and stared at the closed door. Now we'll see some proper action, she whispered. Chapter 18. Leto stood in the foyer of his house, studying a note by the light of a single suspensor lamp. Dawn was yet a few hours away, and he felt his tiredness. A Fremen messenger had brought the note to the outer guard just now as the Duke arrived from his command post. The note read, a column of smoke by day, a pillar of fire by night. There was no signature. What does it mean? He wondered. The messenger had gone without waiting for an answer, and before he could be questioned. He had slipped into the night like some smoky shadow. Leto pushed the paper into a tunic pocket, thinking to show it to Hawat later. He brushed a lock of hair from his forehead, took a sighing breath. The anti-fatigue pills were beginning to wear thin. It had been a long 2 days since the dinner party, and longer than that since he had slept. On top of all the military problems, there'd been the disquieting session with Hawat, the report on his meeting with Jessica. Should I waken Jessica? He wondered. There's no reason to play the secrecy game with her any longer, or is there? Blast and damn that Duncan Idaho. He shook his head. No, not Duncan. I was wrong not to take Jessica into my confidence from the first. I must do it now, before more damage is done. The decision made him feel better, and he hurried from the foyer through the great hall and down the passages toward the family wing. At the turn where the passages split to the service area, he paused. A strange mewling came from somewhere down the service passage. Leto put his left hand to the switch on his shield belt, slipped his Kindle into his right hand. The knife conveyed a sense of reassurance. That strange sound had sent a chill through him. Softly, the Duke moved down the service passage, cursing the inadequate illumination. The smallest of suspensors had been spaced about 8 meters apart along here and tuned to their dimmest level. The dark stone walls swallowed the light. A dull blob stretching across the floor appeared out of the gloom ahead. Leto hesitated, almost activated his shield, but refrained because that would limit his movements, his hearing, and because the captured shipment of Laskins had left him filled with doubts. Silently, he moved toward the gray blob, saw that it was a human figure, a man face down on the stone. Leto turned him over with a foot, knife poised, bent close in the dim light to see the face. It was the smuggler, Took, a wet stain down his chest. The dead eyes stared with empty darkness. Leto touched the stain warm. How could this man be dead here? Leto asked himself. Who killed him? The mewling sound was louder here. It came from ahead and down the side passage to the central room where they had installed the main shield generator for the house. Hand on belt switch, Kindle poised. The Duke skirted the body, slipped down the passage, and peered around the corner toward the shield generator room. Another gray blob lay stretched on the floor a few paces away, and he sighed once this was the source of the noise. The shape crawled toward him with painful slowness, gasping, mumbling. Leto stilled his sudden constriction of fear, darted down the passage, crouched beside the crawling figure. It was Mapes, the Fremen housekeeper. Her hair tumbled around her face, clothing disarrayed. A dull shininess of dark stain spread from her back along her side. He touched her shoulder, and she lifted herself on her elbows, head tipped up to peer at him, the eyes black-shadowed emptiness. "Sew," she gasped. "Killed. Card sent. Get, took, escape. Milady few, here." "No." She flopped forward, her head thumping against a stone. Leto felt for pulse at the temples. There was none. He looked at the stain. She'd been stabbed in the back. Who? His mind raced. Did she mean someone had killed a guard? And Took had Jessica sent for him? Why? He started to stand up. A sixth sense warned him. He flashed a hand toward the shield switch too late. A numbing shock slammed his arm aside. He felt pain there, saw a dart protruding from the sleeve, sensed paralysis spreading from atop his arm. It took an agonizing effort to lift his head and look down the passage. Yua stood in the open door of the generator room. His face reflected yellow from the light of a single, brighter dispenser above the door. There was stillness from the room behind him, no sound of generators. Yua, Leto thought. He's sabotaged the house generators. We're wide open. Yua began walking toward him, pocketing a dart gun. Leto found he could still speak, gasped, "Yua, how?" Then the paralysis reached his legs and he slid to the floor with his back propped against the stone wall. Yu's face carried a look of sadness as he bent over, touched Leto's forehead. The Duke found he could feel the touch, but it was remote, dull. "The drug on the dart is selective," Yua said. "You can speak, but I'd advise against it." He glanced down the hall and again bent over Leto, pulled out the dart, tossed it aside. The sound of the dart clattering on the stones was faint and distant to the Duke's ears. "It can't be Yua," Leto thought. "He's conditioned." "How?" Leto whispered. "I'm sorry, my dear Duke, but there are things which will make greater demands than this." He touched the diamond tattoo on his forehead. "I find it very strange, myself an override on my piratic conscience, but I wish to kill a man. Yes, I actually wish it. I will stop at nothing to do it." He looked down at the Duke. "Oh, not you, my dear Duke. The Baron Harkonnen. I wish to kill the Baron. Bar, Anhar. Be quiet, please, my poor Duke. You haven't much time. That peg tooth I put in your mouth after the tumble at Narkol, that tooth must be replaced. In a moment, I'll render you unconscious and replace that tooth." He opened his hand, stared at something in it. An exact duplicate, its core shaped most exquisitely like a nerve. It'll escape the usual detectors, even a fast scanning. But if you bite down hard on it, the cover crushes. Then, when you expel your breath sharply, you fill the air around you with a poison gas most deadly. Leto stared up at Yua, seeing madness in the man's eyes, the perspiration along brown chin. "You were dead anyway, my poor Duke," Yua said. "But you will get close to the Baron before you die. He'll believe you're stupefied by drugs beyond any dying effort to attack him, and you will be drugged and tied. But attack can take strange forms, and you will remember the tooth." "The tooth?" Duke Leto Atreides. "You will remember the tooth." The old doctor leaned closer and closer until his face and drooping mustache dominated Leto's narrowing vision. "The tooth," Yua muttered. "Why?" Leto whispered. Yua lowered himself to one knee beside the Duke. "I made a Shadon's bargain with the Baron, and I must be certain he has fulfilled his half of it. When I see him, I'll know. When I look at the Baron, then I will know. But I'll never enter his presence without the price. You're the price, my poor Duke, and I'll know when I see him. My Puwana taught me many things, and one is to see certainty of truth when the stress is great. I cannot do it always, but when I see the Baron then, I will know." Leto tried to look down at the tooth in Yu's hand. He felt this was happening in a nightmare it could not be. Yu's purple lips turned up in a grimace. "I'll not get close enough to the Baron, or I'd do this myself. No, I'll be detained at a safe distance. But you, now, you, my lovely weapon. He'll want you close to him to gloat over you, to boast a little. Leto found himself almost hypnotized by a muscle on the left side of Yu's jaw. The muscle twisted when the man spoke. You will in closer. And you, my good Duke, my precious Duke, you must remember this tooth. He held it up between thumb and forefinger. It will be all that remains to you. Leto's mouth moved without sound. Then, refuse. No, you mustn't refuse. Because, in return for this small service, I'm doing a thing for you. I will save your son and your woman. No other can do it. They can be removed to a place where no Harkonnen can reach them. How? Save them, Leto whispered. By making it appear they're dead. By secreting them among people who draw a knife at hearing the Harkonnen name. Who hate the Harkonnen so much they'll burn a chair in which a Harkonnen has sat. Salt the ground over which a Harkonnen has walked. He touched Leto's jaw. Can you feel anything in your jaw? The Duke found that he could not answer. He sensed distant tugging. Saw Yu's hand come up with a ducal signet ring. For Paul, Yu said, you'll be unconscious presently. Goodbye, my poor Duke. When next we meet we'll have no time for conversation. Cold remoteness spread upward from Leto's jaw, across his cheeks. The shadowy hall narrowed to a pinpoint with Yu's purple lips centered in it. Remember the tooth. Yu hissed. The tooth. Chapter 19. Jessica woke in the dark, feeling premonition in the stillness around her. She could not understand why her mind and body felt so sluggish. Skin raspings of fear ran along her nerves. She thought of sitting up and turning on a light, but something stayed the decision. Her mouth felt strange. Lump, plump, plump, plump. It was a dull sound, directionless in the dark. Somewhere. The waiting moment was packed with time, with wrestling needlestick movements. She began to feel her body, grew aware of bindings on wrists and ankles, a gag in her mouth. She was on her side, hands tied behind her. She tested the bindings, realized they were crimskull fiber, would only claw tighter as she pulled. And now, she remembered, there had been movement in the darkness of her bedroom. Something wet and pungent slapped against her face, filling her mouth, hands grasping for her. She had gasped one indrawn breath, sensing the narcotic in the wetness. Consciousness had receded, sinking her into a black bin of terror. It has come, she thought. How simple it was to subdue the Bene Gesserit. All it took was treachery. Hawat was right. She forced herself not to pull on her bindings. This is not my bedroom, she thought. They've taken me someplace else. Slowly, she marshaled the inner calmness. She grew aware of the smell of her own stale sweat with its chemical infusion of fear. Where is Paul? She asked herself. My son, what have they done to him? Calmness. She forced herself to it, using the ancient routines. But terror remained so near. Leto. Where are you, Leto? She sensed a diminishing in the dark. It began with shadows. Dimensions separated, became new thorns of awareness. White. A line under a door. I'm on the floor. People walking. She sensed it through the floor. Jessica squeezed back the memory of terror. I must remain calm, alert, and prepared. I may get only one chance. Again, she forced the inner calmness. The ungainly thumping of her heart beats evened, shaping out time. She counted back. I was unconscious about an hour. She closed her eyes, focused her awareness onto the approaching footsteps. 4 people. She counted the differences in their steps. I must pretend I'm still unconscious. She relaxed against the cold floor, testing her body's readiness, heard a door open, sensed increased light through her eyelids. Feet approached. Someone standing over her. You are awake, rumbled a basso voice. Do not pretend. She opened her eyes. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen stood over her. Around them, she recognized the cellar room where Paul had slept, saw his cot at one side empty. Suspensor lamps were brought in by guards, distributed near the open door. There was a glare of light in the hallway beyond that hurt her eyes. She looked up at the Baron. He wore a yellow cape that bulged over his portable suspensors. The fat cheeks were 2 cherubic mounds beneath spider-black eyes. The drug was timed, he rumbled. We knew to the minute when you'd be coming out of it. How could that be? She wondered. They'd have to know my exact weight, my metabolism, my Such a pity you must remain gagged, the Baron said. We could have such an interesting conversation. Use the only one it could be, she thought. How? The Baron glanced behind him at the door. Come in, Peter. She had never before seen the man who entered to stand beside the Baron. But the face was known, and the man, Piter de Vries, the Mentat assassin. She studied him hawk features, bluing eyes that suggested he was a native of Arrakis, but subtleties of movement and stance told her he was not, and his flesh was too well firmed with water. He was tall, though slender, and something about him suggested effeminacy. Such a pity we cannot have our conversation, my dear Lady Jessica, the Baron said. However, I'm aware of your abilities. He glanced at the Mentat. Isn't that true, Piter? As you say, Baron, the man said. The voice was tenor. It touched her spine with a wash of coldness. She had never heard such a chill voice. To one with the Bene Gesserit training, the voice screamed, "Killer." I have a surprise for Piter, the Baron said. He thinks he has come here to collect his reward, you, Lady Jessica. But I wish to demonstrate a thing, that he does not really want you. You play with me, Baron? Piter asked, and he smiled. Seeing that smile, Jessica wondered that the Baron did not leap to defend himself from this Piter. Then she corrected herself. The Baron could not read that smile. He did not have the training. In many ways, Piter is quite naive, the Baron said. He doesn't admit to himself what a deadly creature you are, Lady Jessica. I'd show him, but it'd be a foolish risk. The Baron smiled at Piter, whose face had become a waiting mask. I know what Piter really wants. Piter wants power. You promised I could have her, Piter said. The tenor voice had lost some of its cold reserve. Jessica heard the clue tones in the man's voice, allowed herself an inward shudder. How could the Baron have made such an animal out of a Mentat? I give you a choice, Piter, the Baron said. What choice? The Baron snapped fat fingers. This woman in exile from the Imperium, or the Duchy of Atrides on Arrakis to rule as you see fit in my name. Jessica watched the Baron's spider eyes study Piter. You could be Duke here in all but name, the Baron said. Is Milito dead, then? Jessica asked herself. She felt a silent wail begin somewhere in her mind. The Baron kept his attention on the Mentat. Understand yourself, Piter. You want her because she was a duke's woman, a symbol of his power, beautiful, useful, exquisitely trained for her role. But an entire duchy, Piter. That's more than a symbol. That's the reality. With it you could have many women, and more. You do not joke with Piter. The Baron turned with that dancing lightness the suspensors gave him. Joke. I remember I am giving up the boy. You heard what the traitor said about the lad's training. They are alike. This mother and son deadly. The Baron smiled. I must go now. I will send in the guard I've reserved for this moment. He's stone deaf. His orders will be to convey you on the first leg of your journey into exile. He will subdue this woman if he sees her gain control of you. He'll not permit you to untie or gag until you're off Arrakis. If you choose not to leave, he has other orders. You don't have to leave, Piter said. I've chosen. The Baron chortled. Such quick decision can mean only one thing. I will take the duchy, Piter said, and Jessica thought, doesn't Piter know the Baron's lying to him? But how could he know? He's a twisted Mentat. The Baron glanced down at Jessica. Is it not wonderful that I know Piter so well? I wagered with my master at arms that this would be Piter's choice. Well, I leave now. This is much better. Much better. You understand, Lady Jessica. I had no rancor toward you. It's a necessity. Much better this way. Yes. And I've not actually ordered you destroyed. When it's asked of me what happened to you, I can shrug it off in all truth. You leave it to me then, Piter asked. The guard I send you will take your orders, the Baron said. Whatever's done I leave to you. He stared at Piter. Yes, there will be no blood on my hands here. It's your decision. Yes, I know nothing of it. You will wait until I've gone before doing whatever you must do. Yes, well, yes, good. He fears the questioning of a truth-sayer, Jessica thought. Who? The Reverend Mother Gaius Helen. Of course, if he knows he must face her questions, then the Emperor is in on this for sure. My Polito. With one last glance at Jessica, the Baron turned, went out the door. She followed him with her eyes, thinking. It's as the Reverend Mother warned to potent an adversary. 2 Harkonnen troopers entered. Another, his face a scared mask, followed and stood in the doorway with drawn laskin. The deaf one, Jessica thought, studying the scarred face. The Baron knows I could use the voice on any other man. Scarface looked at Piter. We've the boy on a litter outside. What are your orders? Piter spoke to Jessica. I'd thought of binding you by a threat held over your son, but I begin to see that would not have worked. I let emotion cloud reason. Bad policy for a mentat. He looked at the first pair of troopers, turning so the deaf one could read his lips. Take them into the desert, as the traitor suggested for the boy. His plan is a good one. The worms will destroy all evidence. Their bodies must never be found. You don't wish to dispatch them yourself? Scarface asked. He reads lips, Jessica thought. I follow my Baron's example, Piter said. Take them where the traitor said. Jessica heard the harsh mentat control in Piter's voice, thought. He, too, fears the truth-sayer. Piter shrugged, turned and went through the doorway. He hesitated there, and Jessica thought he might turn back for a last look at her, but he went out without turning. Me, I wouldn't like the thought of facing that truth-sayer after this night's work, Scarface said. You ain't likely ever to run into that old witch, one of the other troopers said. He went around to Jessica's head, bent over her. It ain't getting our work done standing around here chattering. Take her feet, and why'd we kill him here? Scarface asked. Too messy, the first one said. Unless you wants to strangle him. Me, I likes a nice straightforward job. Drop him on the desert like that traitor said. Cut him once or twice. Leave the evidence for the worms. Nothing to clean up afterwards. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right, Scarface said. Jessica listened to them, watching, registering, but the gag blocked her voice, and there was the deaf one to consider. Scarface holstered his laskin, took her feet. They lifted her like a sack of grain, maneuvered her through the door, and dumped her onto a suspense or buoyed litter with another bound figure. As they turned her, fitting her to the litter, she saw her companion's face fall. He was bound, but not gagged. His face was no more than 10 centimeters from hers, eyes closed, his breathing even. Is he drugged? She wondered. The troopers lifted the litter, and Paul's eyes opened the smallest fraction, dark slits staring at her. He mustn't try the voice. She prayed. The deaf guard. Paul's eyes closed. He had been practicing the awareness breathing, calming his mind, listening to their captors. The deaf one posed a problem, but Paul contained his despair. The mind-calming Bene Gesserit regimen his mother had taught him kept him poised, ready to expand any opportunity. Paul allowed himself another slit-eyed inspection of his mother's face. She appeared unharmed, gagged, though. He wondered who could have captured her. His own captivity was plain enough to bed with a capsule prescribed by Yua, awaking to find himself bound to this litter. Perhaps a similar thing had befallen her. Logic said the traitor was Yua, but he held final decision in abeyance. There was no understanding it a sick doctor a traitor. The litter tipped slightly as the Harkonnen troopers maneuvered it through a doorway into starlit night. A suspensor buoy rasped against the doorway. Then they were on sand, feet grating in it. A thopter wing loomed overhead, blotting the stars. The litter settled to the ground. Paul's eyes adjusted to the faint light. He recognized the deaf trooper as a man who opened the thopter door, peered inside at the green gloom illuminated by the instrument panel. This the thopter we're supposed to use? He asked, and turned to watch his companion's lips. It's the one the traitor said was fixed for desert work, the other said. Scarface nodded. But it's one of them little liaison jobs. Ain't Truman there for more than them and two of us? 'Tis enough, said the litter bearer, moving up close and presenting his lips for reading. We can take care of it from here on, kin it. The Baron he told me to make sure what happened to them too, Scarface said. What you so worried about? Asked another trooper from behind the litter bearer. She is a Bene Gesserit witch, the deaf one said. They have powers. IHH. The litter bearer made the sign of the fist at his ear. One of them, know what you mean. The trooper behind him grunted. She'll be worm meat soon enough. Don't suppose even a Bene Gesserit witch has powers over one of them big worms. She go. He nudged the litter bearer. Yep, the litter bearer said. He returned to the litter, ticked Jessica's shoulders. Come on, Kenneth. You can go along if you wants to make sure what happens. It is nice of you to invite me, she go, Scarface said. Jessica felt herself lifted, the wing shadow spinning stars. She was pushed into the rear of the thopter. Her crumb-skull fiber bindings examined, and she was strapped down. Paul was jammed in beside her, strapped securely, and she noted his bonds were simple rope, Scarface, the deaf one they called Kenneth, took his place in front. The litter bearer, the one they called Chigo, came around and took the other front seat. Kenneth closed his door, bent to the controls. The Thopter took off in a wing-tuck surge, headed south over the shield wall. Chigo tapped his companion's shoulder, said, "Why'd you turn around and keep an eye on them too? Sure you know the way to go." Kenneth watched Chigo's lips. "I listened to the traitor same's you." Kenneth swiveled his seat. Jessica saw the glint of starlight on a laskin in his hand. The Thopter's light-walled interior seemed to collect illumination as her eyes adjusted, but the guard's scarred face remained dim. Jessica tested her seat belt, found it loose. She felt roughness in the strap against her left arm, realized the strap had been almost severed, would snap at a sudden jerk. Has someone been at this Thopter, preparing it for us? She wondered. Who? Slowly, she twisted her bound feet clear of Paul's. "Sure do seem a shame to waste a good-looking woman like this," Scarface said. "You ever have any highborn types?" He turned to look at the pilot. "Bean Gesserit ain't all highborn," the pilot said, "but they all looks Heidi. He can see me plain enough," Jessica thought. She brought her bound legs up onto the seat, curled into a sinuous ball, staring at Scarface. "Real pretty she is," Kenneth said. He wet his lips with his tongue. "Sure do seem a shame." He looked at Chigo. "You thinking what I think you're thinking?" the pilot asked. "Who'd be to know?" the guard asked. Afterwards, he shrugged. "I just never had me no highborns. Might never get a chance like this one again." "You lay a hand on my mother," Paul grated. He glared at Scarface. "Hey," the pilot laughed. "Cubs gotta bark, ain't got no bite, though," and Jessica thought, "Paul's pitching his voice too high. It may work, though." They flew on in silence. "These poo fools," Jessica thought, studying her guards and reviewing the Baron's words. "They'll be killed as soon as they report success on their mission. The Baron wants no witnesses." The Thopter banked over the southern rim of the shield wall, and Jessica saw a moon-shadowed expanse of sand beneath them. "This ought to be far enough," the pilot said. The traitor said to put him on the scent anywhere near the shield wall. He dipped the craft toward the dunes in a long, falling stoop, brought it up stiffly over the desert surface. Jessica saw Paul begin taking the rhythmic breaths of the calming exercise. He closed his eyes, opened them. Jessica stared, helpless to aid him. He hasn't mastered the voice yet, she thought. If he fails. The Thopter touched sand with a soft lurch, and Jessica, looking north back across the shield wall, saw a shadow of wings settle out of sight up there. "Someone's following us," she thought. "Who?" "Then. The ones the Baron set to watch this pair. And there'll be watchers for the watchers, too." Chigo shut off his wing rotors. Silence flooded in upon them. Jessica turned her head. She could see out the window beyond Scarface a dim glow of light from a rising moon, a frosted rim of rock rising from the desert. Sand blast ridges streaked its sides. Paul cleared his throat. The pilot said, "Now, Kenneth, I dunno, Chigo." Chigo turned and said, "Ich, look." He reached out for Jessica's skirt. "Remove her gag," Paul commanded. Jessica felt the words rolling in the air. The tone, the timbre excellent, imperative, very sharp. A slightly lower pitch would have been better, but it could still fall within this man's spectrum. Chigo shifted his hand up to the band around Jessica's mouth, slipped the knot on the gag. "Stop that," Kenneth ordered. Shut your trap," Chigo said. "Her hands are tied." He freed the knot and the binding dropped. His eyes glittered as he studied Jessica. Kenneth put a hand on the pilot's arm. "Look, Chigo. No need to." Jessica twisted her neck, spat out the gag. She pitched her voice in low, intimate tones. "Gentlemen, no need to fight over me." At the same time, she riffed sinuously for Kenneth's benefit. She saw them grow tense, knowing that in this instant they were convinced of the need to fight over her. Their disagreement required no other reason. In their minds, they were fighting over her. She held her face high in the instrument glow to be sure Kenneth would read her lips, said, "You mustn't disagree." They drew farther apart, glanced warily at each other. "Is any woman worth fighting over?" she asked. By uttering the words, by being there, she made herself infinitely worth their fighting. Paul clamped his lips tightly closed, forced himself to be silent. There had been the one chance for him to succeed with a voice. Now everything depended on his mother, whose experience went so far beyond his own. "Yer," Scarface said. No need to fight over. His hand flashed toward the pilot's neck. The blow was met by a splash of metal that caught the arm and in the same motion slammed into Kennett's chest. Scarface groaned, sat backward against his door. Thought I was some dummy he didn't know that trick, Chigo said. He brought back his hand, revealing the knife. It glittered in reflected moonlight. Now for the cub, he said and leaned toward Paul. No need for that, Jessica murmured. Chigo hesitated. Wouldn't you rather have me cooperative? Jessica asked. Give the boy a chance. Her lip curled in a sneer. Little enough chance he'd have out there in that sand. Give him that and... She smiled. You could find yourself well rewarded. Chigo glanced left, right, returned his attention to Jessica. I've heard me what can happen to a man in this desert, he said. Boy might find the knife a kindness. Is it so much I ask? Jessica pleaded. You're trying to trick me, Chigo muttered. I don't want to see my son die, Jessica said. Is that a trick? Chigo moved back, elbowed the door latch. He grabbed Paul, dragged him across the seat, pushed him half out the door, and held the knife posed. What'll I do, cub, if I cut your bonds? He'll leave here immediately and head for those rocks, Jessica said. Is that what you'll do, cub? Chigo asked. Paul's voice was properly surly. Yes. The knife moved down, slashed the bindings of his legs. Paul felt the hand on his back to hurl him down onto the sand, feigned a lurch against the door frame for purchase, turned as though to catch himself, lashed out with his right foot. The toe was aimed with a precision that did credit to his long years of training, as though all of that training focused on this instant. Almost every muscle of his body cooperated in the placement of it. The tip struck the soft part of Chigo's abdomen just below the sternum, slammed upward with terrible force over the liver and through the diaphragm to crush the right ventricle of the man's heart. With one gurgling scream, the guard jerked backward across the seats. Paul, unable to use his hands, continued his tumble onto the sand, landing with a roll that took up the force and brought him back to his feet in one motion. He dove back into the cabin, found the knife and held it in his teeth while his mother sawed her bonds. She took the blade and freed his hands. I could have handled him, she said. He'd have had to cut my bindings. That was a foolish risk. I saw the opening and used it, he said. She heard the harsh control in his voice, said, Use house sign is scrawled on the ceiling of this cabin. He looked up, saw the curling symbol. Get out and let us study this craft, she said. There's a bundle under the pilot's seat. I felt it when we got in. Bomb. Doubt it. There's something peculiar here. Paul leaped out to the sand and Jessica followed. She turned, reached under the seat for the strange bundle, seeing Chigo's feet close to her face, feeling dampness on the bundle as she removed it, realizing the dampness was the pilot's blood. Waste of moisture, she thought, knowing that this was Arrakeen thinking. Paul stared around them, saw the rock scarp lifting out of the desert like a beach rising from the sea, wind-carved palisades beyond. He turned back as his mother lifted the bundle from the thopter, saw her stare across the dunes toward the shield wall. He looked to see what drew her attention, saw another thopter swooping toward them, realized they'd not have time to clear the bodies out of this thopter and escape. Run, Paul, Jessica shouted. It's Harkonnens. Chapter 20. A man in Harkonnen uniform skidded to a stop at the end of the hall, stared in at Yua, taking in at a single glance Make's body, the sprawled form of the Duke, Yua standing there. The man held a laskin in his right hand. There was a casual air of brutality about him, a sense of toughness and poise that sent a shiver through Yua. Sardaukar, Yua thought. A Bashar by the look of him. Probably one of the Emperor's own sent here to keep an eye on things. No matter what the uniform, there's no disguising them. You're Yua, the man said. He looked speculatively at the 6 school ring on the doctor's hair, stared once at the diamond tattoo and then met Yua's eyes. I am Yua, the doctor said. You can relax, Yua, the man said. When you dropped the house shields, we came right in. Everything's under control here. Is this the Duke? This is the Duke, dead, merely unconscious. I suggest you tie him. Did you do for these others? He glanced back down the hall where Make's body lay. More's the pity, Yua muttered. Pity. The Sardaukar sneered. He advanced, looked down at Leto. So that's the great Red Duke. If I had doubts about what this man is, that would end them, Yua thought. Only the Emperor calls the Atrides the Red Dukes. The Sardaukar reached down, cut the Red Hawk insignia from Leto's uniform. Little souvenir, he said. Where's the ducal signet ring? He doesn't have it on him, Yua said. I can see that. The Sardaukar snapped. Yua's defendant swallowed. If they press me, bring in a truth-sayer. They'll find out about the ring. About the thopter I prepared, all will fail. Sometimes the Duke sent the ring with a messenger as surety that an order came directly from him, Yua said. Must be damn trusted messengers, the Sardaukar muttered. Aren't you going to tie him? Yua ventured. How long will he be unconscious? 2 hours or so. I wasn't as precise with his dosage as I was for the woman and boy. The Sardaukar spurned the Duke with his toe. This was nothing to fear even when awake. When will the woman and boy awaken? About 10 minutes. So soon. I was told the Baron would arrive immediately behind his men. So he will. You'll wait outside, Yua. He shot a hard glance at Yua. Now. Yua glanced at Leto. What about? He'll be delivered to the Baron all properly trussed like a roast for the oven. Again. The Sardaukar looked at the diamond tattoo on Yu's forehead. You're known. You'll be safe enough in the halls. We've no more time for chit-chat, traitor. I hear the others coming. Traitor, Yua thought. He lowered his gaze, pressed past the Sardaukar, knowing this as a foretaste of how history would remember him. Yua the traitor. He passed more bodies on his way to the front entrance and glanced at them, fearful that one might be Paul or Jessica. All were house troopers or wore Harkonnen uniform. Harkonnen guards came alert, staring at him as he emerged from the front entrance into flame-lighted night. The palms along the road had been fired to illuminate the house. Black smoke from the flammables used to ignite the trees poured upward through orange flames. It's the traitor, someone said. The Baron will want to see you soon. Another said. I must get to the thopter, Yua thought. I must put the ducal signet where Paul will find it, and fear struck him. If Idaho suspects me or grows impatient if he doesn't wait and go exactly where I told him, Jessica and Paul will not be saved from the carnage. I'll be denied even the smallest relief from my act. The Harkonnen guard released his arm, said wait over there out of the way. Abruptly, Yua saw himself as cast away in this place of destruction, spared nothing, given not the smallest pity. Idaho must not fail. Another guard bumped into him, barked. Stay out of the way, you. Even when they've profited by me they despise me. Yua thought. He straightened himself as he was pushed aside, regained some of his dignity. Wait for the Baron. A guard officer snarled. Yua nodded, walked with controlled casualness along the front of the house, turned the corner into shadows out of sight of the burning palms. Quickly, every step betraying his anxiety, Yua made for the rear yard beneath the conservatory, where the thopter waited the craft they had placed there to carry away Paul and his mother. A guard stood at the open rear door of the house, his attention focused on the lighted hall and men banged through there, searching from room to room. How confident they were. Yua hugged the shadows, worked his way around the thopter, eased open the door on the side away from the guard. He felt under the front seats for the fremkit he had hidden there, lifted a flap and slipped in the ducal signet. He felt the crinkling of the spice paper there, the note he had written, pressed the ring into the paper. He removed his hand, resealed the pack. Softly, Yua closed the thopter door, worked his way back to the corner of the house and around toward the flaming trees. Now, it is done, he thought. Once more, he emerged into the light of the blazing palms. He pulled his cloak around him, stared at the flames. Soon I will know. Soon I will see the Baron, and I will know. And the Baron he will encounter a small tooth. Chapter 21. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen stood at a viewport of the grounded lighter he was using as a command post. Out to port he saw the flame-lighted night of Arrakis. His attention focused on the distant shield wall where his secret weapon was doing its work. Explosive artillery. The guns nibbled at the caves where the Duke's fighting men had retreated for a last-ditch stand. Slowly measured bites of orange glare, showers of rock and dust in the brief illumination, and the Duke's men were being sealed off to die by starvation, caught like animals in their burrows. The Baron could feel the distant chomping a drumbeat carried to him through the ship's metal. Broom, broom, then, broom, broom. Who would think of reviving artillery in this day of shields? The thought was a chuckle in his mind, but it was predictable the Duke's men would run for those caves. and the Emperor will appreciate my cleverness in preserving the lives of our mutual force." He adjusted one of the little suspensors that guarded his fat body against a pull of gravity. A smile creased his mouth, pulled at the lines of his jowls. A pity to waste such fighting men as the Dukes, he thought. He smiled more broadly, laughing at himself. Pity should be cruel. He nodded. Failure was, by definition, expendable. The whole universe sat there, open to the man who could make the right decisions. The uncertain rabbits had to be exposed, made to run for their bros. Else how could you control them and breed them? He pictured his fighting men as bees routing the rabbits, and he thought, "The day hums sweetly when you have enough bees working for you." A door opened behind him. The Baron studied the reflection in the night-blackened viewport before turning. Piter de Vries advanced into the chamber followed by Amencudu, the captain of the Baron's personal guard. There was a motion of men just outside the door, the mutton faces of his guard, their expressions carefully sheep-like in his presence. The Baron turned. Piter touched finger to forelock in his mocking salute. "Good news, my lord. The Sardaukar have brought in the Duke." "Of course they have," the Baron rumbled. He studied the somber mask of villainy on Piter's effeminate face, and the eyes. Those shaded slits of bluest blue and blue. Soon I must remove him, the Baron thought. He has almost outlasted his usefulness, almost reached the point of positive danger to my person. First, though, he must make the people of Arrakis hate him. Then they will welcome my darling Feyd-Rautha as a savior. The Baron shifted his attention to the guard captain Amencudu, scissors line of jaw muscles, chin like a boot toe, a man to be trusted because the captain's vices were known. "First, where is the traitor who gave me the Duke?" the Baron asked. "I must give the traitor his reward." Piter turned on one toe, motioned to the guard outside. A bit of black movement there, and Yua walked through. His motions were stiff and stringy. The mustache drooped beside his purple lips. Only the old eyes seemed alive. Yua came to a stop 3 paces into the room, obeying a motion from Piter, and stood there staring across the open space at the Baron. "IHH, Dr. Yua, Malad Harkonnen, you've given us the Duke, I hear." "My half of the bargain, Malad." The Baron looked at Piter. Piter nodded. The Baron looked back at Yua. "The letter of the bargain, Ek and I." He spat the words out. "What was I to do in return? You remember quite well, Malad Harkonnen." And Yua allowed himself to think now, hearing the loud silence of clocks in his mind. He had seen the subtle betrayals in the Baron's manner. Wana was indeed dead, gone far beyond their reach. Otherwise, there'd still be a hold on the weak doctor. The Baron's manner showed there was no hold. It was ended. "Do I?" the Baron asked. "You promised to deliver my Wana from her agony." The Baron nodded. "Oh yes. Now, I remember. So I did. That was my promise. That was how we bent the Imperial conditioning. You couldn't endure seeing your Bean Gesserit witch grovel in Piter's pain amplifiers. Well, the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen always keeps his promises. I told you I'd free her from the agony and permit you to join her. So be it." He waved a hand at Piter. Piter's blue eyes took a glazed look. His movement was cat-like in its sudden fluidity. The knife in his hand glistened like a claw as it flashed into Yu's back. The old man stiffened, never taking his attention from the Baron. "So join her." The Baron spat. Yua stood, swaying. His lips moved with careful precision, and his voice came in oddly measured cadence. "You think you defeated me? You think I did not know what I bought for my Wana?" He toppled. No bending or softening. It was like a tree falling. "So join her," the Baron repeated, but his words were like a weak echo. Yua had filled him with a sense of foreboding. He whipped his attention to Piter, watched a man wipe the blade on a scrap of cloth, watched a creamy look of satisfaction in the blue eyes. So that's how he kills by his own hand, the Baron thought. It's well to know. He'd give us the Duke, the Baron asked. "Of a certainty, my lord," Piter said. "Then get him in here." Piter glanced at the guard captain, who whirled to obey. The Baron looked down at Yua. From the way the man had fallen, you could suspect oak in him instead of bones. "I never could bring myself to trust a traitor," the Baron said. "Not even a traitor I created." He glanced at the night-shrouded viewport. That black bag of stillness out there was his. The Baron knew. There was no more crump of artillery against the shield wall caves. The burrow traps were sealed off. Quite suddenly, the Baron's mind could conceive of nothing more beautiful than that utter emptiness of black, unless it were white on the black, plated white on the black, porcelain white. But there was still the feeling of doubt. What had the old fool of a doctor meant? Of course, he'd probably known what would happen to him in the end. But that bit about thinking he'd been defeated. You think you defeated me. What had he meant? The Duke Leto Atreides came through the door. His arms were bound in chains, the eagle face streaked with dirt. His uniform was torn where someone had ripped off his insignia. There were tatters at his waist where the shield belt had been removed without first freeing the uniform ties. The Duke's eyes held a glazed, insane look. Well, the Baron said. He hesitated, drawing in a deep breath. He knew he had spoken too loudly. This moment, long envisioned, had lost some of its savor. Damn that cursed doctor through all eternity. I believe the good Duke is drugged, Piter said. That's how you caught him for us. Piter turned to the Duke. Aren't you drugged, my dear Duke? The voice was far away. Leto could feel the chains, the ache of muscles, his cracked lips, his burning cheeks, the dry taste of thirst whispering its grit in his mouth. But sounds were dull, hidden by a cottony blanket, and he saw only dim shapes through the blanket. What of the woman and the boy, Piter? The Baron asked. Any word yet? Piter's tongue darted over his lips. You've heard something. The Baron snapped. What? Piter glanced at the guard captain, back to the Baron. The men who were sent to do the job, my lord, they've been found. Well, they report everything satisfactory. They're dead, Malad. Of course they are. What I want to know is they were dead when found, Malad. The Baron's face went livid. And the woman and boy? No sign, Malad. But there was a worm. It came while the scene was being investigated. Perhaps it's as we wished, an accident. Possibly we do not deal in possibilities, Piter. What of the missing Thopter? Does that suggest anything to my mentat? One of the Duke's men obviously escaped in it, Malad. Killed our pilot and escaped. Which of the Duke's men? It was a clean, silent killing, Malad. Hawat, perhaps, or that Halleck one. Possibly Idaho, or any top lieutenant. Possibilities, the Baron muttered. He glanced at the swaying, drugged figure of the Duke. The situation is in hand, Malad. Piter said. No, it isn't. Where is that stupid planetologist? Where is this mankind's? We've word where to find him, and he's been sent for, Malad. I don't like the way the Emperor's servant is helping us, the Baron muttered. They were words through a cottony blanket, but some of them burned in Leto's mind. Woman and boy in Ozine. Paul and Jessica had escaped, and the fate of Hawat, Halleck, and Idaho remained an unknown. There was still hope. Where is the ducal signet ring? The Baron demanded. His finger is bare. The Sardaukar say it was not on him when he was taken, my lord, the guard captain said. You killed the doctor too soon, the Baron said. That was a mistake. You should have warned me, Piter. You moved too precipitately for the good of our enterprise. He scowled. Possibilities. The thought hung like a sine wave in Leto's mind. Paul and Jessica have escaped. And there was something else in his memory, a bargain. He could almost remember it. The tooth. He remembered part of it now. A pill of poison gas shaped into a false tooth. Someone had told him to remember the tooth. The tooth was in his mouth. He could feel its shape with his tongue. All he had to do was bite sharply on it. Not yet. The someone had told him to wait until he was near the Baron. Who had told him? He couldn't remember. How long will he remain drugged like this? The Baron asked. Perhaps another hour, Malad. Perhaps, the Baron muttered. Again. He turned to the night-blackened window. I am hungry. That's the Baron. That fuzzy gray shape there, Leto thought. The shape danced back and forth, swaying with the movement of the room, and the room expanded and contracted. It grew brighter and darker. It folded into blackness and faded. Time became a sequence of layers for the Duke. He drifted up through them. I must wait. There was a table. Leto saw the table quite clearly, and a gross, fat man on the other side of the table. The remains of a meal in front of him. Leto felt himself sitting in a chair across from the fat man, felt the chains, the straps that held his tingling body in the chair. He was aware there had been a passage of time, but its length escaped him. I believe he's coming around, Baron. A silky voice, that one. That was Piter. So I see, Piter. A rumbling basso. The Baron. Leto sensed increasing definition in his surroundings. The chair beneath him took on firmness, the bindings were sharper, and he saw the Baron clearly now. Leto watched the movements of the man's hands. Compulsive touchings, the edge of a plate, the handle of a spoon, a finger tracing the fold of a jowl. Leto watched the moving hand, fascinated by it. "You can hear me, Duke Leto," the Baron said. "I know you can hear me. We want to know from you where to find your concubine and the child you sired on her." No sign escaped Leto, but the words were a wash of calmness through him. "It's true, then. They don't have Paul and Jessica. This is not a child's game we play," the Baron rumbled. "You must know that." He leaned toward Leto, studying the face. It pained the Baron that this could not be handled privately, just between the two of them. To have others see royalty in such straits, it set a bad precedent. Leto could feel strength returning. And now, the memory of the false tooth stood out in his mind like a steeple in a flat landscape. The nerve-shaped capsule within that tooth, the poison gas he remembered, who had put the deadly weapon in his mouth. Drug-fogged memory of seeing a limp corpse dragged past him in this room hung like a vapor in Leto's mind. He knew it had been you. "Do you hear that noise, Duke Leto?" the Baron asked. Leto grew conscious of a frog sound, the bird mewling of someone's agony. "We caught one of your men disguised as a Fremen," the Baron said. "We penetrated the disguise quite easily. The eyes, you know. He insists he was sent among the Fremen to spy on them. I've lived for a time on this planet, cher cousin. One does not spy on those rag scum of the desert. Tell me, did you buy their help? Did you send your woman and son to them?" Leto felt fear tighten his chest. "If you sent them to the desert fold, the search won't stop until they are found." Come, the Baron said. "We don't have much time, and pain is quick. Please don't bring it to this, my dear Duke." The Baron looked up at Piter, who stood at Leto's shoulder. "Piter doesn't have all his tools here, but I'm sure he could improvise. Improvisation is sometimes the best, Baron." That silky, insinuating voice. Leto heard it at his ear. "You had an emergency plan," the Baron said. "Where have your woman and the boy been sent?" He looked at Leto's hand. "Your ring is missing. Does the boy have it?" The Baron looked up, stared into Leto's eyes. "You don't answer," he said. "Will you force me to do a thing I do not want to do?" Piter will use simple, direct methods. I agree they are sometimes the best, but it's not good that you should be subjected to such things. "Hot tallow on the back, perhaps, or on the eyelids," Piter said. "Perhaps on other portions of the body. It's especially effective when the subject doesn't know where the tallow will fall next. It's a good method, and there's a sort of beauty in the pattern of pus white blisters on naked skin, at Baron." "Exquisite," the Baron said, and his voice sounded sour. "Those touching fingers." Leto watched the fat hands, the glittering jewels on baby-fat hands, their compulsive wandering, the sounds of agony coming through the door behind him gnawed at the Duke's nerves. Who is it they caught? Well, he wondered. Could it have been Idaho? "Believe me, cher cousin," the Baron said. "I do not want it to come to this. You think of nerve couriers racing to summon help that cannot come," Piter said. "There's an artistry in this, you know. You're a superb artist," the Baron growled. "Now, have the decency to be silent." Leto suddenly recalled a thing Gurney Halleck had said once, seeing a picture of the Baron. "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy." "We waste time, Baron," Piter said. "Perhaps." The Baron nodded. "You know, my dear Leto, you'll tell us in the end where they are. There's a level of pain that'll buy you." He's most likely correct, Leto thought. Were if not for the tooth, and the fact that I truly didn't know where they are. The Baron picked up a sliver of meat, pressed the morsel into his mouth, chewed slowly, swallowed. "We must try a new tack," he thought. "Observe this prize person who denies he's for hire," the Baron said. "Observe him, Piter," and the Baron thought, "Yes, see him there. This man who believes he cannot be bought. See him detained there by 1,000,000 shares of himself sold and dribbles every second of his life. If you took him up now and shook him, he'd rattle inside. Emptied. Sold out. What difference how he dies now?" The frog sounds in the background stopped. The Baron saw Armand Kudu, the guard captain, appear in the doorway across the room, shake his head. The captive hadn't produced the needed information. Another failure. Time to quit stalling with this fool Duke. This stupid soft fool who didn't realize how much hell there was so near him only a nerve's thickness away. This thought calmed the Baron, overcoming his reluctance to have a royal person subject to pain. He saw himself suddenly as a surgeon exercising endless supple scissor dissections, cutting away the masks from fools, exposing the hull beneath. Rabbits, all of them. And how they cowered when they saw the Canova. Leto stared across the table, wondering why he waited. The tooth would end it all quickly. Still, it had been good, much of this life. He found himself remembering an antenna kite up tangling in the shell-blue sky of Caladan, and Paul laughing with joy at the sight of it. And he remembered sunrise here on Arrakis, colored strata of the shield wall mellowed by dust haze. Too bad, the Baron muttered. He pushed himself back from the table, stood up lightly in his suspensors, and hesitated, seeing a change come over the Duke. He saw the man draw in a deep breath, the jawline stiffen, the ripple of a muscle there as the Duke clamped his mouth shut. How he fears me, the Baron thought. Shocked by fear that the Baron might escape him, Leto bit sharply on the capsule tooth, felt it break. He opened his mouth, expelled the biting vapor he could taste as it formed on his tongue. The Baron grew smaller, a figure seen in a tightening tunnel. Leto heard a gasp beside his ear, the silky-voiced one. Piter. It got him, too. Piter, what's wrong? The rumbling voice was far away. Leto sensed memories rolling in his mind, the old toothless mutterings of hags. The room, the table, the Baron. A pair of terrified eyes, blue within blue. The eyes all compressed around him in ruined symmetry. There was a man with a boot tochin, a toy man falling. The toy man had a broken nose slanted to the left. An offbeat metronome caught forever at the start of an upward stroke. Leto heard the crash of crockery so distant a roaring in his ears. His mind was a bin without end, catching everything. Everything that had ever been. Every shout. Every whisper. Every silence. One thought remained to him. Leto sighed in fawnless light on rays of black. The day the flesh shapes, and the flesh the day shapes. The thought struck him with a sense of fullness he knew he could never explain. Silence. The Baron stood with his back against his private door, his own bolt hole behind the table. He had slammed it on a room full of dead men. His senses took in guards swarming around him. Did I breathe it? He asked himself. Whatever it was in there, did it get me, too? Sounds returned to him, and reason. He heard someone shouting orders, gas masks. Keep the door closed. Get blowers going. The others fell quickly, he thought. I'm still standing. I'm still breathing. Merciless hell. That was close. He could analyze it now. His shield had been activated, set low but still enough to slow molecular interchange across the field barrier, and he had been pushing himself away from the table. That and Piter's shocked gasp, which had brought the guard captain darting forward into his own doom. Chance and the warning in a dying man's gasp, these had saved him. The Baron felt no gratitude to Piter. The fool had got himself killed. And that stupid guard captain. He'd said he scoped everyone before bringing them into the Baron's presence. How had it been possible for the Duke? No warning. Not even from the poisoned snooper over the table, until it was too late. How? Well, no matter now, the Baron thought, his mind firming. The next guard captain will begin by finding answers to these questions. He grew aware of more activity down the hall around the corner at the other door to that room of death. The Baron pushed himself away from his own door, studied the lackeys around him. They stood there staring, silent, waiting for the Baron's reaction. Would the Baron be angry? And the Baron realized only a few seconds had passed since his flight from that terrible room. Some of the guards had weapons leveled at the door. Some were directing their ferocity toward the empty hall that stretched away toward the noises around the corner to the right. A man came striding around that corner, gas mask dangling by its straps at his neck, his eyes intent on the overhead poison snoopers that lined this corridor. He was yellow-haired, flat of face with green eyes. Crisp lines radiated from his thick-lipped mouth. He looked like some water creature misplaced among those who walked the land. The Baron stared at the approaching man, recalling the name, Nefud. Yakin Nefud. Guard Corporal. Nefud was addicted to Samudra, the drug-music combination that played itself in the deepest consciousness. A useful item of information that. The man stopped in front of the Baron, saluted. Corridors clear, my lord. I was outside watching and saw that it must be poison gas. Ventilators in your room were pulling air in from these corridors. He glanced up at the snooper over the Baron's head. None of the stuff escaped. We have the room cleaned out now. What are your orders? The Baron recognized the man's voice, the one had been shouting orders. Efficient. This corporal, he thought. They are all dead in there. The Baron asked. Yes, my lord. Well, we must adjust. The Baron thought. First, he said, let me congratulate you, Nefud. You're the new captain of my guard, and I hope you'll take to heart the lesson to be learned from the fate of your predecessor. The Baron watched the awareness grow in his newly promoted guardsman. Nefud knew he'd never again be without his Samuda. Nefud nodded. My lord knows I'll devote myself entirely to his safety. Yes, well, to business. I suspect the Duke had something in his mouth. You will find out what that something was, how it was used, who helped him put it there. You'll take every precaution. He broke off. His chain of thought shattered by a disturbance in the corridor behind him. Guards at the door to the lift from the lower levels of the frigate trying to hold back a tall Colonel Bashar who had just emerged from the lift. The Baron couldn't place the Colonel Bashar's face. Thin with mouth like a slash in leather. Twin ink spots for eyes. Get your hands off me, you pack of carrion eaters. The man roared, and he dashed the guards aside. IHH, one of the Sardaukar, the Baron thought. The Colonel Bashar came striding toward the Baron, whose eyes went to slits of apprehension. The Sardaukar officers filled him with unease. They all seemed to look like relatives of the Duke, the late Duke, in their manners with the Baron. The Colonel Bashar planted himself half a pace in front of the Baron, hands on hips. The guard hovered behind him in twitching uncertainty. The Baron noted the absence of salute, the disdain in the Sardaukar's manner, and his unease grew. There was only the one legion of them, locally 10 brigades reinforcing the Harkonnen legions, but the Baron did not fool himself. That one legion was perfectly capable of turning on the Harkonnens and overcoming them. Tell your men they are not to prevent me from seeing you, Baron. The Sardaukar growled. My men brought you the Atrides Duke before I could discuss his fate with you. We will discuss it now. I must not lose face before my men, the Baron thought. So, it was a coldly controlled word, and the Baron felt proud of it. My emperor has charged me to make certain his royal cousin dies cleanly without agony, the Colonel Bashar said. Such were the imperial orders to me. The Baron lied. Did you think I'd disobey? I'm to report to my emperor what I see with my own eyes. The Sardaukar said. The Duke's already dead. The Baron snapped, and he waved a hand to dismiss the fellow. The Colonel Bashar remained planted facing the Baron. Not by flicker of eye or muscle did he acknowledge he had been dismissed. House, he growled. Really? The Baron thought. This is too much. By his own hand, if you must know, the Baron said. He took poison. I will see the body now, the Colonel Bashar said. The Baron raised his gaze to the ceiling in feigned exasperation while his thoughts raced. Damnation. This sharp-eyed Sardaukar will see the room before a thing's been changed. Now, the Sardaukar growled. I'll see it with my own eyes. There was no preventing it, the Baron realized. The Sardaukar would see all. He'd know the Duke had killed Harkonnen men, that the Baron most likely had escaped by a narrow margin. There was the evidence of the dinner remnants on the table, and the dead Duke across from it with destruction around him. No preventing it at all. I'll not be put off, the Colonel Bashar snarled. You're not being put off, the Baron said, and he stared into the Sardaukar's obsidian eyes. I hide nothing from my emperor. He nodded to Nefud. The Colonel Bashar is to see everything, at once. Take him in by the door where you stood, Nefud. This way, sir, Nefud said. Slowly, insolently, the Sardaukar moved around the Baron, shouldered away through the guardsmen. Insufferable, the Baron thought. Now, the Emperor will know how I slipped up. He'll recognize it as a sign of weakness, and it was agonizing to realize that the Emperor and his Sardaukar were alike in their disdain for weakness. The Baron chewed at his lower lip, consoling himself that the Emperor, at least, had not learned of the Atrides' raid on GD Prime, the destruction of the Harkonnen spice stores there. Damn that slippery Duke. The Baron watched the retreating backs, the arrogant Sardaukar and the stocky, efficient Nefud. We must adjust, the Baron thought. I'll have to put Rebin over this damnable planet once more, without restraint. I must spend my own Harkonnen blood to put Arrakis into a proper condition for accepting Fade Rotha. Damn that Piter. He would get himself killed before I was through with him. The Baron sighed. And I must send at once to Lilacs for a new mentat. They undoubtedly have the new one ready for me by now. One of the guardsmen beside him coughed. The Baron turned toward the man. I am hungry. Yes, my lord. And I wish to be diverted while you're clearing out that room and studying its secrets for me. The Baron rumbled. The guardsman lowered his eyes. What diversion, as my lord wish. I'll be in my sleeping chambers, the Baron said. Bring me that young fellow we bought on Gamont, the one with the lovely eyes. Drug him well. I don't feel like wrestling. Yes, my lord. The Baron turned away, began moving with his bouncing, suspense or buoyed pace toward his chambers. Yes, he thought. The one with the lovely eyes, the one who looks so much like the young Politrides. Chapter 22. Paul felt that all his past, every experience before this night, had become sand curling in an hourglass. He sat near his mother, hugging his knees within a small fabric and plastic helmet, a still tent that had come, like the Fremen clothing they now wore, from the pack left in the Thopter. There was no doubt in Paul's mind who had put the Fremkit there, who had directed the course of the Thopter carrying them captive. The traitor doctor had sent them directly into the hands of Duncan, Idaho. Paul stared out the transparent end of the still tent at the moon-shadowed rocks that ringed this place where Idaho had hidden them. Hiding like a child when I'm now the Duke, Paul thought. He felt the thought gall him, but could not deny the wisdom in what they did. Something had happened to his awareness this night. He saw with sharpened clarity every circumstance and occurrence around him. He felt unable to stop the inflow of data or the cold precision with which each new item was added to his knowledge, and the computation was centered in his awareness. It was men at power and more. Paul thought back to the moment of impotent rage as the strange Thopter dived out of the night onto them, stooping like a giant hawk above the desert with wind screaming through its wings. The thing in Paul's mind had happened then. The Thopter had skidded and slewed across a sand ridge toward the running figures, his mother and himself. Paul remembered how the smell of burned sulfur from abrasion of Thopter skids against sand had drifted across them. His mother, he knew, had turned, expected to meet Alaskan in the hands of Harkonnen mercenaries, and had recognized Duncan, Idaho leaning out the Thopter's open door shouting, "Hurry, there's warm signs south of you." But Paul had known as he turned, who piloted the Thopter. An accumulation of minutiae in the way it was flown. The dash of the landing clues so small even his mother hadn't detected them had told Paul precisely who sat at those controls. Across the still tent from Paul, Jessica stirred, said, "There can be only one explanation. The Harkonnens held you's wife. He hated the Harkonnens. I cannot be wrong about that. You read his note. But why has he saved us from the carnage? She is only now seeing it, and that poorly," Paul thought. The thought was a shock. He had known this fact as a by-the-way thing while reading the note that had accompanied the ducal signet in the pack. "Do not try to forgive me," you had written. "I do not want your forgiveness. I already have enough burdens. What I have done was done without malice or hope of another's understanding. It is my own Dahadi Alberhan, my ultimate test. I give you the Atrides ducal signet as token that I write truly. By the time you read this, Duke Leto will be dead. Take consolation from my assurance that he did not die alone, that one we hate above all others died with him." It had not been addressed or signed, but there had been no mistaking the familiar scrawl use. Remembering the letter, Paul re-experienced the distress of that moment, a thing sharp and strange that seemed to happen outside his new mental alertness. He had read that his father was dead, known the truth of the words, but had felt them as no more than another datum to be entered in his mind and used. I loved my father, Paul thought, and knew this for truth. I should mourn him. I should feel something, but he felt nothing except. Here's an important fact. It was one with all the other facts. All the while his mind was adding sense impressions, extrapolating, computing. Halleck's words came back to Paul. Mood's a thing for cattle or for making love. You fight when the necessity arises, no matter your mood. Perhaps that's it, Paul thought. I'll mourn my father later, when there's time. But he felt no let-up in the cold precision of his being. He sensed that his new awareness was only a beginning, that it was growing. The sense of terrible purpose he'd first experienced in his ordeal with the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam pervaded him. His right hand, the hand of remembered pain, tingled and throbbed. Is this what it is to be their Quisitz Hedrick? He wondered. For a while, I thought Hawat had failed us again, Jessica said. I thought perhaps Yua wasn't a sick doctor. He was everything we thought him, and more, Paul said, and he thought, why is she so slow seeing these things? He said, if Idaho doesn't get through to Kynes, he's not our only hope, she said. Such was not my suggestion, he said. She heard the steel in his voice, the sense of command, and stared across the gray darkness of the still tent at him. Paul was a silhouette against moon-frosted rocks seen through the tent's transparent tent. Others among your father's men will have escaped, she said. We must regather them. We will depend upon ourselves, he said. Our immediate concern is our family atomics. We must get them before the Harkonnens can search them out. Not likely they'll be found, she said. The way they were hidden, it must not be left to chance, and she thought, blackmail with the family atomics as a threat to the planet and its spice, that's what he has in mind. But all he can hope for then is escape into renegade anonymity. His mother's words had provoked another train of thought in Paul Aduke's concern for all the people they'd lost this night. People are the true strength of a great house, Paul thought, and he remembered Hawat's words. Parting with people is a sadness. A place is only a place. They're using Sardaukar, Jessica said. We must wait until the Sardaukar have been withdrawn. They think us caught between the desert and the Sardaukar, Paul said. They intend that there be no Atride survivors, total extermination. Do not count on any of our people escaping. They cannot go on indefinitely risking exposure of the Emperor's part in this, can't they? Some of our people are bound to escape, are they? Jessica turned away, frightened of the bitter strength in her son's voice. Hearing the precise assessment of chances, she sensed that his mind had leaped ahead of her, that it now saw more in some respects than she did. She had helped train the intelligence which did this, but now she found herself fearful of it. Her thoughts turned, seeking toward the lost sanctuary of her Duke, and tears burned her eyes. This is the way it had to be, Leto, she thought. A time of love and a time of grief. She rested her hand on her abdomen, awareness focused on the embryo there. I have the Atride's daughter I was ordered to produce, but the Reverend Mother was wrong. A daughter wouldn't have saved my Leto. This child is only life reaching for the future in the midst of death. I conceived out of instinct and not out of obedience. Try the Communinet receiver again, Paul said. The mind goes on working no matter how we try to hold it back, she thought. Jessica found a tiny receiver Idaho had left for them, flipped its switch. A green light glowed on the instrument's face. Tinny screeching came from its speaker. She reduced the volume, hunted across the bands. A voice speaking Atride's battle language came into the tent. Back and regroup at the ridge. Feder reports no survivors in Carthag and the Guild Bank has been sacked. Carthag, Jessica thought. That was a Harkonnen hotbed. They're Sardaukar, the voice said. Watch out for Sardaukar in Atride's uniforms. There, a roaring filled the speaker, then silence. Try the other bands, Paul said. Do you realize what that means? Jessica asked. I expected it. They want the Guild to blame us for destruction of their bank. With the Guild against us, we're trapped on Arrakis. Try the other bands. She weighed his words. I expected it. What had happened to him? Slowly, Jessica returned to the instrument. As she moved the band slide, they caught glimpses of violence and the few voices calling out in Atride's battle language. Fall back, try to regroup at. Trapped in a cave at. And there was no mistaking the victorious exultation in the Harkonnen gibberish that poured from the other bands. Sharp commands, battle reports. There wasn't enough of it for Jessica to register and break the language, but the tone was obvious. Harkonnen victory. Paul shook the pack beside him. Hearing the 2-liter johns of water gurgle there, he took a deep breath, looked up through the transparent end of the tent at the rock escarpment outlined against the stars. His left hand felt the sphincter seal of the tent's entrance. It'll be dawn soon, he said. We can wait through the day for Idaho, but not through another night. In the desert, you must travel by night and rest in shade through the day. Remembered lore insinuated itself into Jessica's mind. Without a still suit, a man sitting in shade on the desert needs 5 liters of water a day to maintain body weight. She felt the slick soft skin of the stillsuit against her body. thinking how their lives depended on these garments. If we leave here, Idaho can find us, she said. There are ways to make any man talk, he said. If Idaho hasn't returned by dawn, we must consider the possibility he has been captured. How long do you think he could hold out? The question required no answer, and she sat in silence. Paul lifted the seal on the pack, pulled out a tiny micro-manual with glow tab and magnifier. Green and orange letters leaped up at him from the pages. Leader Johns, still tent, energy caps, recaps, sand snork, binoculars, still suit rep kit, Barrett eye pistol, sync chart, felt plugs, pair compass, maker hooks, thumpers, fremkit, fire pillar. So many things for survival on the desert. Presently, he put the manual aside on the tent floor. Where can we possibly go? Jessica asked. My father spoke of desert power, Paul said. The Harkonnens cannot rule this planet without it. They've never ruled this planet, nor shall they. Not even with 10,000 legions of Sardaukar. Paul, you can think that we've all the evidence in our hands, he said. Right here in this tent, the tent itself, this pack and its contents, these still suits. We know the Guild wants a prohibitive price for weather satellites. We know that. What have weather satellites to do with it? She asked. They couldn't possibly. She broke off. Paul sensed the hyper-alertness of his mind reading her reactions, computing on minutiae. You see it now, he said. Satellites watch the terrain below. There are things in the deep desert that will not bear frequent inspection. You're suggesting the Guild itself controls this planet. She was so slow. No, he said. The Fremen. They're paying the Guild for privacy, paying in a coin that's freely available to anyone with desert power spice. This is more than a second approximation answer. It's the straight line computation. Depend on it, Paul, Jessica said. You're not a mentat yet. You can know for sure how I'll never be a mentat, he said. I'm something else. A freak. Paul, how can you say such? Leave me alone. He turned away from her, looking out into the night. Why can't I mourn? He wondered. He felt that every fiber of his being craved this release, but it would be denied him forever. Jessica had never heard such distress in her son's voice. She wanted to reach out to him, hold him, comfort him, help him, but she sensed there was nothing she could do. He had to solve this problem by himself. The glowing tab of the Fremkit manual between them on the tent floor caught her eye. She lifted it, glanced at the flyleaf, reading, Manual of the Friendly Desert, the place full of life. Here are the ayat and burhan of life. Believe, and Allah shall never burn you. It reads like the Azar book, she thought, recalling her studies of the great secrets. Has a manipulator of religions been on Arrakis? Paul lifted the paracompass from the pack, returned it, said, think of all these special application Fremen machines. They show unrivaled sophistication. Admit it. The culture that made these things betrays depths no one suspected. Hesitating, still worried by the harshness in his voice, Jessica returned to the book, studied an illustrated constellation from the Arrakeen sky, Muad'Dib, the mouse, and noted that the tail pointed north. Paul stared into the tense darkness at the dimly discerned movements of his mother revealed by the manual's glow tab. Now is the time to carry out my father's wish, he thought. I must give her his message now while she has time for grief. Grief would inconvenience us later, and he found himself shocked by precise logic. Mother, he said. Yes, see, she heard the change in his voice, felt coldness in her entrails at the sound. Never had she heard such harsh control. My father is dead, he said. She searched within herself for the coupling of fact and fact and fact, the Bene Gesserit way of assessing data, and it came to her. The sensation of terrifying loss. Jessica nodded, unable to speak. My father charged me once, Paul said, to give you a message if anything happened to him. He feared you might believe he distrusted you. That useless suspicion, she thought. He wanted you to know he never suspected you, Paul said, and explained the deception, adding, he wanted you to know he always trusted you completely, always loved you and cherished you. He said he would sooner have mistrusted himself, and he had but one regret, that he never made you his duchess. She brushed the tears coursing down her cheeks, thought, what a stupid waste of the body's water. But she knew this thought for what it was, the attempt to retreat from grief into anger. Leto, my Leto, she thought. What terrible things we do to those we love. With a violent motion, She extinguished the little manual's glow tab. Sobs shook her. Paul heard his mother's grief and felt the emptiness within himself. I have no grief, he thought. Why? He felt the inability to grieve as a terrible flaw. A time to get and time to lose, Jessica thought, quoting to herself from the OC Bible. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time for love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. Paul's mind had gone on in its chilling precision. He saw the avenues ahead of them on this hostile planet. Without even the safety valve of dreaming, he focused his prescient awareness, seeing it as a computation of most probable futures, but with something more, an edge of mystery, as though his mind dipped into some timeless stratum and sampled the winds of the future. Abruptly, as though he had found a necessary key, Paul's mind climbed another notch in awareness. He felt himself clinging to this new level, clutching at a precarious hold and peering about. It was as though he existed within a globe with avenues radiating away in all directions. Yet this only approximated the sensation. He remembered once seeing a gauze kerchief blowing in the wind, and now he sensed the future as though it twisted across some surface as undulant and impermanent as that of the wind-blown kerchief. He saw people. He felt the heat and cold of uncounted probabilities. He knew names and places, experienced emotions without number, reviewed data of innumerable unexplored crannies. There was time to probe and test and taste, but no time to shape. The thing was a spectrum of possibilities, from the most remote past to the most remote future, from the most probable to the most improbable. He saw his own death in countless ways. He saw new planets, new cultures, people. He saw them in such swarms they could not be listed, yet his mind catalogued them, even the guildsmen, and he thought, the guild, there'd be a way for us. My strangeness accepted as a familiar thing of high value, always with an assured supply of the now necessary spice. But the idea of living out his life in the mind groping ahead through possible futures that guided hurtling spaceships appalled him. It was a way, though, and in meeting the possible future that contained guildsmen he recognized his own strangeness. They have another kind of sight. I see another kind of terrain, the available paths. The awareness conveyed both reassurance and alarm. So many places on that other kind of terrain dipped or turned out of his sight. As swiftly as it had come, this sensation slipped away from him, and he realized the entire experience had taken the space of a heartbeat. Yet, his own personal awareness had been turned over, illuminated in a terrifying way. He stared around him. Night still covered the still tent within its rock-enclosed hideaway. His mother's grief could still be heard. His own lack of grief could still be felt. That hollow place somewhere separated from his mind, which went on in its steady pace, dealing with data, evaluating, computing, submitting answers in something like the Menat way. And now he saw that he had a wealth of data few such minds ever before had encompassed. But this made the empty place within him no easier to bear. He felt that something must shatter. It was as though a clockwork control for a bomb had been set to ticking within him. It went on about its business no matter what he wanted. It recorded minuscule shadings of difference around him, a slight change in moisture, a fractional fall in temperature, the progress of an insect across their still tent roof, the solemn approach of dawn in the star-lighted patch of sky he could see out the tent's transparent end. The emptiness was unbearable. Knowing how the clockwork had been set in motion made no difference. He could look to his own past and see the start of it, the training, the sharpening of talents, the refined pressures of sophisticated disciplines, even exposure to the OC Bible at a critical moment, and lastly, the heavy intake of spice, and he could look ahead the most terrifying direction to see where it all pointed. I'm a monster, he thought. A freak. No, he said. Then, no. He found that he was pounding the tent floor with his fists. The implacable part of him recorded this as an interesting emotional datum and fed it into computation. Paul. His mother was beside him, holding his hands, her face a gray blob peering at him. Paul, what's wrong with you? He said. I'm here, Paul, she said. It's all right. What have you done to me? He demanded. In a burst of clarity, she sensed some of the roots in the question, said, I gave birth to you. It was, from instinct as much as her own subtle knowledge, the precisely correct answer to calm him. He felt her hands holding him, focused on the dim outline of her face. Certain gene traces in her facial structure were noted in the new way by his on-flowing mind. The clues added to other data, and a final summation answer put forward. "Let go of me," he said. She heard the iron in his voice, obeyed. "Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Paul? Did you know what you were doing when you trained me?" he asked. There's no more childhood in his voice, she thought, and she said, "I hope the thing any parent hopes that you'd be. Superior, different. She heard the bitterness in his tone, said, "Paul, you didn't want a son," he said. "You wanted a Quisitz Hedrick. You wanted a male Bean Gesserit." She recoiled from his bitterness. "But Paul, did you ever consult my father in this?" She spoke gently out of the freshness of her grief. "Whatever you are, Paul, the heredity is as much your father as me. But not the training," he said. "Not the things that awakened. The sleeper, it's here." He put a hand to his head and then to his breast. "In me. It goes on and on and on and Paul." She had heard the hysteria edging his voice. "Listen to me," he said. "You wanted the Reverend Mother to hear about my dreams. You listen in her place now. I've just had a waking dream. Do you know why? You must calm yourself," she said. "If there's the spice," he said, "it's in everything here, the air, the soil, the food, the geriatric spice. It's like the truth-sayer drug. It's a poison." She stiffened. His voice lowered and he repeated, "A poison so subtle, so insidious, so irreversible. It won't even kill you unless you stop taking it. We can't leave Arrakis unless we take part of Arrakis with us." The terrifying presence of his voice broke no dispute. "You and the spice," Paul said. "The spice changes anyone who gets this much of it. But thanks to you, I could bring the change to consciousness. I don't get to leave it in the unconscious where its disturbance can be blanked out. I can see it. Paul, I see it," he repeated. She heard madness in his voice, didn't know what to do, but he spoke again, and she heard the iron control return to him. We're trapped here, she agreed, and she accepted the truth of his words. No pressure of the Bean Gesserit, no trickery or artifice could pry them completely free from Arrakis. The spice was addictive. Her body had known the fact long before her mind awakened to it. "So here we live out our lives," she thought, "on this hell planet. The place is prepared for us, if we can evade the Harkonnens, and there's no doubt of my course, a broodmare preserving an important bloodline for the Bean Gesserit plan." "I must tell you about my waking dream," Paul said. Now there was fury in his voice. "To be sure you accept what I say, I'll tell you first I know you'll bear a daughter, my sister, here on Arrakis." Jessica placed her hands against the tin floor, pressed back against a curving fabric wall to still a pang of fear. She knew her pregnancy could not show yet. Only her own Bean Gesserit training had allowed her to read the first faint signals of her body. To know of the embryo only a few weeks old. "Only to serve," Jessica whispered, clinging to the Bean Gesserit motto. "We exist only to serve. We'll find a home among the Fremen," Paul said, "where your Missionaria Protectiva has bought us a bold hole. They've prepared a wage for us in the desert," Jessica told herself. But how can he know of the Missionaria Protectiva? She found it increasingly difficult to subdue her terror at the overpowering strangeness in Paul. He studied the dark shadow of her, seeing her fear in every reaction with his new awareness as though she were outlined in blinding light. A beginning of compassion for her crept over him. "The things that can happen here, I cannot begin to tell you," he said. "I cannot even begin to tell myself, although I've seen them. This sense of the future, I seem to have no control over it. The thing just happens. The immediate future, say, a year, I can see some of that. A road as broad as our Central Avenue on Caladan. Some places I don't see. Shadowed places, as though it went behind a hill." And again he thought of the surface of a blowing kerchief. "And there are branchings." He fell silent as memory of that seeing filled him. No prescient dream, no experience of his life had quite prepared him for the totality with which the veils had been ripped away to reveal naked time. Recalling the experience, he recognized his own terrible purpose, the pressure of his life spreading outward like an expanding bubble, time retreating before it. Jessica found a tense glow tab control, activated it. Dim green light drove back the shadows, easing her fear. She looked at Paul's face, his eyes the inward stare. And she knew where she had seen such a look before. pictured in records of disasters on the faces of children who experienced starvation or terrible injury. The eyes were like pits, mouth a straight line, cheeks indrawn. It's the look of terrible awareness, she thought, of someone forced to the knowledge of his own mortality. He was, indeed, no longer a child. The underlying import of his words began to take over in her mind, pushing all else aside. Paul could see ahead, a way of escape for them. There's a way to evade the Harkonnens, she said. The Harkonnens, he sneered. Put those twisted humans out of your mind. He stared at his mother, studying the lines of her face in the light of the glow tab. The lines betrayed her, she said. You shouldn't refer to people as humans without don't be so sure you know where to draw the line, he said. We carry our past with us, and mother mine, there's a thing you don't know and should we are Harkonnens. Her mind did a terrifying thing. It blanked out as though it needed to shut off all sensation. But Paul's voice went on at that implacable pace, dragging her with it. When next you find a mirror, study your face, study mine now. The traces are there if you don't blind yourself. Look at my hands, the set of my bones. And if none of this convinces you, then take my word for it. I've walked a future. I've looked at a record. I've seen a place. I have all the data. We're Harkonnens, a renegade branch of the family, she said. That's it, isn't it? Some Harkonnen cousin who you're the Baron's own daughter, he said, and watched the way she pressed her hands to her mouth. The Baron sampled many pleasures in his youth, and once permitted himself to be seduced. But it was for the genetic purposes of the Bene Gesserit. By one of you. The way he said you struck her like a slap, but it set her mind to working, and she could not deny his words. So many blank canvas of meaning in her past reached out now and linked. The daughter the Bene Gesserit wanted it wasn't to end the old Atreides Harkonnen feud, but to fix some genetic factor in their lines. What? She groped for an answer, as though he saw inside her mind. Paul said, they thought they were reaching for me, but I'm not what they expected, and I've arrived before my time, and they didn't know it. Jessica pressed her hands to her mouth. Great Mother, he's the Kwisatz Haderach. She felt exposed and naked before him, realizing then that he saw her with eyes from which little could be hidden. And that, she knew, was the basis of her fear. You're thinking I'm the Kwisatz Haderach, he said. Put that out of your mind. I'm something unexpected. I must get word out to one of the schools, she thought. The mating index may show what has happened. They won't learn about me until it's too late, he said. She sought to divert him, lowered her hands and said, we'll find a place among the Fremen. The Fremen have a saying they credit to Shai-Hulud, Old Father Eternity, he said. They say, be prepared to appreciate what you meet. And he thought, yes, mother mine among the Fremen. You'll acquire the blue eyes and a callus beside your lovely nose from the filter tube to your still suit. And you'll bear my sister, Saint Alia of the Knife. If you're not the Kwisatz Haderach, Jessica said, what you couldn't possibly know, he said. You won't believe it until you see it. And he thought, I'm a seed. He suddenly saw how fertile was the ground into which he had fallen, and with this realization, the terrible purpose filled him, creeping through the empty place within, threatening to choke him with grief. He had seen two main branchings along the way ahead, and one he confronted an evil old baron, and said, hello, grandfather. The thought of that path and what lay along it sickened him. The other path held long patches of gray obscurity except for peaks of violence. He had seen a warrior religion there, a fire spreading across the universe, with the Atreides' green and black banner waving at the head of fanatic legions drunk on spice liquor. Gurney Halleck and a few others of his father's men, a pitiful few, were among them, all marked by the hawk symbol from the shrine of his father's skull. I can't go that way, he muttered. That's what the old witches of your schools really want. I don't understand you, Paul, his mother said. He remained silent, thinking like the seed he was, thinking with the race consciousness he had first experienced as terrible purpose. He found that he no longer could hate the Bene Gesserit or the Emperor or even the Harkonnens. They were all caught up in the need of their race to renew its scattered inheritance, to cross and mingle and infuse their bloodlines in a great new pooling of genes. And the race knew only one sure way for this, the ancient way, the tried and certain way that rolled over everything in its path, jihad. Surely, I cannot choose that way, he thought. But he saw again in his mind's eye the shrine of his father's skull and the violence with the green and black banner waving in its midst. Jessica cleared her throat, worried by his silence. Then, the Fremen will give us sanctuary. He looked up, staring across the green-lighted tent at the inbred, patrician lines of her face. Yes, he said. That's one of the ways. He nodded. Yes. They'll call me Muad'Dib, the one who points the way. Yes, that's what they'll call me. And he closed his eyes, thinking, now, my Jether, I can warn you. And he felt the tears coursing down his cheeks. 3 series of this book. We have come to the end of the first one. If you want me to voice the second book, you can write in the comments. Let's talk together in the comments about how you found the book. Thanks for listening. Goodbye for now.